Welcome, my friends. I hope you're all doing well, surviving your various quarantines and shutdowns, all that sort of good stuff. And today, my friends, we're here for King of the Hill. So yes, we're back. King of the Quarantine is here. First match of the day. Let's go ahead and take a look. We have a Stormrunner facing off against Human Boy. Yes, perhaps a Human Boy in disguise pretending to be... or not pretending to be, but he actually probably is a Skaven pretending to be a human boy, perhaps. We will see. We're going to be on the Crack of Karkin. It is going to be Dowie facing off against Vampire Coast. So that is a bit of a preface here. Let's look at the picks and bans. So for the picks and bans here, I believe Stormrunner picked Dwarves, Empire, and Skaven. His opponent then was able to ban one, which he banned Empire, and he picked Coast, which left him with a Dwarves versus Coast. Now, this is a matchup that can be won, but it's certainly very tough. So we'll see if he's able to pull this one off. One sec, guys. Before we start, just need to adjust my fans real quick. We look good. It is time. I'll carry you guys through the day. I got you. This will probably go about 3 or 4 hours. So, you got most of your day covered here. So it should be fun. Turin is actually Ric Flair as his alter ego, which explains his video editing skills. I don't know why Ric Flair would be good at video editing, but I suppose, he's got a flair for things. Aaron Wallace. Yeah, I'll get you through these next weeks, man. No problem. Dob says the Skaven are trying to take Salt Lake City. First the Plague, now the Warp Quake. Oh man, there's earthquakes over there. Things are just getting wild. All right, let's get this party started. We have Dwarves against Vampire Coast in our first game. A very tough matchup for the Coast, in my opinion. But there's a couple ways to do it. The one way that I've seen are two ways. So two ways. You can go for mass cannon play and kind of pull the Dwarves apart, pick off their advances with Mourngulls. And, I love Footluther and kind of having the Gunnery White sniping the Dwarf Lords. There's a couple ways to do it like that. On top of that, Dwarves can also go for, or Vampire Coast can go for a Cyrene Rush. Syrenes are deceptively good in this matchup. Ever since they removed magic damage from the Rune of Wrath and Ruin, the Syrenes are a very sticky, kind of annoying threat that can push forward. So one sec, guys. Just got to adjust something in my room here real quick. Be back in just a moment. It's been like raining here, guys. It's all cold. I don't know what's going on. It's the apocalypse, apparently. Yes, good, Anakin. So we're on the Crack of Karkin, which is an okay map for artillery. Ooh, and it looks like the Dwarves have brought double flame cannon. Oh, we're in for a treat, and a pretty good build from Human Boy as well. I see some Syrenes at the very least. Those guys are pretty sticky for the Dwarves. Granted, that's why you often see Grom Brindle picked in this matchup, because he does, of course, do magic damage. So one sec, guys. Just changing something here real quick. I got my my mullet hat on to protect the mullet from falling into my face. And here we are in the first match. So, for Stormrunner, he's got Miners with Blasting Charges in the front, which are always pretty cost-effective. The Blasting Charges are very, very good against a multitude of Vampire Coast targets, especially the zombie deckhand mobs. Those guys can go down very quickly. On top of that, some Ironbreakers are going very elite in the infantry department, which you don't normally see in this matchup. It's kind of overkill to an extent. Longbeards can kind of accomplish the same thing for a much cheaper cost. Granted, they are very durable, so if your opponent does come in with some hard-hitting infantry, and they will last longer in general, so could work out, especially if he's trying to protect these flame cannons back here. So if we look at the artillery pieces, looks like we have a flame cannon. Yeah, I think double flame cannon here. Let me go ahead and minimize here to make sure it's them lagging and not me. I was going to say, not this early, please. Do not curse us so. Let's party, guys. Let's do it. We're doing it. A little bit. Someone's lagging here for sure, and I don't think it's me. So hopefully one of these guys doesn't disconnect. If they do, we could just jump over to the next player. But that would be unfortunate. Yeah, because you can see whenever I move the mouse, it's basically just stuck on the Ironbreakers. So one of these guys is having some sort of a connective issue. There's no blocker today, guys. You will not be blessed with screen blockers on this stream. Although I am the blocker god, yes, that's true. Honestly, the quarantine didn't really change too much for me. The main thing that it obviously changed was I just can't go play 40k games anymore because my local game store shut down the whole operation. But that's pretty much it. Everything else is like the exact same as usual. So yeah, Miners, Ironbreakers, and double Flame Cannon. Now, Flame Cannons don't do magic damage, but of course they hit pretty damn hard, and they do have a Discourage effect. So it's going to be double Flame Cannon. We do also have a Rune Lord, who is going to be coming in with some AoE runes. A Master Engineer, which you rarely see. He does have the Fiery Ring of Thori, which I believe does do magic damage. So if he can get some really good casts with the Fiery Ring of Thori, a pretty cool kind of tech piece, potentially against the Syrenes here. He does also have Ballistics Calibration, Entrenchment, and his last ability is the Prospector Spyglass, which will be giving plus 15 accuracy here to these Flame Cannons. Got some Iron Drakes in the back, some Flamethrowers as well, and some Slayers defending the back line. This is a really exciting Dwarf army for sure. Double Flame Cannon with Iron Drake Flamethrowers. I mean, come on, can't complain. And now for the Vampire Coast and the Human Boy. Yes. perhaps a Skaven, we'll never know. In the front line, it is going to be deckhand mobs, as expected. We do have a Carronade, and it looks like a Mortar. No, triple Carronades, actually. So this is actually pretty bad for the Dawi. Although, honestly, the map is pretty close quarters here. What Human Boy should do in this case is probably deploy a little bit further back with his cannons, because now the Flame Cannons will be able to at least trade with the Carronades, and that could be quite punishing for sure. He's got Shade Wraith Gunners, he's got a Vampire Fleet Captain, Luther Harkin up on the Goose is always scary, and it looks like some Mourngulls and Syreens kind of split over across the map. And that's going to be it. Go luck, have fun. Let's do it. Human Boy says, yes, yes, ready when you are. My name is coming out of the book, one way or another, he says to his dwarven friend here. Yeah, the Flame Cannons will immediately be in range, which is a bit of a problem. The 2 Flame Cannons with the Ballistics calibration and the accuracy buff should be able to kill the Carronades very quickly. But again, it depends on what the Dwarves focus, but taking out those cannons quickly I think wouldn't be a bad idea. The Flame Cannons shoot at the Shade Wraith Gunners, any number of targets for sure. And even though they do have that mitigation from the physical resist, being a ghost, they still, you know, have a low HP pool, and the burst damage from the Flame Cannon could potentially take them out. Who is the Lord for the Dwarf Army? I didn't really check. I think it was a Rune Lord or something. Yeah, it's going to be a Rune Lord back here. We'll see. Rune Lord. Yes, it is. Perfect. So yeah, they can start when ready. Good luck, have fun. The battle's underway. The Flame Cannons shall soar. They are buffed up by the accuracy rune at the moment, so the first few targets are certainly going to be punished pretty damn hard here. So both players basically taking inventory of one another's armies. The Flame Cannons have to move forward, so their range is pretty damn short, actually. And it looks like the Carronades are going to be shooting in, trying to shut down the Flame Cannons, which is certainly a smart play. Those Flame Cannons are going to be very, very punishing if they are able to stay online and kind of keep that volley fire going. Yeah, one of these guys is unfortunately having some lag. I don't think it's on my end. I'll minimize real quick and check, but... Nope, yeah, it's not me. I can always check my bitrate and all that fun stuff. Human Boy has dropped. Oh no. All the hype, all the drama. We could have him restart with the same armies, but I think just to be safe, I'll message him and tell him we'll add him on later on the list. So we'll tell Stormrunner to stay here. All right. So hold on, guys. Sorry about that. You know, at the very least, though, it gives you guys more time to join, so it lets more people kind of gather and whatnot. So let's go ahead and get Willow in here. And we'll tell Human Boy. We will you on in a few to let your internet stabilize. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to add Willow. It was a close match for sure. The Flame Cannons, I mean, are very intimidating. Very intimidating. I really liked the army. I was really excited to see that game too. Yeah, it was a shame. So we'll have Human Boy come back later in the stream. For now, basically, we'll move on just to let his internet try and stabilize and whatnot. So, yes. Okay, so we'll get Willow. You're up next, Willow, if you're ready. Let's get you in here. Let's do it to it. And officially get our first game. Yeah, we're getting more people in, which is good. I haven't played the new campaign yet, Matthew Giannotti. I do want to try it. I'll probably try it sometime next week because I do want to start a campaign soon. Erotic Potato says, "How are you guys holding in the U.S.?" Yeah, it's pretty wild here for sure, but you know we're holding firm. My local market actually isn't as rated as like Walmart's and things like that, so I've been able to get most of the basics we need. I know Stormrunner, that army was really sweet. It was really, really cool for sure. All right. Perfect. So let me go ahead and add him to my friends list here. There's always these glorious smooth starts to the King of the Hills. And let's see here. Well, it should be somewhere on the friends list. Should be good. Done. Got Willow. Alrighty. So he will be coming in just a moment. We'll switch the map onto the... what do you want to do for the first map? Silver Plains, Thieves Hideout. Thieves Hideout looks like a cool map. We'll do the Tome of Shifting Sands. Map set. Storm. Pick 3. ETC. They should know the rest from here. All right, cool. So it's going to be Stormrunner versus Willow in our first match of the day. Welcome, guys. We're officially getting started now. I know, man. Turin, won't someone think of the poor, poor Rune Lord sitting on his toilet seat without toilet paper somewhere? I know. Matthew Giannotti says he'll donate big money to see a Skyhammer win a game. I might have to jump in myself and play with the glorious Skyhammer. Henry says his country just announced they are canceling our exam, so it's kind of up in the air if I will get into university or not. Yeah, that's impactful for sure, man. Sorry to hear that. Well, we're here for you. We'll cheer you up. No Exterminatus on the stream, please. So Stormrunner's going to pick Empire, High Elves, and Skaven. Willow then gets to ban one. It looks like Willow's kind of leaning towards playing Bretonia here. So we'll see how that goes. We will see how that goes indeed. All right, so one sec here, guys. Going to add a couple more people to the reserve list who wanted to join. Cool. So he's going to pick Sartosa. Oh my god, he's picking Sartosa and banning Skaven. So now it's going to be Sartosa versus either the Empire or High Elves, both of which I would say Vampire Coast probably has a... I don't know. Empire's a really hard matchup for Coast, in my opinion. I mean, it's still... Coast can do it. I think it's like 45-55, but I do think Empire has a slight advantage in that matchup. High Elves are pretty decent as well. Any like bow-centric factions with like Huntsmen or like, you know, those type of units can be very powerful against Coast. Granted, Sartosa does have some baseline infantry in the form of the Pirate Militia, which can do some work. So players are going to do their picks and bans officially this time, and now we just hang out and chat about all of our experiences. We will do it. Skyhammer, you say? If I win, Stormrunner's going to try and win with the Skyhammer maybe at some point. Yeah, that's pretty scary, Pharaoh, for sure. It's kind of weird how YouTube doesn't really send out efficient notifications. Yeah, it's like I had someone, I posted a video last week, which I think was just a regular quick battle, and someone mentioned to me, they're like, hey, I just got a notification for your quick battle today. I'm like, what? Why? That was a week ago. Erotic Potato says, in his country, we are forbidden from going outside after 8 p.m. until 5 a.m. Wow, that's pretty serious for sure. It hasn't gotten that stringent here yet. Basically, they've just done bans on like public places. Like restaurants can only do takeout, and there's no like movie theaters, like game stores, bookstores. They're all like shut down for the most part. So a lot of businesses are going to get just dunked on by this, unfortunately, which is really sad. Scott White says his contract just got extended before this all kicked off, and now he's just at home getting paid to watch me stream, which is great. Which is great. Oh my god, Alex here with the great one here. I ran out of toilet paper, so I started using lettuce leaves. I'm afraid this is just the tip of the iceberg. That's pretty good, dude. That was pretty good. All right. You're good. So it's going to be High Elves versus Vampire Coast here. Players are picking their armies. Yeah, you know, some other content creator needs to host. Dav, you need to host the King of the Hill because I want to play in one of these. You got to host one, man, this week. I'll play. Yeah, it's been pretty Wild West, so for sure. So when I went to the store, what was missing? Yeah, mostly like beans, rice, cleaning supplies, waters, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so I mean, just kind of the long-term like apocalypse food. Wes, be careful, man. Be careful, my friend. So Stormrunner has played in many of these King of the Hills, as has Willow 6669. Veterans, always very quick on the draw, because again, my King of the Hills are first come, first serve, and these guys pretty much are always quick on the draw here. They must have some special notifications set up for that channel. Lachlan McAllister says, I own a bar, I'm pretty much owned. Yeah, that's so horrible, man. Like, so many businesses are just going to get ruined by this. Sorry to hear that, Lachlan. Hopefully we can cheer you up, man. What country are you in, by the way? And Chris K says, I work in a restaurant and have no income for the next 2 weeks at least. But on the other hand, 2 weeks vacation at home alone. Yeah, it's just stressful, though, because like a lot of people who don't work like salary jobs, it's brutal. I have a lot of friends who are really, really stressing out right now. Like people who work as like contractors and things like that, they just get kind of sent home for periods of time and they're just unpaid, you know, with no health benefits to boot. It's really scary. Yeah. Loopy says, in Paris, only supermarkets and pharmacies are open. Yeah, it's kind of similar here, to be frank. I heard Paris is much more intense than kind of what we have going on. Start when ready. Yeah. You and Dob should do an Empire Dwarf co-op campaign. That would be too easy because the Empire and Dwarves like already just dominate everything. So it's like, you know. You did one right. But Dob, was that a King of the Hill? I thought I was watching your stream when I first woke up, Dob. Wasn't it a replay stream? Like you were showing replays? I was up at like 8:30 today, more or less. Yeah. Thomas Green, I hear you on that, man. I hear you on that. Well, you know, the thing is we didn't like mass hoard supplies. We just got like enough for like maybe like a week or two, like tops. So we're gonna have to go back like every couple of weeks. And basically, I'm just gonna have to go out Mad Max style and you know, and do the raiding. Thankfully, Lady Turn's job lets her work from home right now, which is great. So our income isn't hit too hard, but yeah, it's still tough. It's still tough for sure. Tomb of the Shifting Sands is the first map. Let us focus on some Warhammer. This is the one that has a giant ball here in the middle of the map. It is going to be Sartosa versus High Elves. Most likely we could see a wild mortar pick. And actually, on this map, there's a really kind of funny thing you can do. You can bring Queen Bess and like hide her behind the hill, and then Queen Bessie can usually get some pretty good shots, or you know, against the bolt throwers or cannons, and the cannons can't really see her back. But it's really risky though, because if archers like Vanguard on top, they can basically just nuke Queen Bess in a matter of seconds. So got to be pretty careful for sure. But you know, Queen Bessie could be here for sure. Got it, Zoff. Got it. Yeah, so Rabs, Sotek and I probably will do a head-to-head campaign. He wants to play some sort of lizards from what he said when I spoke to him. I'll probably play Vampire Coast or something. Come for the lizard trinkets, you know, I think that'd be fun. Not Luther, because I already did a Luther campaign. You guys already saw that on my channel. I'll probably play like Dreadfleet or Sartosa or Celostra. Or Celostra. Although Celostra is a pretty rough start position, so probably going for like, you know, Dreadfleet would be a little bit more fun for sure. I really like playing the Dreadfleet campaign. I've only played about 40 turns of one, but it's really cool. You can actually play like one base. So basically you can take the Dreadfleet, just kind of sail around, will not have any bases, and you just, you know, create pirate coves everywhere, which is really hilarious. All right, guys. So for the build of Stormrunner, he's got Teclis. So going for an Archer Snipe build. Teclis, of course, is almost always brought for his nets, and you can use that with the Lothern Sea Guard. You can use that with the Sisters. Get some really nasty focus fire for sure. So he's got Teclis. He does also have 5 groups of the Lothern Sea Guard. It looks like they're all shielded, I think, which again, against Vampire Coast certainly is not a bad idea. It does also give them some extra melee defense and melee combat. It's got a Signs of Mithlon here in the back. 2 groups of Silver Helms with shields, just kind of cheap shield and cav. Up in the sky, he does have a Noble, which isn't a bad idea. You know, he can do some gooning for sure. It's very rare that you do see nobles on the birds, but we'll see how this guy performs. I always forget about his item too. Let's go and take a look. Okay, so it gives him a little bit of sneakiness, which is quite cool. Flamespire Phoenix, always strong. Fire damage and AP against Vampire Coast are both pretty valuable assets. And in the back, like I said, 2 Silver Helms. So cool army here. Archer focus, very, very common against Vampire Coast. And now for the Pirates of Sartosa, we have Sartosa Free Company, who are certainly going to take some of that arrow fire right to the face. We do have a Vampire Fleet Captain. In the back, we have the Black Spot, who might have a little bit of trouble with that Archer line. A Gunnery Whites, who give the extra powder. I would imagine in some of the buffs here, yeah, it looks like he does have ballistics calibration to buff up the border's accuracy and whatnot. 2 Syreens in the back, which are going to have some problems against both Teclis as well as the Flamespire Phoenix. Pretty steady magic damage on those 2 characters. Although I don't think Teclis does magic damage with his melee attacks, but he does have Fiery Convocation and Flaming Sword of Ruin, so he can imbue magic damage to pretty much anything he wants to hit. And some crabs. Rotting Promethean Gunnery Mobs. Very, very cool stuff. Good luck, have fun. Let's get the show on the road, guys. Mortars are going to be coming in hot for sure. Mortars, most certainly one of the big saving graces of this build. Scurvy Dogs are also a pretty good tool against the High Elves, because Lothern Sea Guard have very low melee defense, and they're really dependent in terms of their offensive capabilities on the anti-large they have. So Scurvy Dogs can actually chew them down, tie them down. It's pretty cost effective, to say the least. Okay, so it looks like these are Silver Helms and in Deep Vanguard. I forgot to comment on these guys, but it looks like Stormrunner does also have a couple Reaver Cav. Reaver Cav are great. They're cheap, they're great against Scurvy Dogs, and they don't mess about. Mortar's going to be shooting in. It looks like the buffs may have gone down already. No, he is not possible. Oh, he has Aranessa. I didn't see her. So he's got the Salt Spite, and you know, she's actually not terrible here. She is going to be able to net down the Phoenixes and some of the big targets up in the sky and really allow them to take some serious damage. So this Phoenix, a little bit of a bold strategy cut. Not sure how it's going to work out. It was flying into the range here of the Black Spot, which, okay, just got out of range. Good control there by Stormrunner. I was worried he was going to take a bunch of free fire there from the Black Spot. So the mortars should be shooting downtown into the archers here, into these lovely Lothern Sea Guard. Gonna have some tea real quick. A little bit of topical damage. Mortars don't typically just own things instantly, but over the course of a long battle, they can grind you down, which is really how the Vampire Coast tends to play. And now they're buffed as well. The enhanced ballistics is going down, giving accuracy and reload skill. So that should be quite helpful here as the mortars do rain in. Let's actually see if it makes a difference here. In the meantime, we do have a noble flying overhead. Is he going to be jumping in there? Oh no, a bit of a misplay here. So, oh, he doesn't see them coming, so Willow accidentally lets his backline just get dunked on here by the Reavers. He reacts relatively quickly, but he should have been screening that out. It's really easy to miss things in the back, though. And the Noble does get caught in a net, so honestly it might not be the worst. The Noble is netted down by Aranessa. Aranessa's back here, the Gunnery White's back here, there's Syrene's back here, so this Noble is taking a lot of damage here from the anti-large from Aranessa and her kind of a pull that she has there. So not a bad trade, I suppose. In the meantime, we do have Silverhelms coming in the front line, and Willow does a pretty good job using Lamprey's Revenge to kind of roadblock that charge, and also summoning zombies on top of them. But the archers are shooting in quite happily now. Mortars are still going as well, and you can see the Reavers and backline harass units are for the most part shut down. This Noble is really in a lot of trouble, though. The Gunnery White plus Aranessa really just laying a righteous beating here on this guy. And you can see Stormrunner's Noble is going to get pushed back. -3, 1,000 HP. Aranessa doing a really good job with her nets. The Spearfisher's net hunting some mighty prey indeed. So the archers seem to be focusing down on Lamprey's Revenge, which are very tough to kill, especially with the Invocation of Nehek. Perhaps should focus on the Black Spot, some of the zombie units, but the zombies and the Free Company militia, the Sartosa Free Company, have now made it into the front line. So the archer units here for the Vampire Coast, or excuse me, for the Hives, have been temporarily shut down. And the Flamespire Phoenix, oh nice, doing some bombing runs here, very cheeky stuff, with the bird trying to shut down the mortars. Granted, maybe using the bird, I don't know. Using the bird over here to attack Lamprey's Revenge could be a decent idea. It is weak to fire and also an armored unit, so the AP on the bird plus the fire damage could be pretty decent. But again, you could get trapped amongst the crabs, which is also a little bit scary. So despite an initial slip up here from Willow, he is able to do a very good job stabilizing this backline situation. You can see both mortars are shooting, and also I think that his flyers, yeah, he was able to chase off that Noble here. A little bit of lag, but yeah. Hey, I've noticed that. I've been talking to a lot of people saying that they've been having lag during, you know, all this stuff. Like, I guess a lot of people are at home, people's internets are being throttled and whatnot. And again, let me double check, make sure it's not mine. Yep, no, should be good here. Not seeing any drama. Yeah, and then Stormrunner drops. What is this? It's so weird. So a lot of people have been having internet problems. Hopefully we can get something going here. Yeah, well, that was a good game. Honestly, it was really even at that point. Oh, okay, so Human Boy said he had a power outage earlier, the guy who crashed in the first game. So in that case, let me see what's going on. Hang tight. A lovely start to the stream, but it's okay. Let's let more people gather. We'll check in and see what's going on with him. All right, so that is... Pull this up here. Let me go to my list. All right, so, man, it is going to be a long stream now with all these issues we're having, unfortunately. Stormrunner. So I'll message him real quick. He rolled a 1 on his Wi-Fi connection, I know. Some people in chat saying Google's been having problems. Yeah, well, thankfully, you know, I don't mind as much as long as the problem's not on my end, because then it becomes very frustrating for sure. I might have to just kind of keep moving on. Considering. Yeah, because otherwise it's like we're going to be here for a million hours for sure. All right, so let's get our next player up, Hyale Nale. We'll see if we can get through a game, hopefully. All right, one sec, guys. You're up. All right, there we go. So Hyale Nale, you are up. Looks like the Corona's back in the menu. I know, it's crazy. Hey, Drees. Nice, man. Using cognac to fight Corona. There you go, man. Campaign will probably be next week. Yeah. All right, so let's see if we can get Hyale up. He shall be joining. Although Stormrunner's back. Okay, we can let these guys replay. Storm, will your internet hold? If so, we can replay. And we'll just switch the map to something else. As punishment, we'll put them on the Essence of Chaos. That's the actual punishment. Map is set. All right, perfect. All right, there we go. Stormrunner saying his in-game chat is bugged. If that's the case, Stormrunner, you might be having some other connection issues, because it seems to be fine for Willow and I. I think it's just you right now. Although we could try again, but you know, there's a lot of people waiting. So if you think you're going to have internet issues, then we should probably just let the next person play. But Stormrunner, of course, you are listening to the stream, so it's up to you. If you want to try, let me know. Just shoot me a direct message on Discord, or if you want to drop and let the next person go, we can. Chosen one. All right. Can change. New map. This is the punishment map. The essence of chaos, just forcing them to fight head to head. Tight quarters. We'll see. So Stormrunner saying his lobby is bugged. And Storm, shoot me a message in Discord. Let me know what's going on with your business here. Yeah, we had the first 2 matches crash. It wasn't a game crash, though. It was internet crashes. So one person had a power outage, and then the next person had their internet crash. So, yeah. That's just, like, really unlucky, to be frank. Okay, so he will pick... We'll give him one more chance. We'll see. But I think in the future, we'll have to have a policy that if somebody crashes, no matter what the reason, we'll have to just go on to the next players, just to make sure that everyone gets to play. Scroll, the stream is indeed blessed with filth, for sure. Gallahan, yeah, you got a little bit of time, buddy. If you want to grab some food, you'll probably only miss like a game or 2. Alright, so Willow's going to ban now. So it's Dwarfs, Skaven, or Spooky Ghost Pirates are his picks, which is Vampire Coast. You think we'll see another head-to-head with myself and Italian Spartacus? Probably not. I don't think he's interested in those anymore. I've asked him, but he doesn't want to. I think it'd be really fun, though. I'd love to. I mean, yeah, even though it may be one-sided, it's still like super fun. And we have a good time. Yeah. We need to appease the machine spirits. The Omnissiah. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Yeah, my internet seems to be doing pretty good today, which is a good sign. So he bans pirates and picks Beastmen. So basically it's Beastmen versus either Dwarves now or what was other factions? Yeah, Beastmen versus Skaven or Dwarfs. So Beastmen have the massive advantage against Dwarfs. I mean, it's winnable for Dawi, but it's very tough. And Beastmen do pretty decent against Skaven as well. So I think it's a good counter pick from Willow here. Start when ready. So we'll see what they pick here. I'm going to minimize and see what his pick is if he messages me. Yeah, Sirtha. I'm dirty with Sirtha. Yeah, that was really fun though. But that's what makes it fun. Like if you just go easy on someone, it's like there's nothing. Like I feel like it's even more disrespectful to go easy on someone than it is to like just be brutal. You know? I don't know. Sirthak broke his soul with the chariot charge. Yeah, Joey, that was one of the first head-to-head campaigns. That was a long time ago. A long time ago. All right, so it's going to be Skaven facing off against Beastmen. It's going to be Clan Pestilence here, of course. Very fitting for the time period we're in. Perfect. So let me go ahead and... So as far as the other players we have going today, we have Hyali Nali, Bilbo Bagosh, Zombinator 345, A-Move Hacker, Davina Q, Aerocrastic, Ice Power, Total War, Grombrindle, Random Nicks, Hadries, and Peabutter Special. And then from there, of course, we have a pretty substantial reserves list, but we'll see if we can get through that. We have a donation coming in from Ozkirk. Thank you so much. Of $10. Thanks a lot for the extra quarantine content. I know, hopefully we can get you some content. That's the plan. Good for the community spirit and always great to watch your streams. Thank you, man. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that indeed. And yeah, we'll get it going. Players will ready up here in a moment, I would imagine. Skaven versus Beastmen. Could see some Hell Pits, some Minotaurs, some Chaos Spawn. Some of the more standard builds here in this matchup are Spawn Rushes, from what I've seen. Yes. I know, Kevin, but no mercy, man. What do Dwarves spam to beat High Elves? Thunderers are pretty cost effective. They can hammer down a lot of the armored troops. Runes of Wrath and Ruin to slow the troops down. Layers of infantry to kind of slow down their AP advance. It depends though. Yeah, I usually rely on Thunderers quite a bit. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a head-to-head campaign with Lore Master of Sotek though soon. Probably sometime next week. So we'll see how that goes. You know, YouTube actually has an editor too. Like, you can edit videos. I'm going to see, like, after the stream if I can just edit out the first 2 games to try and, like, make the playback experience a little bit more friendly for everyone. All right, so Stormrunner is ready. Hopefully no crashes. There was, like, 0 lag up until that point, but yeah, like, a lot of people are having lag problems. I think it's throttling, honestly, because most internet service providers, just these, like, terrible corporations, they just... when a lot of people are at home and there's a lot of usage going on, they throttle your internet, so they like tank you down. And that sudden spike in tanking or throttling can basically crash your internet for like a moment, which is enough to ruin a total war game. So, all right, so Skaven versus Beastmen in our first official game here of the stream, half an hour in. For the head-to-head with Sotek, I want to play Dreadfleet. Yeah, I think I want to play Dreadfleet. But yeah, from here on out, if anybody crashes, they're just gonna we're gonna have to move on. All right, perfect. So we got Stormrunner against Willow 6669. The Clash of Fates. The first game, the most epic of games because it's the only game that will have taken place so far. The punishment map is here, the Essence of Chaos. The 2 players, the Chaos Gods, laughing at their misfortune of disconnects, have thrown them into the gauntlet here of the Essence of Chaos. And yeah, that's that. That is pretty much it. We'll see how this one goes. One of my favorite maps, even though I know it's a complete troll map. But, you know, at least it's, you know, symmetrical for the most part. Like, it's just a knockdown, drag-out fight here in this warped Morker. I'm pretty sure this is where, like, Morker lives. There's, like, a little bit of a den here where his little Chaos Pyres are. Is there a Chaos Pyre somewhere here? Here it is, yeah. This is what Morker's all about. He probably lives in this little cage up here. And we'll see how it goes for him. Players are loading in once again. When you say corporation, the horrible is implied, I know. Yeah, I know. The streaming industries are going to have to carry. All right, guys, now for the build of the Beastmen, let's take a look. They shall be led by Willow. It's somewhat of a classic build. It is a spawn rush of sorts. Not 2 balls deep in the spawn, but 2 spawn plus Butchers of Kalkengard, which are just such a good choice. They cause terror, they have silver shields, they hit like trucks, they can stop doom wheels and flares, they can crump infantry, they can terror out Skaven slaves. These guys bring a lot to the table, especially on a close quarters map like this. We have 2 Razor Gores as well. These guys, again, pretty good mass, can block up a lot of the Skaven contraptions. We have a Gorble, and it looks like a double caster? No, single caster. So it's going to be Gorble, Wildcaster, a Beastcaster to summon Manticores, and of course Morker to summon Spawn, so in total there's going to be 3 Spawn initially, and then probably 4 at some point, which will be quite punishing for sure. We got Hounds in the back as well, ready for some Vanguard tricks, and this is a very bold strategy here for Stormrunner. I don't know if that's going to work out. Bringing Plagueclaw Catapults on a close quarters map like this is super risky. But he's got 2 Plagueclaws. He does also have 2 groups of Deathglow Bombardiers. Front line's going to be Plague Monks with Skaven Slave Spears on the flanks. And as far as his leadership goes, it is going to be Skrulk Daddy, Warlock Engineer, as well as the Assassin. So will the great Beastmen Horde defeat the Coronavirus Army? We'll find out. In the back here, we do have Eshin Triads defending, which is pretty good. Eshin Triads will be good against the Minotaurs and the Spawn, and also could potentially keep pace with the Hounds. Not obviously catch them, but screen them out if microed effectively. So for his caster, he's got a Warlock Engineer as well, it looks like. And Skrulk just has the summon, so he has a lot of spells. For sure, I don't know if he's going to have enough Winds of Magic for all of those. And what are these, Deathglow Bombardiers? What year is this? You don't see those guys often, for sure. I mean, but yeah, they can hit really hard. I mean, if they're able to kind of just sit and throw their little balls at people, but it doesn't often happen. Yes, Stormrunner says chat is working once again. Good luck, have fun again. I mean, for the first time. That last game, like every game on the stream, has had the makings of being a really fun match too. That's the unfortunate part. All right, the battle's here, guys. Let's go. The Beastmen rushing, obviously in a Vanguard position. The Spirit Essence of Chaos. Certainly a very Beastmen map. So the Beastmen going to be running through the swamps here. Should be colliding with the Skaven slave lines, but going to be taking some Plagueclaw fire for sure. Going to hurt these guys, doing a little bit of burst right there. In the meantime, Deathglow Bombardiers are throwing in, and you know, the Skaven slaves, they don't, Skaven don't care about their Skaven slaves getting nuked here, and the Bombardiers not doing too much damage, to be frank, but at the very least, it is holding up the advance here of the Beastmen. Oh no, disastrous start here for the Skaven, as both of these Hound units are able to get past the Eshin Triads and get on top of the Plagueclaw Catapults. Both Plagueclaw Catapults, guys, are instantly broken. Just pure destruction. So, Stormrunner is certainly on the ropes already, so the Beastmen probably will get through the front line. It's straight up like The Shining when he's like at the door with the axe. Gorble kind of extending pretty aggressively into the back line, but there's nothing back here to really stop him. I mean, there's an Assassin, there's some Plague Monks, but I mean, Plague Monks aren't going to be super good against Butchers of Kalkengard. Both artillery pieces are offline, and it looks like Morker is going to be summoning his spawn. There's going to be Manticores coming down, and the Beastmen Rush has basically just straight up flattened the Skaven. The Skaven have been turned into a metaphorical pancake and pushed into the grill, and yeah, I don't know if there's going to be too much more for him here. What do they have back here? Rival High Talisman is going down for the Skaven, which is quite nice. It lowers the melee attack of these Minotaurs down to 9, which makes them very weak offensively, but still the terror routes are going to be going down. There's pigs everywhere. The pigs are chasing things down. It looks like the Death Glow Bombardiers are offline, and pretty much the only things holding for the Skaven are their leadership, as well as the Eshin Triads, which of course will be good against many of the things that are left here. And the Skaven were able to win one frontline engagement here with the Plague Monks, but yeah, this was definitely not a build for this map. Bringing 2 Plague Claw Catapults on like basically a map where they can start right in front of you is very, very risky for sure. So here, Plague Monk's trying to hold, Skrulk dropping his summons, and honestly, you know, despite the circumstances, Stormrunner is doing a pretty good job. You know, fighting with what he has. He's gotten some good damage on the Butchers of Kalkengard, his Assassins have done well, and the Beastmen have, you know, used all of their summons for the most part. I think 1 Manticore summon remains at this point, but for the most part, it is going to be a Skaven just pancake. The last of these Plague Monks is going to get run over. Butchers of Kalkengard at this point can probably turn around and kill this Assassin with a little bit of support if they can find some. And Skrulk Daddy is pretty heavily surrounded. And the pigs, of course, here from Willow, are doing an excellent job chasing down everything. You can see here these Razor Cores were able to chase off the artillery crews. They chased off the Globadiers. There's pretty much nothing left for the Skaven. Just a classic Beastmen roll here. The Beastmen are certainly one of the factions that are very capable of running people over. With all the summons and the shock damage they put in, if you're not amply prepared with like a very good screen and buffering, they can get you good. But really the Plague Claw Catapults going down that quickly was super punishing as well. Even though it is close quarters, the Catapults could have done some decent damage. But yeah, in this case, not so much. Skrulk is the last of the rats standing. The Beastmen have spawn everywhere. Morker the Shadow Gave, of course, is a pretty scary duelist, and a Manticore summon has been dropped as well to come in and try and finish off the rats. And that's going to be game 1 going to Willow, I would imagine. I don't see any way for the rats to come back here, guys. That was a nasty rush for sure. And a very good Beastman build. It's fairly standard for sure. A very meta Beastman build against Skaven. Here you can see Lord Skrulk is going to be breaking to army losses, and that is going to be game 1 of the Spirit Essence of Chaos. And Willow and the Bray Herd shall be our first King of the Hill for today. So next up, Hyale Nala, you are here. Let's get you in, brother. Let's go ahead and update the scorecard. And yeah, that was that. All right, so we got Willow. And he's got 1. So we'll just kind of leave it here for now. Move Willow's name. So Hyale Nala, you are up, my friend. Hyale Nala, of course, has performed very well in Everchosens and other events, so certainly going to be a good challenge for Willow, our current king. So let's see what he said here. He said GG. Yeah, just a nice GG being dropped there. We'll do the troll. We'll do a bigger map. We'll do Tower of Hoth. That was certainly a pretty fast map. Hyale Nala is here. Hey. So, Willow picks 3. You ban 1 and pick. Then Willow picks. So Willow will pick 3 factions. Then Hyale Nala bans 1 and picks. And then Willow picks from there. So this is the format we've adopted for King of the Hill. So thanks to the folks who came up with it. It's been quite good. So moving down, the Skaven certainly were pancakes. We have a couple donations coming in from Mr. Pacific Storm. Thank you for the $9.99 special. Turin, oh, you actually wrote that. I didn't even read your comment, dude. Turin, $9.99 special for this awesome stream. Stay safe and embrace the blessings of Nurgle. I'm painting some Plague Marines right now, so it's all perfect. Thank you so much, man. And Joey Letters, thanks for giving me something to listen to while building cabinets. Wow, building cabinets. That's pretty cool, man. Perhaps I can purchase one from you someday when we move. Yes. That was something. Yeah, I think we needed Tretch. the Tretch man was going to be summoned here. So right now we have Willow, who can lay down his picks and bans. He picks Chaos Followers of Nagash and Clan Angrand. Ooh, a wild Clan Angrand pick, guys. Coming in from Willow. Hyale Nala now bans 1 of these and then picks. And we'll see how it goes. I'm going to get some more hot water for my tea here real quick. Yeah, the Skaven build could have been better on a big open field map, like a long one. But on a close quarters map, it was certainly pretty doomed. But I think he was just trying to have some fun showing some of the older units, from what I could tell. Some good tea right there. I always buy the sleepy time tea, the one that has like the little bear wearing pajamas on it. It's my favorite tea. Ever since I stopped drinking coffee. Man, I do miss coffee though. Being sent to work from home, getting ready for Total War Mega Sessions. I know, parentheses work is the best part. Yeah, you know, but Clan Angren does have a nice niche against Beastmen, you know, in some of the counters because it can tear out off a lot of the Beastmen stuff. America are the Skaven clans. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they certainly have the weapons of war, right? All right. Somebody did a really like detailed infographic once about like why each faction from Total War Warhammer was like what country they were, and it was actually really well thought out. Maybe I'll try and find that, and we can share it on stream next time. You know, it'd be pretty funny too. Would you guys like this? Like, if during the streams, like while we're waiting between games, I prepare a huge folder of like Haggard memes that are pertaining to Total War, and we just kind of go through them and share them together. I think that could be a fun thing. Okay, so ban the followers of Nagash and pick Lizard. So it's either Lizardmen versus Dwarves or Chaos. Probably the better matchup for them is, okay, I was going to say Chaos. So it's going to be Chaos versus Lizards. This is actually a fun matchup. I'm sure Hyalinale has some awesome schemes. Willow says for Nurgle, all right, well, perhaps we'll see the Demon Spew, pretty much the only Nurgle unit on the roster, until Game 3, I would imagine, puts him in. Samuel Christensen, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for this. Hope everyone is staying safe. I hope you are as well. Thank you, Samuel. Do it, Hadries. Do it. Total War meme review? Yeah. You know, but coffee, I love coffee, but it makes my meme review. All right, so we'll do that. We're not going to do it on this stream, but we'll do it on the next one. So basically, maybe on King of the Hill streams, we'll have like, because there's a fair amount of downtime in Total War Warhammer competitive, like with army picks and everything like that. So in between games, we can like switch and just like look at some of the more ridiculous ones. So of course, nothing offensive. I can't go too offensive with them because, man, my... for the first time in like 6 months, I've had a couple of videos demonetized by YouTube. And after, you know, a couple hours, or I think after 8 hours, they were reapproved. They were like, oh, it was our bad. There was nothing, you know, offensive in there. But yeah, you got to be careful on these wild times. I don't know what the CPM is as well. So yeah, a little bit of a tidbit about YouTube. So here's how it works, guys. Basically, companies and advertisers, for the most part, will advertise on YouTube. So they basically contact YouTube, these big companies, right? So you guys have obviously seen the ads. You've watched my videos. They work with YouTube, and YouTube is like the middleman for us and them. So YouTube then manually, they place the ad on our videos if we request them. But of course, YouTube is the one that negotiates all the rates and whatnot. So throughout the course of the year, YouTube is constantly negotiating ad rates, and you get like a really small fraction of it. Actually, if like YouTubers went directly to the advertisers, like let's say like Coca-Cola or whatever, whoever's advertising on your video, you would make so much more. YouTube takes a huge cut because as the middleman and the platform holder, they, you know, I suppose, you know, get the big cut. And of course, I'm very grateful to have what we have. But throughout the year, the ad rates really change. So in like January, for example, probably most content creators take like a 40% cut because there's a rate. So you can check the rate throughout the year. Maybe I'll show you guys like a chart next time so you can kind of see how that works. It's really interesting. But thankfully, you guys are so generous on stream that it doesn't, you know, it's not like really that difficult for me in January. You guys have been like my saving grace for sure here on the streams. No, I haven't really, to be frank, guys, though, it hasn't really affected me. You know, my ECL stream got demonetized for like 6 hours, so, and it was right when I published it, unfortunately. So I probably lost maybe like, what, $20 or something. It's not like the end of the world. And it only happened with like 3 videos, maybe out of 30 I had posted in that time frame. So it's really not significant for my channel. I'm not saying it is, but you know, for some channels it is. It really can be. Tiamat64, missed all of your live content for ages. Damn work, time to sit with a cup of tea and enjoy some slaughter. Do it, man. We're going to be here for a while. It's going to be a long stream. I would imagine this one will go over 4 hours, so we're just going to eat it. We're just going to go. I usually like to keep them under 4 hours. Otherwise, YouTube cuts, like accidentally cuts off parts of the stream, which is really frustrating. Although in this case, that might not actually be a bad thing because it'll cut like the first games that crashed. So, you know, I suppose that's not a bad idea. So players are ready. Oh, he's making some quick changes real quick to the build, and the players will be loading in a quick second. Yeah. LA's not on like total lockdown yet. No. It's like partial lockdown, yeah. Garrett Rashford says, love the vids, man. Bertoni versus Vampire tips. Yeah. So, in that matchup, honestly, I would recommend going with the Fey Enchantress. So go with Fey Enchantress, in my opinion. Lewin's a bit of a big target. And Luther Harkin can kind of manhandle him a little bit because he can kite him and hornswoggle him, and it's kind of like tough. So in that matchup, I would recommend going Fey Enchantress. You just have to be really good at your jukes when they try and dive her. Fey Enchantress, I like to get a Paladin on horseback, and then also get Gotrek. So you get magic damage to counter like Syrenes and anything spooky like that. And from there, you get a combination of Battle Pilgrims, Men-at-Arms. I would recommend getting a couple, probably like 5 Peasant Archers as well. And usually Gotrek plus the Paladin can do pretty well against most of the monsters. Like if they bring like a Rotting Leviathan, for example, you just kill everything else and then let Gotrek and the Paladin, go deep on the big monsters. Yeah, I'll put up a replay for you in the next couple weeks. It's one of my favorite matchups. I actually think Bertonia has a pretty decent one there nowadays, with Gotrek, of course, being added. But without him, it's pretty tough. You can use the Green Knight as well. But yeah, it's a little tricky. A turn stream can't be a turn stream without a radio cast or crash. I know. And it wasn't always that way. It wasn't always that way. We used to never have crashes, but really the crashes you've been seeing have really just been going on since the apocalypse started here with the corona. Because of all the internet throttling by the ISPs, I would imagine. Yeah. It is what it is, though. Can't win everything. I just hope that for this weekend's ECL Grand Finals, we don't have any problems. All right, guys, for the forces of Hyali and Ale, we got skink cohorts into the sunset, skink cohorts with javelins here, red-crested skinks, and it looks like that is pretty much it there. On top of that, a couple skink skirmishers in the front line just to basically counterplay Marauder Horseman, which is always a decent choice. And in the back, it looks like he does have a skink priest with Manticore Summoning and the Amber Spear. Now for his leadership, what do we got? Wow, look at this. Razordons, Salamanders, and more Salamanders. One second. Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be triple Salamander with Razordons as well. So going with that for his anti-large kit. I mean, if Chaos does go with like a Spawn Rush or something, that can certainly be very strong. In the back, he does have Krokar, atop Mighty Grimlock. So I would imagine a Hand of the Gods shall be here. We do also have a Skink Chief for some poison poke against some of the big monsters as well. A very cool army, very skirmish based, no Saurus, no real big monsters. I think this build is very designed to deal with Shaggoth play, because again, if Chaos goes with Shaggoths, they usually have a very slow army, they're very kind of stationary, and they can be kited and pulled apart. So, but in this case, let's look at the army here of Willow. He's got Marauder Horsemen into the sunset here. It looks like 3 of those. He does have the Demon Spew, so bringing in those Nurgle Forsaken here. And it looks like there are going to be some Chaos Warriors with great weapons as well, which are going to be pretty much not terribly useful here. There's not really any good targets for them. He does have a Hell Cannon in the back, which will probably be one of his saving graces, potentially to kind of force the lizards in. And last but not least, he does have Summoners of Rage and an Exalted Hero plus a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal, which can be pretty strong. He doesn't have Plague of Rust, though. Usually Plague of Rust is seen here with the Exalted Hero, but we'll see how that goes. So the battle's underway here. In the forest, we do have the Chaos Warhounds with Poison lurking. Those guys are going to be very important. And oh no, those poor Marauder Horsemen in the front just getting absolutely crumped here by all the skinks. Pushed back, and those little darts certainly hurting. So what is he shooting here with the Hell Cannon? It looks like he's going after the Razordons. And the first shot is a bit of a hit, but honestly, they're so like loosely packed here that, I don't know, it's not going to do too much to them. It does take out one model, which I suppose isn't bad, but yeah, not too many good targets for the Hell Cannon, to be frank. Here comes another one, but I guess if each shot kills a model, eventually you will get them down. So here are the Chaos Warriors, awaiting the advance of the Lizard Legion. However, these Salamanders are going to be a real pain in the butt for sure. They're going to be able to shoot and kite, and this is going to be really tough for Chaos here. They do have some decent counter-skirmishing elements themselves, in the form of like Marauders and a couple other troops like that, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. There are a lot of angry lizards here. So firstly, you can see here, Hyali Nali with the Umbral Tide and company shooting into the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal. Pulling across the map now, running away from the Hounds, and it looks like some of the Pterodons are coming over there as well to maybe drop some rocks on them, or actually attack in melee, which is a really bold strategy, Cotton. You know, it's dangerous because there's an Exalted Hero nearby, there's a Chaos Sorcerer Lord on a Manticore who can probably beat these guys in combat. So the Lizards definitely need to kind of peel off here, but so far pretty good here by Hyali. He's able to, take a little bit of damage here on the Pterodons, but he is able to get away from the pressure of the Hounds. In the meantime, though, Hell Cannon is still shooting, and it seems like the Hell Cannon has opted to go after some of the skinks here on the ground, and ooh, a pounding blow, taking out 10 of those little skink trolls right there. And it looks like Willow's getting pretty aggressive, coming in with his Hounds and the Summoners of Rage, really opting to try and chase these guys down. However, now a pretty good kill box here for the Lizards. They have a nice little RTS concave, able to shoot in, and the burst damage here from the Salamanders. And yeah, this is like a lizard ambush. Look at this. They're fully surrounded right here. Just fire and darts and poison coming from all angles. And over here, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Metal somehow took a ton of damage. It looks like Hand of the Gods might have shot him, because I don't know how he took that much damage just from the Powhawks' Sentinels. So the Chaos Advance crumbled pretty bad. The Lizards and the Salamanders able to shoot in quite happily here, really forcing these guys back. And in the meantime, the Hell Cannon of Doom shoots in and is able to roast down the some of these Razor Dawns, which I guess is a pretty good choice to protect your Demon Spew and your Chaos Warriors. But up in the sky here, it's going pretty badly here for the Chaos Sorcerer. He's being kited. It looks like a Final Transmutation, which is pretty much just Desperation, is being used on Krokar, and it's not going to be really effective, honestly. A huge waste, in my opinion, but I mean, it still does damage, for sure. I probably would have just saved up the Winds of Magic, but I think Willow might have been concerned he was going to lose his Chaos Sorcerer, so he just kind of did that as a bit of a reaction there, which, you know, I suppose is fair. Summoners of Rage, though, get a good engagement here. Willow is able to catch Hyali with a bit of a lapse in micro for a quick moment. It's a really tough army to micro, for sure, so I don't blame him. Yeah, Salamanders take a couple casualties. Summoners of Rage able to beat a couple of them down, but they have to run away quick because all the Skinks and the Salamanders able to really put some serious hurt on those guys. Hell Cannon proving to be a pretty solid MVP, actually. Able to almost finish off these Razor Dawns at the cost of like 40% ammo, but if it can finish off the Razor Dawns and then finish off the Umbral Tide, for example, that's going to be pretty cost effective in terms of just paying for itself. In the back, the Lizards are surging in, so Skinks are surrounding the Hell Cannon. Some of the Salamanders are going to be taking it out as well, and this is really, really unfortunate for Chaos. The Salamander hunting packs will take out this Hell Cannon, no problem. A couple of volleys and that bad boy should go down, and yeah, he needs to pull the Demon Spew or get his Summoners of Rage over here, because if the Hell Cannon goes, Chaos is going to be out a lot of tools here, and they're really going to be fighting on their back leg. So here comes another volley. Is it going to be enough to finish off the Hell Cannon? Probably one more volley would finish it. So yeah, he does pull the Sorcerer Lord over here, but there is going to be some Skink Skirmisher fire coming in. Salamanders pushing up as well, and now shooting into the Summoners of Rage. And Chaos at this point really pulling into a bit of a defensive posture. But yeah, Pterodon's back here shooting it. The Hell Cannon only is, it's on borrowed time, or borrowed time as they say. It's going to go down here in a matter of seconds. Salamanders shooting in. Able to roast some of these Summoners. Summoners haven't lost any models yet, but they're at about 45%. And it looks like the Chaos Sorcerer Lord is trying his heart out trying to get in here. But yeah, another Hell Cannon Blast is going to take out one of the Salamanders. And every time a Salamander goes down, it's kind of like it's like watching the Ewoks die in Star Wars. Really sad. Exalted Hero flying in as well, but there's just torrents of fire. Razor Dawn shooting him, Skinks poisoning him, Salamanders kiting him. Manticore summons are still available, and somehow this Hell Cannon is still going. I think there's like one Chaos Dwarf left in the back just piling it. How many are left? Oh, there it goes. Hell Cannon is gone, and with the Hell Cannon going down here, that is going to give a pretty substantial advantage to the Lizards in terms of the battle. Granted, there's a bit of a false inflation from the Manticore, and if the Lizards can be run out of ammunition, and there's still a ton of Chaos Infantry left, it could be a little bit scary, but I think Krokar is going to be enough to clean them up. And in the back, it looks like he does have Skink Cohorts, who of course can Tar Pit while Krokar cycle charges. And more darts going in. Man, that Chaos Sorcerer Lord is being picked apart here by the kiting from the Dinos. Red Crested Skinks have engaged here on the Summoners of Rage. And the Chaos Sorcerer Lord is like, screw the shit. I'm going to get something before this battle's over. I'm going to go after this little Skink Chief. And we'll see if it pays off. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Up in the sky, the Exalted Hero was kited and picked apart here by the Salamanders. Other Salamanders just collapsing in from all angles. The Lizard's really playing a heavy kite game for sure. And I really like this build from Yale. I feel like it's a build that could do very well against Elite Chaos. And also against, like, although wide Chaos could be a little bit scary if Chaos went very wide with, like, a ton of Marauders and fast infantry and, like, Chaos Knights and things like that. I think the Lizard build could have been run over. But nonetheless, it certainly paid off because most Chaos players do expect the Monster Mash here, and they kind of accommodate for that. So here comes the Sorcerer Lord, going to be jumping in, going after the Salamanders here. But, oh, Krokar's coming in, guys. The Alpha T-Rex, Sacred Spawning of Zotl here. It's going to be going in, and that Chaos Sorcerer Lord is going to be feasted on by this T-Rex. And down he goes! The Jaws of Grimlock, crushing the foul Chaos Heretic. Summoners of Rage running in to try and help, but I think there's not going to be too much Chaos can do. Chaos has, you know, some Chaos Warriors, some infantry left, but these are all infantry that, for the most part, can be terror routed and probably will be. And that is going to be army losses for Chaos. As the child of the old ones, Hyali Nali is able to pull out a glorious Lizardman victory, but Willow played a very good game. Willow's army, in my opinion, was very heavily hard countered, and he still put up a really good fight with some good control and some good Hell Cannon play, but alas, it was not enough to deal with the wrath of the Lizards and Hyali Nali. So, Hyali Nali will be our current King of the Hill. Next up on our list, guys, we have Bilbo Bagosh. You're up. So, Bilbo. All right. Perfect. And let's go ahead and update the scorecard here. So current king is going to be Hyali. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Nobody has won more than one today, so we're just going to kind of keep it there for now. GG. Well played. So next we'll do Troll Country. And let me pull up my list of, not my list, but a list of maps that I use for these events. The Wurzog dancing emoji just gracing the Discord here. All right, perfect. We have a donation coming in from Gallahan, $9.98 for a Haggard exercising pair. Thank you so much for the Haggard exercising pair that I did miss during the game, so my apologies, but thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Sheldon Apache. It's against the guidelines to speak so seductively. So we'll see if Bilbo's here. Hopefully he still is. We'll do some different maps here soon too. Nobody's won more than one game yet today though, guys. We will see if the curse can be broken. After this. So we're going to get the human boy back, the guy from the first game who crashed after this. So I'm going to add him onto the list because his power went out, and it's, you know, hopefully that's the case. And then, yeah, we'll keep going. Making some decent progress now. Yeah, Mazdamundi's very good. He is extremely powerful. He has really good spells. He has great bound abilities. Shield of the Old Ones is really good. The Sunburst standard's good. He has a good mount. Mazdamundi is, I agree with Dob. I think he's one of the better lords in the game. He's really, really powerful. Yes. Play as the Ewoks and throw javelins Battlefront 2. Can you do that? Can you like play as an Ewok in Battlefront? In the new one? Alright, so we got him here. So we're going to be on Troll Country. So King picks 3. Challenger bans 1 and picks. And King picks. Alright, so we're set. Players are going to do their business. And in the meantime, I'll hang out and chat and we'll just do it to it. Yeah, Mazda is expensive, but he's really good. I don't know. I don't know if I would say he's the best. I don't know. He's definitely a contender for the best. Yeah, I don't know. Who would I say is a better lord than Mazdamundi? It's hard. I don't know, maybe Luther Harkin. Luther's pretty like oppressive. Like Luther carries so many games on his own. Like him being able to kite, slow things, have like a ranged attack while he kites. He can like sit over your head as a monster. He can charge in and kill you. He can pretty much outduel most characters because of Hornswoggle. I might say Luther, Mazdamundi. Yeah, I'd really have to think about it though. There's an Ewok mode. Oh man, that's pretty fun. Oak, you just have to be in the Discord when I announce it, and anyone can sign up for King of the Hill. So we got Dwarfs, Lizardmen, and Greenskins are the picks here for Hyali Nali. And Bilbo can ban 1 now. It's pretty great. Bilbo does actually have Bilbo Baggins from the Hobbit. Well, from the Lord of the Rings, not from the Hobbit. As his profile picture here. So he bans Greenskins and he picks High Elves. So now it can be Lizardmen or Dwarves versus High Elves. I would imagine Hyali will just pick Lizards again. That would be my guess. Dwarves have a tough matchup there. It's certainly possible, but the safer pick I think would be Dinos here. Yeah, that's just my 2 cents. Yeah, the Blood Dragon Lord's good. I think Luther is like a hard carry though. Lewin is very strong. But man, I can't tell you how many games like should have been lost by a Vampire Coast player that Luther Harkin was able to just go balls deep and carry. Malekith is very strong as well. Malekith is very good. But so is Marathi. Marathi's arguably just as good. So it's like, you know. I'm trying to think of like just like the alphas of alphas. Marathi's insanely good actually. Yeah, Sigvald is way better than Grimgor. It's the regeneration that makes him better. Because Grimgor in competitive play just gets sniped so easily. Like, there's so many ways to just goon him. So it's going to be Lizards versus High Elves. So we have the High Elves coming in from Bilbo. And Hyali Nali will be coming in once again with the Lizards. So perhaps you guys will get to add some cool Lizardmen builds to your roster. Based on the experience you see here. Tretch. Tretch is the best lord. I don't know about that. Tretch is the king of haggardness. That's for sure. So next up on this, we have the Human Boy. Coming back, this Human Boy, yes. Zombinator, 345, A-Move, Divina Q, Arrow, Ice Power, Total War, Gromby, Random Dix, Hadries, and Peabutter did drop, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, we'll go from there. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Perfect. Bilbo's ready. Hjalle making the final tweaks to his army composition as we wait here. Yeah, Alariel's really damn strong too. She might be one of the best lords in the game. Like, she just brings so much to the table with that free heal. And it's really because that's just it, right? She doesn't do much else aside from that, but it's so good. It's such a powerful, powerful thing. Still my beating heart. Romulan, we're just talking about best lords in general. Yeah. Franz carries pretty hard as well. Reichel and Runefang, Galmaraz, hard hitting, fat charge bonus. Yeah, you gotta love the Franz. I did a list a while back on the best lord for each faction. And yeah, I'm pretty sure Franz was for the Empire. For Lizards, I just put Slans in general just because they're just so good. But yeah, Mazdamundi probably is the Alpha Slan, but some of the Life Slan is really damn good sometimes too, and the Heaven Slan and Light Slan is like really powerful with Barona's Time Warp synergies with like, we've seen Falcon just dominate people with those from time to time. Maybe I'll do more videos like that. Noctilus, so in Practical Jokers, I think that Noctilus used to be better than Luther, but I don't think he is anymore. I think Luther is way better, and Luther's always been really good. But Noctilus, like Luther, just ends games. Like if Luther gets like a really good jump on someone, their world is going to be ruined for sure. Granted, Noctilus is better in some matchups. There are matchups for Noctilus, but yeah, Cetra's really strong for sure. I agree with that. Good feedback, everyone. And Hjalle with the final tweaks to his army. I want to click and look, but I don't want to have to use a screen blocker. So I will avail you guys the screen blocker, and we'll keep going. Thanks for joining today, guys. Hopefully this is helping you get through your day. Through the lockdowns, people trapped in their homes. I was actually planning on honestly playing a 40k game with myself this week, like against myself. That's how it's getting here. You guys wish that Volkmar could ride in a steam tank? It would be pretty cool to have like an Imperial Engineer Lord that could like ride in a steam tank. Like he's on a crow's nest on the top of it or something with like a long rifle. That would be so cool. Oh my god, imagine that. So I'm sure there's a lot of folks in chat who are pretty privy to lore. Is there a character like that, like an Imperial Engineer? Like character who was like actually had a tabletop model and could be like put on a steam tank or something? I know. I'll commune with Nurgle this week. Don't worry, guys. I'll see if I can talk him out of all this nonsense. Who has a worse life? Skaven slave or a peasant? 100% a Skaven slave. 100%. Justin Steele says he used to play Magic against himself back in middle school. I've done that too, man. I've done that too. And I just like used to try and make decisions as if I didn't know what was in my hand with the other deck. You know, honestly, in 40k, you could do it. But I only have Chaos Army, so it's going to have to be like Death Guard versus like, you know, one of my other forces. I don't know, versus my like Chaos Army. I'll probably do my Death Guard against my Chaos, like against my Chaos Space Marines. There's a pure Death Guard army I want to experiment with, so it's so depressing if you really think about it. Oh, man. Well, at least the game will be fast. I play really quick, so in 40k, so there's no waiting around for my opponent to take forever and do your thing. Who would win in 1v1, a Skaven or a Glorious Peasant? I don't know. I'd have to look at the stat line. I can't quite remember. Play it like a long-term chess game. You could do that. Honestly, I can do Tabletop Simulator as well. So I could grab someone to play TTS with. And yeah, maybe I could like stream that or something. Would you guys like to see... Would this actually be something you guys would tune in for? A Tabletop Simulator 40k game? Let me know. Sotek and I have done a few. So, you know, and that could be a lot of fun for sure. Yeah, a cool opportunity to get things going. Granted, it might be better to just actually record that because it usually takes like 3 or 4 hours, and then I could edit it and like put it up on the channel. Let me know. Yes, caught a live stream again, says Duality Sound Lab, making the quarantine fun. We're trying. Anna prefers to paint 40k, but yeah, she could potentially play a game with me. But she really likes painting. That's her jam. All right, guys, here we are. Hjalle Nolly once again with a big old T-Rex. Saurus Old Blood, which of course means that the Horn of Kygor cometh. It's the main reason to take this guy. Gives melee attack, charge bonus, leadership. Certainly not bad. Frontline is going to be Saurus into the sunset. Red Crested Skinks, and he really is going to be playing the Cav game pretty heavily. Coldland Spear Riders here, an Ancient Salamander, as well as 2 Kroxigors with their spanking paddles. And for his caster, Heaven's Caster, Wind Blast is so good against high elf formations. Like, it can one-shot spears, it can one-shot sisters pretty well. It's just very, very good. So I like that. Pretty good stuff. Now for the forces here of the High Elves, who shall be led by none other than Bilbo Bagosh. He's got Fireborn here. He's got Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, 2 groups of archers in the form of the Sisters of Avalorn, who are the choicest of choiced targets for the Wind Blast. White Lions in the front line. In the back, we do also have some Silver Helms. And what is the rest of his front line? Yeah, just Spearmen, and it's going to be Techless. You almost always see Techless when somebody brings Sisters, because it's so cost effective. You can net something down, get that heavy AP fire. You can really do a ton of damage and just change the game. So the Bolt Throwers are also a very good counter against the Ancient Salamander. They kill it really quickly. Ancient Salamanders are quite squishy. Although, I mean, I don't know. Let's take a look here. Ancient Salamander, 3,100 HP, 95 armor, but again, Bolt Throwers have good AP. I've had countless games with High Elves, back in the day at least, when the Ancient Salamander first came out, where Bolt Throwers just kind of dump on it. And from there, basically just use the Sisters to kind of net down the Saurus Old Blood or the Kroxigors, try and focus those guys down. But, you know, Crocky is, not Crocky, but the Saurus Old Blood is pretty durable against Focus Fire. It could be a mistake to focus him too early, because if you look, he does have the Amulet of Itzel, which gives him a 66% ward save. So basically, if he gets netted down, he gets targeted by Sisters, he is 100% going to pop this in response. So against Focus Fire builds, that's pretty darn good. Good luck, have fun. Let's see how this battle goes. Good luck to both of these fine players. Will Hjalli and Ollie be the first ones to ascend to 2 mighty victories on this King of the Hill? Or shall it go to Bilbo Bagosh? See how it goes. I hope I'm saying that right. Pretty sure he's Polish. So the Bagosh there at the end, I think, would be pronounced like that. Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers to the back await. He does also have the Fireborn, I forgot to note. So he's got some elite cav that can certainly do some heavy shock damage to the Skinks. Potentially take out Kroxigors with rear charges. And he's got White Lions in the secondary, so honestly, pretty decent troop quality here for Bilbo. Techless with the Fiery Convocation can also do some damage as well, but it's a very slow casting spell. Most Skinks can dodge it. Saurus can even get out of the way. It's really good against Undead, though, because they're very slow. Good luck, have fun! Players are ready. Let's see how this goes. Bolt Throwers, I would imagine, immediately will be set onto the Ancient Salamander. It's going to be the juiciest of juicy targets there. The Salamander cometh. He waddles forward. And he's going to be taking some shots. Bolt Throwers coming in, ripping into the Salamander, but Hjalli, of course, juking pretty well. Hjalli, a very seasoned tournament player here. Not going to be giving it up for free, making his opponent work for this one. So Ancient Salamander going to be juking, just kind of wasting those shots. And I would imagine that he'll come closer and probably try and focus down the Sisters. You know, honestly, taking the Salamander over to the tree line here wouldn't be a bad idea. Like running into the tree here and then popping out and just shooting these Sisters from kind of behind cover. I feel like that could be pretty strong. But again, we'll see how it goes. Lizards are advancing. A Wind Blast is being prepared here, so Techless better watch out for the Skink Priest. You can tell he's kind of angling for it. Ooh, look at that. Thunderbolt coming in, actually, from the Skink caster. The Euron and Thunderbolt there, able to zap one of the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, which is certainly pretty good value. But the Wind Blast is a really important one. Wind Blast here is going to be going down, trying to hit those Sisters, and could be really, really nasty. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back in business. Sisters of Avalorn shooting in, going after the Saurus warriors with shields here. They are going to be taking a bit of damage there on the initial impact. But now he's probably going to be switching his efforts here into the Kroxigors, as the Bolt Throwers have now switched on to a more easy-to-hit target in the form of the Coldland Spear Riders. But the Salamander's sitting still now, so honestly switching the Bolt Throwers onto it at this point wouldn't be bad. Man, the Salamanders really hit hard, though, for sure. And you can see the Sisters took a lot of damage, losing 7 models and a lot of HP. But Nets has gone down to the Ancient Salamander, so Bilbo Bagosh not going to be taking any more business here. But look at this. Oh, man, Hjalli with the big brain plays. Getting the Saurus Old Blood in front of the Salamander, using the Amulet of Itzel. It's like some pro play stuff right there. That's so good. I mean, the Salamander would have been down to like 40-30% if not for that play there. So really, really solid. Now, Fiery Convocation is going to be going down as well. This could roast a lot of Lizards here. And the Saurus are definitely in range. The Red Crested Skinks, I mean, these guys, this might actually just be brutal. Oh, man. Oh, no, but it gets the Spearmen on the far side as well, which opens up this flank. So, some give and take. The cohort of Sotek did get eviscerated pretty hard. But look at that. They used to refuse to die. So they kept 73 models. Now these reserve Spearmen shall have to sally forth, but still being able to take out the Saurus and the Red Crested Skinks here probably was worth it. Sisters are still shooting in, pretty good in health, 52 models here, and it looks like the other one has 60. The Ancient Salamander, where did it go? Is it in melee combat? The Ancient Salamander, did it get taken out? No way it got taken out that quickly, but we'll keep an eye open for it. In the meantime, though, really disastrous situation here for the High Elves, as some of these skink cohorts are able to get around the back and temporarily shut down this bolt thrower crew. And some of the Fireborn are unfortunately on the far side fighting skinks and also Coldland Spear Riders, and they seem to be winning that engagement, but losing the bolt throwers in the back is certainly going to suck pretty bad, but that Fiery Convocation might have been a game-winning play. It actually roasted off the skinks pretty hard, and the red-crested skinks, and allowed the High Elves to do very well in the frontline engagement. Also, Sisters are still shooting. This group is very healthy, this group is very healthy, so I suppose if the bolt throwers go, it's not the end of the world. One of them is still shooting, the other one is like, you know, shoot for a couple more moments, I would imagine. And now you can see that the Saurus Oldblood is really being focused down here by the Sisters of Avalorn, certainly in a lot of trouble. Now, where did that Salamander go? I think, guys, the Salamander might have just gotten karate chopped. I can't even find it. It got killed so badly that its source code was deleted from the game. So the Saurus Oldblood charging into the Sisters, but the other group of Sisters is still shooting across, doing some big damage. And the High Elves are able to win the frontline engagement. That Fiery Convocation was really, really good. Roasting off the Saurus at the cost of a Spearman unit was probably still cost effective. And now Teclis is here, going to be helping to secure this flank and really help the Fireborn. He does also have regrowth, so the Fireborn could be giving some really nasty sustainability here. And you can see the High Elves are pulling really, really far ahead. The fact that the Sisters have been shooting this entire game and really haven't been shut down has been super devastating. It's led to the doom here of the Croxagores. The bolt thrower is able to shatter off the Saurus Oldblood, and that's going to be all she wrote, I think. Player's calling GG. And Hjali says, that was a terrible GG. Well played, dude. Terrible GG. Well played. I'm not sure. I think he was saying, like, he played terribly, GG. But I don't think he played badly. I just think some of the plays from the High Elves made were really good. And the High Elves are going to be crumbling down the Lizards. And guys, Bilbo Bagosh is going to be going on to our next game. Well played. That Fiery Convocation, keeping the Sisters in the pocket like an NFL quarterback. And, you know, for the most part, keeping the bolt thrower shooting the whole game. I don't... Like, what happened to that Salamander? Like, where is it? It just got deleted. Somehow. Maybe when the Croxagore left it, it got focused down by a couple Sister Volleys with, like, a Kindle Flame active or something. I don't even know. Well, there you go, guys. High Elves have won it this day. So, let's go ahead and change it. So it's going to be Bilbo. So next up, we have Human Boy. Yes, yes. He's coming back. Hopefully he doesn't... have another power outage. All right. So Human Boy. Well played. So we work down the list here. And for the map, let's go ahead and put him on a scrappy map. We'll pick one from the list that I don't normally do. So let's pull this up. Maps for multiplayer. And we can do Kelp and Coal Dust. You know, it says the Dragon Isles is a good map. Let's do that. It sounds cool. The Dragon Isles. See what it looks like. I have no idea, actually. So he says he played a quick battle, and that went fine. So glad to hear that. Let's get this going. So the king picks 3, so that's going to be Bilbo. Bilbo says, oh my god. Is this a bad map? It's on the map list that the tournament players put together. He says, oh my god, is this our next map? We'll switch it. It must be a bad one if he's having that sort of a reaction. So we'll do the Estalian Tomb. I mean, yeah, let's try this. You know what? Let's have fun. Yeah, let's try it. It's on the list. So let's see what happens. We gotta mix it up every now and then, and it's King of the Hill, so it's certainly more casual. All right, hey Turin, have you ever played SFO? I don't really have interest in modded combat or modded content too much, unless it's like a new faction. Like there was a Chaos Dwarf mod in Warhammer 1 that I enjoyed because it was pretty fun, but in general, not too much interest. Every time I entertain the idea, I watch a Turin stream and realize these guys play on an entirely different level. You'd be surprised, man. You just got to get in there and scrap. Oh god, the bots are here. No. No. They're back. They return in greater numbers. But I have to say, Hjali's Old Blood play, like screening for the Salamander, that was so cool. That was so cool. I'm not sure what Human Boy is saying. He says no elf things. Alright, so what does he do? Okay, so do we have Norska being picked by Human Boy? And then we got Tomb Kings from Bilbo Bagosh. It's going to be Bilbo facing off with Tomb Kings against Norska. It's a fun matchup. I actually don't know what this map looks like, so I'm rather excited to see this. I have no idea. Not cleaning material. Man, that's a good question. I'm sure chat can come up with something. Yeah. We're doing it. The bots raid everyone's streams. It's not just Total War Warhammer content creators. It's literally everyone. Hey, welcome, Zach and Uber. They raid any stream over a certain size, correct? Yeah. Hey, what's up, THTTATHH1? Glad you've been lurking, man. Welcome to the chat world. Good to see you. Hjali says, the only good thing I did in that fight, man, my cav engagements were just pitiful. Glad you didn't have to see that. Yeah, I didn't get to focus on the cav engagements too much. I saw on one side, Hjali, you had the Fireborn fighting over there with some skinks, or you were fighting against the Fireborn, but the other one I didn't really see too much, so it's hard to catch everything. Yeah, I actually like this matchup for Norska. I think it's pretty good for them. Their infantry are really cost effective. They have some good anti-construct play. I don't remember what this map looks like. I'm quite curious. Human boy, yes, yes. He has like a little Skaven drawing as his picture. That's awesome. I love the custom drawings. I am just gonna stretch here. Yeah, Hjali, don't stress it, man. Your first game was legendary for sure. The Salamander game. Oh, just sitting back. Going to be doing a new format too, guys. So on the channel starting sometime this week, the lovely Lady Turin, my smoking hot wife, shall help me with some graphics. For we're going to be doing a new video series that is basically like Sports Center for Total War. So it's going to be like have a couple people talking like sports pundits, and then we're going to have subjects on the left-hand side that we just kind of go through. You know how in Sports Center they have like different subjects and they just kind of scroll from each one? We're going to be doing that. So the old blood is still the hero in our hearts. Yes. So we're going to be doing a Sports Center series, which will be really fun. So basically each episode I'll have someone on, just one other person, and we'll just go through and kind of give our thoughts on a bunch of things like matchups and occasionally lore and campaign stuff as well. It'll be really fun. It's just going to be a relaxing format to just kind of mess around with. I don't expect it to like be mega popular, but yeah, it'll be funny. We'll have like a meme review in there as well. I don't know. We'll do something fun. Oh yeah, this map. This is actually kind of a cool map. It's like really small, but like it's pretty fair. I mean, there's a hill here, but both players have a high ground. There's a slope in the middle. There's like a evenly balanced tree line. 2 symmetrical trees here as well. This is actually not a bad map. The Slanesh invasion is strong. Oh no. They come back in greater numbers. They've gained confidence. I can't get the Sports Center music. Otherwise, they would probably like flag my video. Oh. It'll be really fun though. It'll be like a Google Hangout, and then we're going to have like an overlay with some other stuff. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. It's going to be great. So players are loading in here. We're on the Dragon Isles. I actually like this map kind of. I think this is kind of a fun one. I remember playing this one in campaign. All right, guys. So for the build here of Human Boy, yes, yes. You got some mods of savagery, so some armor-piercing skin wolves with armor, certainly not a bad choice. Misthawkers, 2 groups of hounds to shut down archers and skirmishing stuff. In the front line, berserkers and marauders, which is pretty cool. We do also have a skin wolf, the premier condom brand of the old world. There's also going to be Big Papa Throg in the back as well with anti-large, armor-piercing, and frostbite. And last but not least, a Shaman Sorcerer of Fire, because Burning Head is so insanely good and can instantly win you the game if you get a really good cast. Now for the forces of the Tomb Kings, who shall be led by Bilbo Bagosh. He's got a Sphinx of Usef here. He's got a couple of Ushapti as well to help counter the Berserkers and frontline pressure. Frontline for him is going to be skeletons for the most part, so opting not to get much troop quality, which is probably a good choice. Skeleton Horseman Archers for some counter skirmishing, and on the ground here, oh, is this Katep? It's Katep with his mobile DJ booth. It's going to be Grand Hierophant Katep and double Necrotect, which should be quite a bit of fun. So we'll see how this goes. I'm noticing a little bit of lag, so hopefully Human Boy, it's not you. Bilbo didn't seem to lag too much last game, so hopefully it won't be too much of an issue as this battle does go on, but we'll see. Pretty good builds by both players for sure. I like the Ushapti. I feel like they're a pretty fun unit, and of course having the big old Sphinx can really do some heavy damage against Skin Wolves because fire damage. against Skinwolves and against Throg. Throg, of course, takes massive damage here from the Sphinx, not only from the anti-large, but also from the fire damage. That can be pretty nasty. So the battle shall be underway in a moment. Skeleton Horsemen Archers are going to be looking for skirmishers, poking and prodding in the forest. You know what? Yeah, and it seems like this map isn't bad. Seems like it's really not bad. All right, guys, adjusting the microphone a little bit there. Got to make sure my audio is picking up. Throg is the meme king for sure. Good luck, have fun. So these two players here, let us see how the scrap goes. In the forest here, we do have a pretty aggressive Vanguard deployment from the Mods of Savagery, plus also from the Skinwolf Airkin. You can see they're howling in symmetry here. The two Haggard Wolves prancing in the forest, running on all fours, trying to sell these condoms to the Tomb Kings, but they do not want any of that business, that's for sure. And now the strike comes. How quickly will the Tomb Kings react? And will Human Boy react quick enough to get back here? So now he's discovered. The trap is sprung. This is really ballsy. I would not charge in here. I think that Human Boy is going to want to pull back. This charge is really, really aggressive. Oh no, Human Boy. Don't you disconnect on us again. This is pretty much the same thing that happened earlier. If he does, we'll just move on to the next game. We can't wait around, unfortunately. Seems like a little bit of stabilization. All right. Maybe he's having some power issues where he lives. He said he played a quick battle after his last disconnect, and it was fine, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt here. The Sphinx charging in as well, but Human Boy is going to be pulling back here. Bilbo taking up refuge in the tree line here because Bilbo does not have to move. Bilbo can basically just get his Skeleton Horseman Archers. He can ride up, he can poke, he can skirmish, and he can force the beasts to come in and fight him, which, if he wants to fight in the tree line, it will penalize his Ushabti and also will penalize the Sphinx. And honestly, I think fighting in the trees might actually be better for Norska because of all the infantry quality they have. So that's something to think about. In the meantime here, we do have the glorious Throg, the Troll King, moving up. A little bit of a focus fire coming in on him, it looks like, but he can pretty much regenerate through any of this light damage that he will take from the Skeleton Horseman Archers. Some dogs for Norska are screaming around the far side, going to be chasing down these Skeleton Horsemen, which are much slower, 76 speed against 95. So if Bilbo's not careful, he's definitely going to want to pull them back to his main army and just play a little bit more of a cautious game. But it looks like he is going to opt to fight in the trees. The Skinwolves on the far side just kind of lurking, as well as are the Moths of Savagery. But, you know, Bilbo's got a good position. He's got a spear line here, so there's really, like, unless the Moths want to go all the way around, there's no flanking for them. They're going to have to push through the front. Burning Head's going to be attempted here. We'll see if Bilbo's paying attention. Looks like he reacted pretty quick considering, but it still was able to take out some skeletons. But had he not done that, it would have pretty much just KO'd those skeletons like 100%. So he does opt to charge into the Berserkers here, I think. And now the Moths of Savagery and the Werewolves are going to be jumping in, and the fight is on. So in this frontline engagement here, you can see these Marauders have taken a bit of work from the Necrotech, and the big monsters are now pushing in as well. And I would imagine the Ushabti will pile in as a bit of a secondary push, but this skeleton line here getting crumbled pretty well, so that's a nice play here by Human Boy. He's able to crumble down the Skeleton Warriors. And now some Skeleton Spears, as well as the Ushabti, are going to be piling into combat here and trying to help out in this engagement. Because you can see the Skeletons are going down very, very quickly. Over here we have Marauders fighting Skeletons, a bit of a wet noodle contest, but the Ushabti should be the difference makers here. And as far as the Lord goes, we have Kotep, and it looks like Kotep's going to be casting some sort of witchcraft here. I'm not sure, but Kotep needs to be careful. He's a little bit danger close here. He does use the Incantation of Desiccation to lower the stats here of all the Norskins. And now Throg is going to potentially get taken to Pound Town. Bilbo Bagosh here can get the Sphinx, which has the Elixir of Might. This Sphinx has 640 weapon strength. Look at that combo by Bilbo. That is beautiful. And you can see here that Throg is literally just getting put in a trash can. Like, horribly. He does have the crown, so he can make himself, I believe... Can he do it to himself? I can't quite remember, but he can make something unbreakable, which is probably going to be necessary pretty quickly. Over here you can see DJ Kotep is dropping some sick beats here, so he's able to drop the beats on top of the Skeleton Spearmen and some of these other troops here. And yeah, it seems like the Werewolves are having a bit of a problem. Berserkers can't really get into sustained combat terribly well. The Fimir are finally getting here. A couple of groups of these Berserkers haven't even gotten into combat yet, and Throg is pretty much almost dead. And as a matter of fact, I think Throg, yeah, he made himself unbreakable with the Winter Tooth Crown, which was to be expected. It's an AoE, that's right. You use it and it like is an AoE buff of nearby troops. But with Throg going down here to the big old Sphinx, like I just don't see... A Burning Head here isn't a bad play. It will clear off some of the skeletons and the spears and things like that, and maybe help to free up Throg, but it's not going to be enough. Throg needs to try and get away, and he is so low right now. Winter Tooth Crown is breaking, and Bilbo even pulls in his Lord here. He pulls in Kotep to try and ride down Throg and kind of keep him pinned down. Now, Norska is doing well in some engagements here. You can see the Moths of Savagery and the Skinwolves, the premier condom brand of the old world, are jumping on top of the Ushabti here, and they are tearing them down pretty quickly, which is good. In the other fights, though, it's a bit of a wash. Hounds in the back are fenced off here, but now the problem is that Throg is down. Throg just got smashed in the forest there by the Elixir of Might combo here by Bilbo. And Bilbo still has this giant Sphinx. So the Sphinx is going to be jumping in. We have Kotzeb jumping in as well. And I think it's only a matter of time before the Norskan core gets kind of grinded to dust here by the Sphinx. There's just not enough stopping power without Throg, I don't think. You got the Firecaster. Let's look around, see if there's anything else that's missing. On this side, it's going well for Norska. I mean, Norska, if Throg had been kept in good shape, they would have actually been in decent position to grind down this army. But with that being the case and Throg just getting karate chopped, like literally like the chop of this thing's claw here is just so punishing. And the Ushapti summon's going to be used in the back, which is going to rear charge and probably break some of these Norskins and also pin in. Yeah, this is a really good Ushapti summon here. The Maws of Savagery will go back to attack it, but they're taking so much damage here from the Sphinx. Maws of Savagery are regenerating Werewolf. So these guys basically are very, very weak to anti-large fire damage, which is the Sphinx. The Titan is also decent in this matchup as well. Fire damage, he doesn't have anti-large, but he does some work. Incantation of Desiccation going down, so the entire Norskan core here is like rocking like 7 melee defense, and the bounce power is starting to ebb pretty heavily into the favor here of the Tomb Kings. Granted, if they slip up and let Kotzeb get killed here by the Werekin, maybe that gives Norska a fighting chance, considering Norska still has the Miststalkers, they still have the Marauders, they have the Berserkers, and all these other troops here, but I don't see that happening. A little bit of lag. I think it is Human Boy, unfortunately, lagging, so hopefully you can get that fixed before the next King of the Hill. Here on the ground here, you can see the Maws of Savagery are pretty much just taking to Pound Town. And the Sphinx here is now going to be going after the Skinwolf Werekin. And when the Werekin goes down, with Kotzeb still being alive, Kotzeb's been dropping some somewhat sick beats. Not terribly sick, but definitely sick. He's got, 35 kills, and of course he could drop the base over here on some of these Berserkers. A nice burning head right there. They've been pretty decent this game, although that one looks like it just barely went the wrong direction there towards the end. And some of these wolves are going to be going in. Norskan Warwolves or Warhounds going to be charging in, going after our boy Grand Hierophant and Kotzeb, but he's able to pull back as the big Sphinx is just taking like 0 damage. There's Necrotect healing on this bad boy. And man, he is just beating the brakes off the Skinwolf Werekin. Back when Norska first came out, like way, way long ago, the Skinwolf Werekin used to actually be one of the best units in the game. It was so insane back then, but it got a ton of nerfs and cost increases, and became a much less frequently picked unit. So here we have the Maws of Savagery are broken. On the far side, we have Ushapti. Oh, and the sick beats from Kotzeb going down on the Marauders and taking them down to like 40% from full, and it literally just goes like the perfect direction. Goes right through those guys. Granted, it would have been a little bit better if it went up against the Marauder Berserkers and things like that, but yeah, it is what it is. Over here, Skinwolf Werekin is going to be charging on the hunt. I'm not sure what he's charging. No, it looks like he's just running away. I thought he may have been chasing something. And yeah, now it's only a matter of time before Bilbo is able to claim victory. The Necrotechs will be pretty good in sustained combat with their bonus for infantry, and the Miststalkers, which are pretty much the last anchor of Norskan power here, are going to be taken apart over the course of this battle here by the Sphinx. The Sphinx is going to be able to come in and just give them the dirty. Over here we have the Ushapti summon still kind of holding these guys at bay, and the Skinwolf Werekin has come back. I mean, it just shows that Norska certainly has some really good teeth in this matchup. The fact that they've taken so many catastrophic losses, yet still are in this game to an extent with the Skinwolf Werekin. Because yeah, I mean, the Berserkers could feasibly chew through all this infantry, isolating the Sphinx, which could then struggle a little bit against Miststalkers plus the Skinwolf Werekin, but I don't see that happening. Especially since Kotzeb lives and obviously is going to be providing a lot of magic support. Arcane Conduit coming down. And there goes another Miststalker being chopped into oblivion here by the Sphinx. The Firecaster, the Shaman Sorcerer, going to be charging in. I believe these are the Summoned Ushapti, though. Are they? No, they're actual Ushapti. The Narrow's Incantation of Protection going down, giving these guys juicy, almost 50% physical resist. 44, oh, pretty good. Able to finish off those Berserkers there. And the Skinwolf Werekin, of course, has the advantage in this matchup, being an anti-large specialist that regenerates against a bonus for its infantry unit. However, those Ushapti will probably hold them in place long enough for army losses to kick in, because the Sphinx is going to break these guys. When the Berserkers break here, it's going to be really nasty, and then the Miststalkers are going to be following in suit. Nice rear charge coming in from Bilbo. He's able to get the Skeleton Horseman Archers, trap the Miststalkers from retreating, and really just allow the big boy to come in and finish them off. So it looks like GG well played being dropped here by the Norse. And you can see the Shaman Sorcerer here is he's on death's bed, but well played to both players for sure. Throg getting just gooned like that, though, like straight up cost him the game. If Throg had been able to live for most of the battle and fight and pull back and get the good engagements against like the Ushapti, it could have been a very different game for sure. But of course, Throg getting gooned and the Elixir of Might combo is really cool. And here it is the twilight here of the Norskan forces, as some Marauder Berserkers and the Fimir are going to be broken into the sunset. That should be army losses in a quick moment here. You can see the bounce power is almost point of no return. When a couple more units are broken here, it should lead to the losses. So well played indeed. A bit laggy. It should be fine next game. Yeah, I think it was because we had the same lag in the first game. we had. So we should be fine for the next one, because Bilbo didn't have any lag in the first game we played. So, all right, guys. Bilbo is going to be our first official King of the Hill. Sorry about the lag. It should be fine from here on out. I think it was just, unfortunately, the Norskan lad here with a little bit of lag, but it should be fine. Hopefully he can get it fixed before the next stream. No problem, though. It wasn't too bad. Yes. Why am I Don King now? I see people calling me Don King in chat. The Rumble in the Jungle. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. The Ollie Fraser reference. You guys like that. GG, well played. Next up on the list. So we have Zombie Nader 345, if he's still here. All right, so Zombie Nader. Actually, Zombie Nader 345. You're up. Let's see if he's here. Zombie Nader, I believe, is new to this, which is good. Hey, it's okay, Austin. No stress, man. You played well. Yeah, the Werekins are a weird unit, for sure. They should be good. Mike Tyson versus Frazier would have been an interesting fight. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all those cross-generation, like, big fights would... It's really fun to kind of speculate. Send Steam ID to me directly. Your friend code. So we'll get the Zombie Nader set up here in just a moment. So one sec here. Going to go to my friends list. The dreaded Steam friends list. I basically just have to scour my list every now and then and find people who haven't played in like 2 months and just make some room. All right, perfect. So I'm going to be adding him in just a second. We'll get him into the game. And we should be good to go. Let's find the Zombie Nader. And he is from Spain. Very cool. All right, Zombie Nader. You're up. Hopefully you play the undead and live true to your name. Bilbo with some very, very good games so far. Some really cool combos, actually. Should be alphabetical. There should be a search feature. Like, you should be able to search through your friends list here. I guess I can do it in Steam and then invite him to the lobby, but it'd be cool if it was in Total War as well. All right, so... Zombie Nader. I will invite him to the lobby. And he's been invited. We're not in beta, no. Turin, is tabletop more difficult than PC games? Honestly, it's just very different. But yeah, tabletop's very complex. Like, it's a game of inches. So O'Doyle rules, I would say they're equally difficult in different ways. They require very different skill sets. The PC game requires much more fast twitch and fast-paced decision-making, whereas tabletop is more of kind of like a chess player's game. I'll be Don King. No problem. But we're not on the beta, no. What is a good Tomb King's army for most matchups? Aaron, so that question we get asked a lot. Basically, you can't really have like one army that's good against everything. Army builds are very, very dependent on the matchup you're in. So if you ask us like a matchup, we can give you something. But typically there's units that are almost always good, like Ushapti Grepo, so you can get away with those. Okay. Sounds good. So the next map is going to be the, not the Golden Colossus, the Tomb of Shifting Sands. No, that's the one with the huge hill in the middle. We already did that. We'll do the Warpstone Mine. All right, so we'll see what Bilbo can do. Bilbo, I think, currently has 2 wins. Let's go ahead and update that. We already did. So Bilbo is the current leader now. We can officially put him up here. Bilbo. And with 2 wins. We'll see if somebody can topple his mighty record. We have some really good players coming up. California's doing all right, yeah. Zombinator should pick Gorst. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it's doing all right. I mean, yeah, obviously we're having the same problems everywhere else is. So Bilbo picks High Elves, Tomb Kings, and Skaven. Now Zombie bans 1 and picks... Oh, Zombie's ready. Okay, so he bans Tomb Kings and picks Lizardmen. So now we have High Elves and or Skaven against Lizards. Both are decent, I suppose. We've seen Bilbo with some pretty cool High Elf play, actually, in the first game. I'm glad that despite a rocky start, we were able to get the stream going well. And just kind of reviewing some maps for future games here. I think that Kislev would be a really fun faction, and I'm fairly certain Kislev will get added in Game 3. I would just like, I'd be willing to wager some dough on it for sure. Oh yeah, George Foreman was an absolute beast. That guy was a monster for sure. Coming back and winning the heavyweight title in like his 40s, like man, that guy's a hero for sure. And he has the George Foreman grill, which is certainly a very awesome creation, especially for college students. I used to cook a lot of stuff in my George Foreman grill when I was in college. So Bilbo is going High Elves. So it's High Elves versus Lizards here on the Warpstone Mine, which I would say is a pretty good High Elf map, actually. Considering that there's a lot of like choke points and stuff you can kind of force the dinos into. What is a good Tomb King's army against other undead? So it depends on which undead you're playing. If you're playing Vampire Coast, typically you're just going to have like a bunch of Tomb Guard and Skeletons and like mass archers and just go super wide with a couple anti-large characters mixed in. If you're playing against Vampire Counts, it's very much like a monster mash. So you can bring like the Sphinx, you can bring like Necrotex on foot with like Halberd infantry. Oh man, Tyson Fury is awesome. Awesome to watch. I don't know too much about him personally, but man, I really like watching Tyson Fury fight. He just like looks so out of shape. Yeah. Hey Misha, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well over there. So yeah, up on the list after this, we have Amuf Hacker, we have Davina Q, Aerocrastic, Ice Power, Total War, Gromby, Random Nix, and Hadries on the primary list. And then of course we have reserves as well, but the stream's already going pretty long, so we'll see how we do there. But honestly, we're making pretty good pace. Oh, why am I getting public messages? That's weird. People like tagging me or something? Huh. So Bilbo's ready. Zombinator 345. Doing his thing as well. Yeah, George Foreman is a legend for sure. Yeah, Tyson Fury defies conventional boxing. Well, the way he fights is, man, he's so like quick for a big guy too. He did wreck Wilder in the rematch, yeah. I watched that fight. It was great. Juan Diaz Garcia says Zombinator hacks. How does he hack? How do you hack in Total War? I guess you could drop hack people. Tyson Fury is a punching bag that punches you. But he's built like a punching bag. He certainly doesn't get hit often. Tyson Fury's got really good head movement. Man, he's like so nimble for a big guy. And he's a good shit talker, you know. He's got the whole package. Tyson Fury was talking about doing some crossovers with mixed martial arts, which would have been pretty crazy. Because obviously a lot of these like MMA stars, like these want to do boxing matches to just cash in big because boxing pays so much more on the top level than MMA. You know, you might have like a headliner for like UFC, right? Like a big headliner at UFC might make like I'm talking like top tier headliners might make like, aside from Conor McGregor, might make like 400, 600,000 for like a big headlining card, like the biggest, right? But then you get into boxing and the amount of money that these like boxers make just dwarfs MMA so hard. It is insane how much money there is in boxing. What I don't like about boxing in some ways though is tune-up fights. So like a lot of boxers, their records are like super padded because they basically just get a ton of tune-up fights to just build a personality. Whereas in like MMA, you often see that top fighters have like a fair amount of losses because they fight other top fighters much quicker than in boxing. Yeah, but I do like watching boxing. When I was like 11 years old, I watched the Rocky movie, and that got me like super hyped into boxing as a kid. And then I actually started following actual boxing at that point. But then MMA kind of took over my interest because I really liked the grappling aspect and the kickboxing aspect and all that kind of stuff. We're doing King of the Quarantine, Jabba the Hutt. Yes, we are. We are indeed. Zombie NATO banned for hacks. What? Is this one? I have no idea what's happening here. What witchcraft is this? All right, guys, we're in it. Let's do it to it. Let's see how this goes. So for the forces of the High Elves, who shall be led by Bilbo Bagosh, he's got Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers here. It looks like two of these bad boys. And he does also have Tekla. So going for a very similar build. I believe this is the exact same build we saw more or less against Yale Nale. He does have these sisters, only one group of sisters this time. He must have another one. He had two last time. I think he might have them back here. Yeah, it's the same build we saw. So it's double Bolt Thrower, double sister, Fireborn, Silver Helms, White Lines, and Spears with Teklas to net things down. So for the forces here of the Dinos in the front line, we have Saurus Warriors in the front line, one Bastillodon, and it looks like we have Cold on Spear Riders. In the back, it's going to be a couple red-crested skinks, also a skink chief, and Lord Mazdamundi as well. So Mazdamundi coming in with his thick cart. Mazdamundi does, of course, have the shield of the old ones to give a 12% missile resist, which is quite nice. And in the back, a couple red-crested skinks with some skink skirmishers. Nice little army for sure. Pretty wide, not too many big targets aside from the Bastillodon. I mean, Mazdamundi, you can try and snipe him, but he does have the Sunburst standard plus shield of the old ones, plus he can heal himself. So he's somewhat durable against sniping attempts. I mean, he can still go down, obviously, but he's quite a thick, angry toad. Good luck, have fun. See how this goes? Good luck to both players. Will Bilbo Bagosh reign triumphant once again in this matchup? He was able to win earlier. The builds are different, though, for sure. In Hyali's build, we saw the Saurus Old Blood. In this one, we see Mazda. It a bit wider. Less cav, though. He has a pretty decent little skirmishing core, which you often see chameleons against Isles because missile resistance is always good against them. And they're pretty good against dragons and phoenixes and things like that. So I think that's a really good inclusion for sure. So the battle will be underway in a moment. Does he have the double bolt thrower this time? I believe he does. Bilbo, pretty good position here. The lizards have a natural, or are forced into a choke here because you can't go through this little like ravine right here. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Players are both ready, it would seem. And we'll see how the red-crested skinks do. And Bilbo in quite a jolly position. Able to just kind of camp back here. His bolt throwers are ready to shoot as well. The lizards advance forward. I wonder what the bolt throwers will shoot. Honestly, he could put one on probably the cav units. Because if he's able to kill the Cold One Spear Riders quickly, then that's going to free up a lot of the mobile game. It'll allow the Fireborn to pretty much just do whatever they want. And just kind of go ham. There are some Temple Guard here. We do have the Star Chamber Guardians as well, guarding Mazdamundi. So not only does he get the Sunburst standard for missiles, but he also gets an additional 12% missile resist. Or not missile, physical. So I guess that doesn't help him. Yeah, Guardian isn't going to help against the Sisters because of their magic damage. Let's take a look. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's only physical resist. Yeah, it's not going to help too much. It'll help against bolt throwers, though, which is nice. So the bolt throwers are shooting in. Some of them do hit into the Saurus. Let's go ahead and see where he's like right against a white line. That would be considered line camping, which is against tournament rules. So, of course, we would think. And a little bit of lag here. Hopefully it'll keep going. Keep going steady. Looks like it was just very intermittent there, which is solid. And Cold One Spear Riders here on the flank are waiting in the wings. Bolt throwers shooting into Mazdamundi once again, and might as well just pepper that big old toad down. If he has to heal himself instead of his other troops, like his Star Chamber Guardians and things like that, I mean, that's always pretty decent, right? Red-crested skinks are mixed in as well. Those guys will be decent at putting some AP and poison onto the white lines if they can get in contact here. And it seems like, yeah, this natural choke here is pretty good. I mean, if Teclis can drop some sort of AoE right here, and this, like, honestly, maybe like a Fiery Convocation, like right down the line here, could be really, really kind of sneaky. And that would force the lizards to kind of chill back while it's being cast, and then allow your sisters and other units like that to do some really gross damage. So it looks like he is going after the Feral... Oh, that's a Feral Stegodon. Okay, that is no mere beast. I thought it was a Bastillodon, but no, that's actually a Stegodon here. So sisters are going to be pretty efficient, but they're actually being blocked by the hill a little bit. And the other group of the archers are shooting into the Saurus and just kind of the general blob here. And it looks like a net is going to be going down on the Stegodon, which is great. So now all the missile play and the bolt throwers and everything pretty much is just going to focus down this Feral Stegodon. And it's probably going to break. Mazda can Apotheosis it, but I don't know if that's worth it. He might use Cold Blood to kind of keep it fighting, but man, it is getting pounded here. In the meantime, Mazdamundi is taking a lot of bolt thrower fire as well, which puts him in a really precarious situation. Mazda has to decide, am I going to heal myself or am I going to heal the Stegodon? The Stegodon just getting smashed by the Sisters of Avalorn and Teclis, and you can see this thing is going to be running for the hills. 290, negative 76, 275, and down it goes. A brutal start here. The High Elves really taking the reins on this battle here very, very quickly. And now Mazda is kind of like, he's in the danger zone a little bit, guys. I don't know. Ruination of Cities is coming down, which could do some huge damage back here if it goes in the right directions. Oh, but it looks like it gets canceled. Fiery Convocation coming down once again from Bilbo. Oh, brutal damage. Roasting the Star Chamber Guardians, the Red-Crested Skinks, the Saurus Warriors. That was brutal. That 3-for-1 value right there, just really punishing the Lizard Blob. In the meantime, Skinks are shooting, but they're not really doing anything. They're just shooting into Armored Shielded Cav here. And Mazda is trying to juke. Apotheosis going down, but I feel like the Lizards are just really in a pretty tough position here. Fireborn charging in here against the Cold One Cav. And the Fireborn are easily going to win this engagement. The Cold One Spear Riders just getting dunked on. So much damage taken by these Elite Cav. And now Banishment's going to be coming down here, which is going to be potentially really good. But Mazdamundi is basically just put in the can. He's down for the count. You can see negative 28, negative 29. He's pushed back, and Zombinator's Lord Mazdamundi is literally just put in a trash can there. So at this point, it's pretty much no chance for the Lizards. So, you know, even if the player were to crash here, I'd probably still give it to the High Elves. There's no chance here. Fireborn riding about, going to be able to just shock charge into all these lizard infantry here. There's white lines and spears in reserve. Bilbo really showing some good defensive high elf play today, using the sisters and the nets and the fiery convocations to really just do a number on some of these engagements here. So now some of the swords will get through, but spearmen and some of these Fireborn are going to happily just kind of punt through all the skinks and just come in with a fat shock charge. Here they come. I think that was an enfeebling foe from Teclis. Let's go ahead and look here. Yeah, it looks like an enfeebling foe. And that's going to be army losses as Bilbo Bagosh able to come in and do a very Dobja job here in this matchup. And that is going to be game. GG, well played. Yeah, there's no way. That was a brutal focus fire for sure. Yeah, man. Need some wind blasts. Somebody needs to start wind blasting his sisters. That's the way to do it. There are some Star Chamber Guardians still fighting, but it's only a matter of time before the Fireborn ride into their back and just crumple them. The Fireborn really just getting those good engagements too. There you have it. Bilbo is the reigning king so far, up to a whopping 3 wins. And you guys know how darn hard it is to get 3 wins here on these King of the Hill streams these days. So well played to those 2 fine players. All right, so next up, who do we have? We have Amuf Hacker. All right. All right, Amuf Hacker is on the way. For the next map, we will do... what map do we want to do next? Sword of Torgald, Summer Song, Southern Chaos Wastes. We'll do Southern Chaos Wastes, that's fine. GG, well played. Already said it. No GG from Zombinator. All business sent, man. All right, so Bilbo here is 3-3. Fiery Convocation did not get a speed buff, but it hits really hard. It hits really hard. Yeah, Amuf Hacker is a really good player, so we'll see how this goes. We will see how it goes. A little bit of stream lag, huh? A little something happening there. Hopefully it passed. Hopefully it passed indeed. Hey, Jacksaw, you're welcome, man. I'll happily host these events for you. So Amuf Hacker is up. I'm not sure what his name is right now. He usually plays under an acronym or a name of some sort. I'll try and guess. I think his last one was like some sort of a anime reference of something. Hataraku or something. Hataraku desu. Oh, okay, where are you? Looking for him here on the list. We'll see if he's here. He may be AFK, and if he is, then we can just move him down the list and have somebody come in here. Yeah, Bilbo's had some really good games, and against really good players, too. Okay, he's on the way. Perfect. We're all set. Perfect. Also, Convocation is wins and magic free. Yeah, it's pretty good against lizards. Saurus are pretty slow, too. They have a problem getting away from it. But that was brutal. I mean, he roasted, like, 2 Saurus and a Temple Guard, a Saurus, and a Skink unit, and, like, probably got, like, 1,000 gold plus worth of value just from that one cast. It was really, really strong. Bilbo's such a good player. Leonard Nimoy made a song about him. Well, perhaps one of his opponents, he thinks they have his ring, and he's just, you know, kind of fiending for it here. We on the Southern Chaos Waste for the next map. And we'll do our picks and bans, and it'll be good. Misha, I know that feeling. Yeah. It makes it tricky to find people for sure. But hopefully the stream's helping to entertain you guys in these apocalyptic times, since I'm going to take a quick seat back here. And how much is left? Probably like 2 hours. An hour and a half, 2 hours. So, I mean, Jonathan, you got a lot more stream going, man. We'll see how we're doing. Yeah. It's going to be fun, though. Hope you guys like the thumbnail. I got Hank Hill with Marcus Wolfhardt's hat on and Balthazar Gelt as Willie Nelson. Yeah, I know. A lot of people saying High Elves don't have much teeth, but they certainly do. But he's got a tough road to competition. I think Amuf and then Aerokrastic and Davina, they're all really good players. So, as is everyone else that's pretty much on the list. I mean, Ice Power, Grombrindle, Random Nix, Hadries, like, he's playing like all tournament players from here on out. More or less. Yes. All right, so Amuf should be in the lobby here. He's here. So Bilbo picks High Elves, Tomb Kings, and Skaven. All right, very cool. I know that A-Move Hacker's been playing with a lot of different factions lately. He's used to be a Dwarf main, but I think he still mains Dwarves, but he has been playing with Elves and things like that and doing a very good job. So let's see what he's got. Let's see what he's got. What schemes? All right, Davina, thank you so much for sending me the friend code. I'll get you added up here, and we'll be good. Just to be safe. Invite sent. So A-Move is going to take Lizardmen and ban Tomb Kings. So it's Skaven versus or High Elves. Now, what's really interesting, though, is A-Move Hacker just saw Bilbo play 2 games with the same build against Lizards. So I think that if Bilbo goes High Elves again, his opponent's going to be able to predict his build a little bit too well. If I were Bilbo, I'd probably switch to my Skaven here. Skaven have a good enough matchup versus Dinos. And also, like, A-Move knows your High Elf build. He saw it twice in a row. He saw it, like, practiced. He could probably counterpick. Granted, Bilbo could play High Elves again and just pick something completely different and really change his playstyle, which, again, could be pretty good. So, we'll see. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Dobbs' tier list is good. I would probably agree with most of it. I'd have to go look myself, but... But yeah, Dobbs a very smart guy and knows the game well, so I would imagine his tier list is going to be quite accurate. Yeah, I hope the Greenskins get an update for sure. Greenskins aren't bad in multiplayer. Some of the big issues, though, is obviously dealing with high mass monsters and having their lords get sniped. Those are probably the 2 big glaring issues for the Greenskins in general. So Bilbo hasn't picked yet. He's got Skaven or High Elves. Yeah, he's going Skaven, which I think is smart. Because A-Move's been watching the stream, for sure. So he knows the schemes that Bilbo brings. Undead factions are pretty strong, for sure. But I mean, I think Empire is better than Vampire Counts, for example. They're strong because, they're a little bit... having your whole army be unbreakable is pretty nice, for sure. Yeah. I don't know, Undead and the healing and the unbreakable stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that make Undead pretty strong. We need a Halfling faction in Game 3. Yeah, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? All right, so we got Bilbo on the Skaven, Brain Move Hacker on the Lizards. It is time. Let's do it to it. Now, as far as what the Skaven will bring, Skaven slaves in numbers and droves. I'm sure there'll be some Jezzails to deal with some of the big lizard threats. Maybe like a wild Ikit Claw and a Doomwheel. Always pretty good against dinos at rolling over SARS and Temple Guard and things like that. And yeah, we'll see. Bilbo's got his build ready. I have a couple Skaven builds here. Catapult builds can actually work okay as well, like Play Claw catapults. We have a donation from Pickled Buddha. I just saw that. Thank you so much. And thanks for the almost daily streams. Watching them gives me a distraction from continually typing at work. No play makes Pickled Buddha a dull boy. Pickled Buddha. Hopefully you're pickled and happy over there. And yeah, we're going to keep you entertained, man. Not going to let you down. Never going to give you up. Arc in the Black is just really, really good. He has a big AoE damage reduction. He has one of the best Lords of Magic in the game. He has a really powerful skeleton summon. He has a Winds of Magic generation item with a cooldown decrease on it too. Like Arkin just has so many good things. Like Arc in the Black is like probably one of the best Lords in the game, I think. Arkin would probably make my top 5 of best Lords for sure. Probably be like Luther, maybe Mazda, maybe Arkin after that. Maybe like a wild Franz. Franz would have to be in there just for the sake of it. Yeah, maybe I'll make a video this week on my top 5 Lords in 2020. I made a couple, but most of my list videos are like super outdated. Like I have a list video from like a year ago, like maybe a year and a half ago, of like the worst units or something. And like I get so many shit talking comments on that video. People be like, "You're such an idiot. Like this is all wrong. Like these are so good." I'm like, "Yeah, well now they are, but back then they weren't." I can't tell you how many of those comments I get, man. All right, Southern Chaos Waste is the map. Let us do it. I should probably put like outdated in the title or something of those videos at this point. Who knows? The Southern Chaos Wastes. Skaven. Skaven would probably be in the Chaos Wastes. I would imagine if they figured there was enough like Warpstone up here, they would be willing to face the mutation. Plus, they don't really care about it. As a matter of fact, in one of the books, in one of the Gotrek and Felix books, there's a there's Gracie or Thankful, and he has a minion that follows him around basically, and his name is, oh, what's his name? God, I forget his name. Thankful has this like rat that like works for him basically. Screech, or it's like some ridiculous name. And basically Screech gets like affected by the magic of the chaos, by the chaos wastes and by like some chaos sorcerers, and he starts to turn into like a super jacked like horned rat, you know. So like it can probably only help the Skaven's cause, really. Yeah. Hey, you're welcome, Austin. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I personally, but again, it's all circumstantial. But I think that Luther Harkin is one of the best lords in the entire game. Like he's just like the best duelist in my opinion with his kiting and his pistol, and he can like goon lords. He's just like such a game changer. Arkin the Black would be. I'm not saying in any order, but I would say that maybe like Arkin. This is not in order. I would say Arkin, Luther, Franz. One probably Mazdamundi. He's so good. Maybe Mazdamundi. Yeah, he's got nets. He's got healing. Like he has arcane conduit on his beast, if I'm not mistaken. Like it's hard. Yeah, I'd have to think about it, but for sure, Arkin, Luther, Carl would probably be top 5 for me somewhere. I've seen Karl Franz carry so many games, which is weird. You look at him and you're like, he's just a man, but man, so many games carried by the Franz. All right, players are loading in. For A-Move Hacker, what do we got? So we got Skinks in the front line with red-crested Skinks, so not a lot of troop quality, mainly just going wide. He does also have a Feral Bastillodon for a cheap terror out, which I think is a good choice. Umbral Tide, the Popcorn Cohort, which is the anti-large Cold and Spear Riders. Up in the sky, we have a wild Tic-Tac-Toe pick coming in from A-Move Hacker. I don't think I even own this guy. So it's going to be Tic-Tac-Toe, which I suppose he's pretty good at gooning things. We got a bunch of Pterodons, and it looks like a Beastcaster for Manticore summons, and that is it. So Tic-Tac-Toe coming in hard. Now for the forces of Bilbo Bagosh. In the back here, we do have the Warp Lightning Cannon, which is always quite a treat. And yeah, Tic-Tac better be careful. If he gets focused by like... So basically, Ikit-Claw almost always brings Howling Warp Gale here. If Tic-Tac gets Howling Warp Gale, Jezzail focused, and Warp Lightning focused, he can die in like a couple seconds. So you gotta be careful for sure. Natty Boobos. Poison Wind Mortars to deal with the chaff. Klein Vulcan Tail Slashers, a bunch of Skaven Slaves and Ogres. We do have, of course, the Doom Wheel coming in from Ikit-Claw, and last but not least, we have a Playcaster for some Rat Summons. It's a really good build. I think this build is great. I think the Skaven build has a lot of answers here, but again, it really depends on how effective the Pterodon play is. The Rock Drops, is he going to be able to shut down the Warp Lightning Cannon? Because that thing is definitely not friendly to our neighborhood lizards here. A wild Tic-Tac-Toe pick appears, though. I'm very excited to see how he does here. So let's go ahead and take a look at Tic-Tac-Toe, what he does. A lot of people don't bring him, so obviously his abilities are kind of an unknown. He has a decent AP, I suppose, decent combat stats. He has the Drop Sphere of Tapak, but that's pretty much all he brought. Tic-Tac does have a couple items, but it looks like A-Move opted not to bring those, just going for the cheapest Tic-Tac-Toe possible. And yeah, he's got Death from Above. What does that even do? When airborne, this unit can use a special attack to damage enemies below, so basically the Rock Drop. Why does it have like some cool keyword for just like this Haggard Rock Drop? Granted, the Drop Sphere of Tapak can do a bit of damage. It also has a slow on it, so if you're able to drop it right on top of like artillery or council guard, something like that, you can get some pretty good value. So the battle's underway in just a moment. Both players doing some slight redeploys, but I really like this Skaven formation. I think it's pretty well defended here. In the back, there is a deep vanguard here of the Popcorn Cohort, but if Bilbo Bagosh sees that, is able to turn around with the Jezzails and the Warp Lightning Cannon, those lizards are not going to be long for this earth, because they will get blasted into the Shadow Realm. And of course, Bilbo can take angles of pursuit with his ogres and make sure they don't get away. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's pretty much free real estate for sure over here, these guys, but we'll see how it goes. So the battle should be starting in a moment. Looks like A-Move Hacker doing some tweaks. I think Bilbo's army is pretty much where he wants it. We will see. Natty Boobo Sharpshooters are in position to shoot the Powhawks of Sentinels and a number of other targets. The Skinks will be pretty cost effective here though, for sure, but some of the Clan Rats are shielded, so they're not going to be slouches in combat. They will be relatively good in the melee defense department. And basically, Ikit-Claw is then the variable that wins your infantry fight. Skaven Slaves just kind of hold, you summon Clan Rats, and then Ikit-Claw just kind of rides dirty and does its thing. Good luck, have fun. Dropped by both players, good sportsmanship all around, always what I like to see. And over here we do have Natty Booba Sharpshooters. Their sights locked on some of these lizards here. I would imagine the Powhawks of Sentinels will fly in right away and try and get a rock drop. And how quickly will Bilbo react to the backline pressure? The Popcorn Cohort is sitting perfectly still. If you don't move, the Velociraptors can't see you. And it looks like the Warp Lightning Cannon is going to be unleashing on the Powhawks of Sentinels, as are the Sharpshooters. Now, sharpshooters are not shooting yet. So A-Move's going to be able to juke pretty effectively probably with those sentinels now that he's aware of that. But look, yeah, it looks like Bilbo does see it back here. No, it's actually just moving. It looks like the Ikit Zap Cannon was turning around, but the Popcorn Cohort is going to be safe for the most part. And now he's sniping the Priest here, I think. He's trying to hit the Priest to add to the cooldown to prevent the Manticore summon. I think that's a bit of a mistake. It's a very small target for the sharpshooters are better suited to snipe such things. I think getting the Warp Lightning Cannon on bigger targets, especially when the Salamanders become visible, would be the right choice. So in the back here, the Popcorn Cohort just waiting on the flanks. Jezzail shooting up into the Powhawks and Sentinels, which is a good choice. They're expensive and certainly a good target. And has he hit this character yet? It looks like he hasn't hit the Skink Priest yet, despite all of his firepower. And the Mortars are shooting into the Red-Crested Skinks, which is a good choice. Wear them down, switch targets every couple volleys to maximize the poison spread, and really get your value from there. Up in the sky, Powhawks Sentinels still being blasted, 2200, and certainly going to be losing models here in a moment as the Mortars continue to sally forth and drop here on these unfortunate Skinks, which are pretty much the most ideal target for such type of attack. Now, Tic-Tac-Toe's Air Force is coming in. If he's able to get rock drops and shut down the Warp Lightning Cannon, that could be a game-winning play for sure. Ikit Claw should probably start rolling forward as well and trying to get value where he can against some of these beasties. And over here, Jezzails are now shooting in the back, going after the Popcorn Sentinels and getting some good damage. 2 models have been lost so far, and the Rat Ogres will be taking a pretty brutal charge. Granted, there are Skaven Slaves here to kind of help out a little bit. And here comes the rock drop. Oh, and he gets a partial rock drop, but a really good Howling Warp Gale is able to lock them down for a quick moment. And it looks like the Warp Lightning Cannons are now shooting some of them up in the sky, I guess. No, it looks like they're going after the Umbral Tide. So over here, the Border is able to melt down some of the Skinks, but the Skaven Slaves in the front line are getting worn down, but so are the Popcorn Cohorts. But the Powhawks and Sentinels going in for a diving attack here, a swooping attack on the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters. If these Ogres react quickly, though, they should be able to peel it. Skinks in the front line are being pushed back, so the Red-Crested Skinks are being roasted by some Warp Lightning, and it looks like a Manticore Summon has been activated as well to go after Ikit Claw, which is always a good choice. Granted, sniping the Plague Priest might be a little bit easier. And yeah, basically A-Move Hacker making a huge effort here. You could see that glitching Pterodon there. He's trying to get the rock drops on top of the Warp Lightning Cannon, and he actually has. There's only one Warp Lightning Cannon still shooting, so these Pterodons parking on top of the Warp Lightning Cannon have been doing a really good job. Granted, the fight over here is going very well for the Skaven in many respects. The Natty Bubo Sharpshooters are still at full fighting capacity, and if the Popcorn Cohort can be pushed off and the Sharpshooters can start functioning again, that could be really big. But A-Move here with a nice position. His Chameleon Skinks are shooting in with their darts, and they're going after the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters, which are shaken. They do have silver shields, but I think they're facing the wrong way, more or less. A little bit of lag here. Hopefully there's no crashing. It's a very, very good game. And looks like we're okay. So second Manticore Summon has been activated by A-Move Hacker, and it looks like the Bastillodon is in mortal combat here with Ikit Claw. I think Ikit needs to kind of just start running and causing terror in other more valuable parts of the battlefield. Currently, the bounce power is getting a little bit better here for the Lizards as A-Move Hacker starts to pull ahead in this game. The Bastillodon getting in here, shutting down the mortars. The Skink Cohort's really just raining heavy fire, and yeah, you can see now the Skaven are really starting to crumble. With the Air Force here, the Pterodon Riders really dropping the rocks here on the, look at that, I mean, just literally flattened by these rocks right here. I don't even know where Tic-Tac-Toe's been this entire game. What has Tic-Tac-Toe been doing? Okay, he's just attacking Ogres kind of wherever he can. And yeah, the Salamander shooting in and of course doing some good damage. It's not over for the Skaven, but it's certainly going to be very tough. Because a lot of the Skaven stuff, the Ogres and things like that, are being chased off by the Popcorn Cohort. And there's Skinks everywhere. Those little Skink bastards causing so many problems. Tic-Tac-Toe is still, you know, going deep in some of these Rat Ogres, causing some problems. The Feral Bastillodon and locked in mortal combat here with Ikit Claw. Certainly not cost effective for Ikit to sit here. It's kind of a waste of his time, to be frank. But yeah, and you can see this Bilbo knows this. He's going to pull back and go after some of the other threats here and try and route things off. Manticore Summon coming down. It's certainly not over. A lot of Skaven are running. Bounce of Power is fairly Lizard favored, though. A couple summons doing their things. We do also have the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters back online. So those guys, I would imagine, are going to start shooting at, you know, whatever they can hit. Really, maybe the Skink here, who knows. But some of these Skink cohorts are going to come in and probably be able to get these guys. But Ikit Claw is coming in pursuit here. The Rat Man going to be trying to save his fellow rats. Very uncharacteristic of Skaven, but I suppose if it leads to their own selfish gains, it does make sense. So he does get the Terror route. The Manticore Summon will be dissipating here in a moment. Has about another 15 seconds left on that second tier of desummoning, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, Stegodon's still kind of running rampant. What does Skaven have left? They have the Sharpshooters. They have Ikit Claw. They have Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers. We have Skaven Slaves of Spears. Plague Priest is in mortal combat here with the great Tic-Tac-Toe. I wonder who would win in combat. Probably Tic-Tac. He's got pretty good combat stats and cycle charging potential. 1800 here on the Plague Priest, taking a pretty big punt here from Tic-Tac-Toe, who whacked him with the rock on the way down, it would appear. It looks like GG may be being dropped by Bilbo. I think he knows it's over. And the Manticore Summon here is Yeah, I think it's gone. I think no more Manticores. It looks like a Brass Orb going to be dropped by Ikit on top of the Skink cohort, trying to get value where he can, but Bilbo knows it's over. And guys, the king has been slain. A-Move Hacker is our new king of the hill, but Bilbo has 3 wins, and honestly, 3 wins is not easy to stop. So current leader is going to be A-Move. A-Move. So, Davina, you are up. Let's get you in there. And tag you. You're up. All right, perfect. Well played. The rock drop's quite clutch on top of the Warp Lightning Cannon. He was able to get there and really cause some disruption, which was quite impressive indeed. Now we'll go into the next battle here. It looks like A-Move Hacker is ready. And we'll do the Sword of Torgal. And for the next map, let's see. Bilbo says, see you in the next King of the Hill. What a good sport. I have some other fun stream ideas this week too. We're probably going to do something interesting tomorrow as well. Bilbo did great though. Never forget the Bilbo 3-win streak. That's right. We'll see if Davina can see the lobby. There we go. Sent an invite. And I'm going to go in the kitchen, grab some water real quick, guys, and I will return in just a moment with your regularly scheduled broadcast. Yes, it's going to be good. BRB. All right, guys, I'm back. Got a little bit of a snack. Tied me over. Well played, Bilbo. You're the current king of the hill. Misha, thank you for your help as always. He's given the ring to Frodo now. Yeah, that's what he was saying. Do I have the ring now? It's really funny. Thank you guys all for joining today. It's been a really fun stream so far. A little bit of a rough start, but that's usually the case. So it's going to be A-Move Hacker facing off against Davina Q. I wonder if I've been saying it wrong the whole time and it's actually like Davinak. I'll have to ask sometime. So we have the picks and ban phase. We're going to be on Sword of Torgal. A very fun multiplayer map, to say the least. Now, while they do their business here, we'll just kind of hang out. So A-Move Hacker is going to do Lizardmen, High Elves, and Wood Elves. And we'll see what his opponent picks. Should be fun. Should be fun indeed. Crystal Methodist, thanks for bringing our community together in these surreal times. Hey, you're welcome, man. We're doing it. Thank you guys for being here. Skaven are really good for sure, but that was a pretty solid counter build. The rock drops were really, really impressive. He was able to get in there, go wide, not really give the Skaven too many good targets. The Mithril Chain Armor is the most important. Keep it, Bilbo. All right, so no picks and bans quite yet. Both players still kind of deciding on their current plan. So now Davina will ban one of the 3 factions here and pick themselves. So, I mean, you could ban like Lizards and then basically just pick a faction that's good against both Wood Elves and High Elves. That's kind of how the system works. So, gonna pick or ban Wood Elves and gonna go Bretonia. Wow. What? No, A-Move's just gonna pick Lizards. He's going to pick Lizards, and it's such a hard counter. Oh, Chevaliers. Okay. So, Henri Le Massif is on the way, I would imagine. So it's going to be the Chevaliers, who do have a unique unit, Rapunzel's faction. Now, we got it. You're all good. But yeah, A move is 100% going to take Lizardmen here. If he really wants to just go for the throat. I mean, he could take like, you know, High Elves if he wants to be a little bit more gamey, but it's got to be Lizards. That's a really bold strategy, but I hope we see a build that is actually good against Lizards. I would love to see that. So we'll see how it goes. I hope you're doing well as well, El Gibbo. Yeah, Tic-Tac-Toe was fighting on the ground for most of that battle there. All right, perfect. Do it. Take Lizards. So A-Move saying he feels bad taking the Lizards because they're so good, but both Elves are bad versus Bretonnia. So yeah. A-Move most likely will take the Lizards here. He knows it's brutal, but, you know, maybe there's some sort of a scheme here. I would really love to see a Bretonian victory over Lizards. Not gonna lie. Dario says that Italian Spartacus's Friar Chuck haircut has invaded nightmares. I don't think he's going to do it, though. I hope he does. I'm growing a mullet. I'm really committing to this. Summon 8 peasant archers. Yeah. Gotrek, Green Knight, Blessed Trebuchets just all over the map. Oh, man. It's going to be wild for sure. Bretonnia can win this for sure. I would like to see him bring something that's super competitive so then we can actually see if Davina's build is actually like really, really powerful here. I would prefer that, but we'll see, of course. Okay, got it. So I got the name right. Davina, no problem. I'm going to grab some pretzels real quick. Getting a little hungry. All right, let's do this, guys. The glorious Knights of Bretonnia, for the lady, shall be going to battle against the cult of Sotek. These foul cultists will be struck down by the righteous might of the Bretonnian lance. We'll see. You know, I think we're going to get to Henwin on the Engine of the Gods. I just have a feeling that's going to happen. Like, I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. Which will be fun. Henri La Massif certainly packs a punch here. Probably going to get Rapunce as well. You know, if you're picking the sub-faction, you got to go with Rapunce, I feel. You know, Rapunce actually has some decent combat stats. She has good AP values and some really powerful items. A couple items that are pretty good. So she can go fisticuffs with some big armored dinos as long as she has some healing, preferably. Man, I have these like sourdough pretzel things. I just so addicted. Those are delicious. I'll mute the microphone while I munch on them because that's really annoying, I'm sure. That was pretty yummy. All right, I'm back. A-Move Hacker is always a good sign when the dinos are like, oh, I don't have enough units for the minimum amount required, which means there's just going to be big dinos everywhere. So Calamar Cinderpaw, Skaven gunlines can be pretty good circumstantially. It really just depends on the matchup. But typically, like, having 2 powerful gun pieces, whether it be like sharpshooters and warp lightning or sharpshooters and a mortar, is usually what you see more so. Yeah, but yeah, maybe Rapunce. It's going to be Rapunce, Henry, and a caster. For sure. All right, perfect. So we got A-Move Hacker, the current king of the hill, trying to pass Bilbo. Will he carry the ring to Mount Doom, or will the Golem steal it? We'll see. Who's going to be the Golem today? We'll find out. Who can do a good Golem accent? Italian Spartacus, of course, has an amazing Golem. So does Professor Pone. He's pretty good at the Golem. I'm sure some folks in chat can do a good Golem as well. It's pretty iconic, so you know how that goes. All right, so we're on the Sword of Torgal. The Bretonnians defending their fair land here against the foul invasion of the cult of Sotek. Perhaps some ancient lizard artifact was taken by Bretonnians on one of their many errantry wars, and the cult of Sotek's like, hey man, you got to give that back. We're coming for it. God of Gobos, thank you for the 59 SEK. He says, hi, how are you and the wife doing? We're doing really good. God of Gabos, thank you so much for the very generous donation. And yeah, man, we're doing good. We're just the whole quarantine. It doesn't change much for us. I mean, we don't go to our favorite restaurants as much anymore, or at all really, but we just cook at home mostly. But aside from that, I mean, our lifestyles don't change too much. We're both kind of home buddies. Probably I'm more of a home buddy, but not by much. She definitely likes to hang out in a cozy lair with me and enjoy life. But yeah, gotta gobos, man. Thanks for the donation. Everything's going good. Just counting the days. Things that we miss, obviously, are, like I said, going to our favorite restaurants. And I don't really get to play in my 40K league has been postponed until further notice. So I haven't been getting my 40K games, which, is understandable. It's a serious threat, right? So does Clan Eshin get their campaign passive with AP projectiles and gutter runners? No, they do not. They do not indeed. I always thought that'd be kind of cool if Clan Eshin gutter runners could get like big AP values, but that might be a little bit strong for multiplayer. I don't know. Yeah, because in campaign, they gave Clan Eshin AP gutter runners because they have to start near like dwarves and they have to fight like Tomb King's constructs. So without that, it would be like a really brutal campaign. You'd have to like use Eshin triads in the front line to fight like dwarf warriors and stuff. And I mean, you'd still be fine. Skaven have tools, but it'd be much harder. Yeah. The Eshin campaign was fun. I just finished my dwarf campaign, the last episode. I'll be rendering it and probably uploading it in the next few days. All right. So for the build of the Cult of Sotek, okay, so he's not messing around at all, actually. Even though he went Cult of Sotek, he didn't really bring anything from the Cult of Sotek. So he's got Temple Guard in the front line, Saris, like Legion of Chaqua, the classic like anti-Bretonnian cav play. He does also have a Pterodon Rider, 2 Solar Engines to try and blast some of the Peasant Archers, a Slan Mage with high magic, and a Sariscar Veteran. So yeah, this is a very competitive Lizard army here. Although it's missing Stegodons. Oftentimes you do see like a Stegodon with like healing and stuff. That can be really, really strong as well. For his caster, he does have Apotheosis, Hand of Glory, and Tempest to try and lock down like Henri La Massif and some of those characters. Now for the forces of Bretonnia, let's take a look. We have Questing Knights and the Companions. We have Peasant Archers, only 1 unit. Wow, and actually a whole front line here of Foot Squires. Is this going to work? Foot Squires and the Beast Slayers of Baston? Baston? How do you say that? Baston? Probably mangled that. We have Rapunz. We also have Henri La Massif. And aside from that, we got Peasant Archers here, and that is it. So yeah, it's like a Foot Squire build. I have no idea how this is going to work. So mass Foot Squires, 2 Questing Knights with a little bit of Archer support, but not much. So yeah, I don't know. The laser dinos will certainly hurt the Foot Squires pretty bad. Rapunz does have good AP values, and let's take a look at her items here. She rides atop her Joan of Warhammer here. She's got the Sword of Lioness, which gives melee attack and weapon damage. She does also have the Halo of Maidenly Wrath and the Fleur-de-Lis banner, which is pretty good. I mean, yeah, you get that on those Foot Squires up in the front, and those guys are going to be packing some punch. But those laser dinos on the approach, certainly going to be quite nasty. Trebs might have been okay here against like Temple Guard and stuff. I love using like 4 Trebuchets in this matchup and just going full Haggard mode. But yeah, I don't know. Foot Squires, like the school of thought is that the Foot Squires will be cost effective against Temple Guard boxes. And honestly, there's not too many anti-infantry dinosaurs here aside from the Bastillodons if they go into melee mode. So on the Foot Squires could have some teeth. I'm always concerned about Bretonnia in this matchup. It's very, very hard. But, if they can do it, we'll see. Good luck, have fun. See how this battle goes. The 1 Pterodon Rider up in the sky, maybe just to go harass and chase off archers and things like that. At least give the lizards something to run around the battlefield with. Both players appear to be ready. Good luck, have fun being dropped here by A move. Temple Guard awaiting. Star Chamber Guardian, certainly very tough to break down. I also like Enchantress in this matchup because of the drain on some of the elite troops. But again, dealing with the big dinos is the issue. Bretonnia has ways of killing Saris and these other units, but really dealing with the elite infantry is just such a pain in the butt. I think this is one of the hardest matchups in the game. This one and Dwarves vs. Skaven are probably the 2 hardest matchups in the entire game, in my experience. I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other matchups that are horrible. Chaos vs. Vampire Count used to be that way until there was a bunch of changes. But really, yeah, 2 of the worst matchups are probably Bretonnia into Lizards and Dwarves into the Skaven. It's pretty funny. Their flag actually looks like the Skaven a little bit, like all the Foot Squires, the color scheme. So they march forward, a very cool army. The Foot Squires could potentially, with a little bit of buffing, with the Halo of Maidenly Wrath and the Fleur-de-Lis banner, could do some good work. He does also have healing in the form of a Damsel with Life here, or he or she. Could get some pretty good poke here. We'll see. So the laser dinos are shooting in against the forces of Davina. The peasant bowmen are advancing. Looks like 7 models are lost initially on that unit. The other peasant bowmen here are probably going to be the first targets to go down, which isn't, honestly, like, there's not enough peasant archers to really reach that critical mass. So I think keeping the foot squires alive is more important here based on the build. On the flank here, you can see the Rapance as well as Henri le Massif. The mountain that rides coming around, getting ready to pressure in against the Bastillodon. Peasant archers can probably focus on the Pterodon riders. Honestly, that's probably what I would do. I don't think it's even worth, like, with this little amount of peasant archers, I don't think it's even worth shooting at the dinosaurs, like, until late game. If you have ammo left, I would just shoot the Pterodon riders if you can. Because Pterodons are going to try and get that pick and just jump on the peasant bowmen here. It looks like, but the poison really taking them apart for sure. Now, questing knights definitely want to hide from all that firepower if they can. Honestly, there's not too many good points. Shield of Jaqua has been activated, so at the very least that was baited out. And Henri is thinking about going in here. The massive one. Massive charge coming in, perhaps. We'll find out. Companion's going to be going for a flank charge here into the back of Star Chamber Guardians, who will turn and face the charge, but that means they're not going to get the charge defense. And actually a lot of damage going in on the Star Chamber Guardians, but the questing knights need to be pulled back. If they stay in combat here, they are going to have a really bad time and really play into the strength here of the lizards. Now, foot squires are engaging in the front against Temple Guard, and yeah, at this point, you need to get the companions back, just like run this way and just kind of play very cautious with them. It looks like Earthblood going down as well, but man, Temple Guard cut down questing knights so fast. They're down to 24 models. Like, how are they even taking all this damage? It's pretty insane. What was that? Did a laser just come from off the map? Could have sworn. Anyway, Shield of the Old Ones going down, on the far side going pretty well for Bretonnia. The Questing Knights plus the Foot Squires able to pretty much defeat these Golden Spear Riders. And in the front, Temple Guard, of course, are pushing through. The Beast Slayers have been pushed in as well. Now we have a bit of a monster fight, but oh no, the Damsel of Life gets broken and terrified. The Plaque of Dominion. That is a really brutal loss, and honestly could cost Bretonnia the game. Henri le Massif doing a decent job here against the Isara Scarvet, but it's not an easy fight. He's on horseback, and this thing is riding a T-Rex. So that's a very, very tough proposition, to say the least. Rapance is going to be charging in as well, and she'll be popping her buffs, I would imagine. If Rapance and Henry can win this fight, and if the caster can come back here, I think Bretonnia will still have a chance. So right now, the caster needs to drop a fat heal on Henry, like a regrowth would be super clutch right now, because they are doing good damage against the Scarvet. And the Temple Guard in the front line are, getting kind of worn down here by the Foot Squires, but for the most part, the Bastillodons are still pretty good against them. And yeah, Pterodon's pushing off the Peasant Archers. A lot of things are going very, very tough here as Henri le Massif does get pushed back and is broken and terrified. So the Damsel is also pushed back as well. Yeah, that really was unfortunate. She really needs to get that heal here. Keep forgetting. But yeah, what is the situation? All right, the Damsel's back. Regrowth needs to go down ASAP, either on Rapance or Henri. And the Foot Squire front line just buckles off. I mean, the Temple Guard can outtrade Foot Squires, plus there's also monsters. The Bastillodons are able to rout off the Foot Squires really, really quickly. So Davina fighting with Rapance, doing, the best she can, really. It's a really, really tough matchup, tough situation for sure. Now, the Damsel and Henri are back, so now gathering these 3 units for a big Earthblood would be extremely clutch for sure. There are some Peasant Archers, which were able to actually defeat those Pterodon Riders. Not really sure how that happened. Foot Squire is still fighting, putting some hurt on the Temple Guard, and Peasant Archers are shooting in. But yeah, this could be a way back into the game. Getting a big AoE heal on these units here, on the Companions and all these 4 characters would be very, very impactful. So here it comes, Earthblood going down. Oh no, did it not go off? There it is. I would imagine, yes. Earthblood is cast on those units. And you guys will notice the bounce of power will ebb back a little bit. You can see it kind of creeping back towards the middle because, again, that was a very cost-effective heal. Some of the Cold One Spear Riders are coming in once again. The Salon Mage helping out against some of the Foot Squires in the back. As far as kills, only 6 kills here, 15 on these ones. The Foot Squires seem to really not be paying for themselves. They're trying their hearts out for sure. The Beast Slayers are going to be pushing in, going after the Cold One Spear Riders. Might be able to actually peel those guys off. And now Rapance and Henri are coming back in, but oh man, he gets wrecked by that frickin' Saurus Scarvet and stomped into the Shadow Realm. So some of the Companions are coming in. This is a pretty important moment. Rapance and Henri need to get in here and do this. But this is such a hard counter, this matchup. It's so difficult. I've come close to winning it a couple times against evenly skilled players, but typically, you can win it as Bretonnia consistently if you're playing players with inferior micro or not as much game knowledge. But if you're playing a equally skilled player, it's going to be very, very difficult. So Rapance here trying, but the Saurus Scarvet basically soloing Henri as well as Rapance here. This thing's just been going ham bone. Laser Dino shooting in as well, and Foot Squires trying their best, but Apotheosis really keeping them steady. The Slons rolling around, and the Bastillodons also work as pretty good anti-infantry tools when they need to. And it looks like there's also going to be a fat banishment back here as well onto the Foot Squires. And there they go, the Foot Squires getting roasted pretty good there by that banishment. Down they go for the count. Negative 21 leadership, good night, sweet princess. And that's probably going to be army losses relatively soon. The most successful way I've found to play this matchup, and hey, look at this, Rapance and her company, Rapance is actually winning the duel here, so at least there is a glimmer of victory here for the Iron Maiden. as she comes in and takes out the Saurus Guard veteran potentially. Although it looks like army losses is going to defeat her crusade plans. And that is going to be a victory for A-Move Hacker. Well played to both players. Very tough. Some of the best ways I've seen for Bretonnia to try and win that matchup is honestly using trebuchets and spreading them out and forcing the lizards to advance out of their box and then just trying to pick things off as they advance. It's really difficult, but it's possible for Bretonnia, but very hard. Very hard indeed. Yeah, playing the infantry game doesn't really work in my experience. I've tried Footscar builds. They just get run over by like even Haggard Bastillodons. Thank you so much for the donation, Anti-Mage, for the 20 CHF. For the lady. Thank you. So now, my friends, we have Aerocrastic coming up. Will he be able to defeat A-Move Hacker? We'll find out. Okay, looks like I'm getting all the drop messages here. So we'll get A-Move Hacker. Okay, so it's Brain Move Hacker now versus Aerocrastic. A-Move Hacker, where are you? I think he's hidden. Oh no, connection to Steam was lost. How long is this going to last for? Well, guys, we'll hang out for a moment until this subsides, because it usually is only a couple minutes. Yeah. Steam crashed. Hang tight. Arrow versus A-Move. Next. So Steam will kick back on in a minute. It usually takes about like 5 or 10 minutes, so we'll just kind of hang it tight. Yeah, I think it's already back. Yeah, okay, perfect. You guys can see the password, I don't care. All right, perfect. So it's back up. So Aerocrastic and A-Move, you guys are up. So please join if you can. Should be working now. Aristodemo saying it's not that hard. 8 peasant archers? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I feel like that's like the laser dinos just Shrek them though. And like with healing, it's like it takes so long. No, it's back up already. So Arrow is in here. And for the map, we will do the Broken Land. You guys want to do the Galleon's Graveyard? Make just like the worst multiplayer map ever. Oh my god. We haven't done like Eshin or any of those maps yet. Those like really good kind of Castlevania type maps. Castle Drakenhof shall be the map. And here we go. So A-Move Hacker is back. He will do his picks and bans. And then we'll do our thing. Yeah, but the Carnosaur is like a really good anti-large beast, and it was getting healed the whole time. Yeah, it's a hard one. You know, Davina did a good job, but it's hard. It's very difficult. Rost says, I want to start playing 40k and thought about playing Necrons. How much should I anticipate to pay for a decent starter roster? Necrons aren't too bad, actually, but Rost, I would not start playing wait until Necrons get their Psychic Awakening, see what units become very good from that, and then just go on eBay and buy from there, or it won't be terribly expensive, honestly. Probably like $300 or $400 if you are able to find eBay collections. But if you want to like build your own collections and buy from G-Dubs directly, it's going to be much more expensive. But wait until the Psychic Awakening happens. You want to put them on Slan Gold Aristodemos? So A-Move Hacker is taking Dwarves, Lizardmen, and Greenskins. So now Aerocrastic gets the Banish one here. Arrow's profile picture is so good. He says, I'll knock out Dwarves and take Tomb Kings. So now we have Tomb Kings versus either Lizardmen or Greenskins. That's really good, because Tomb Kings are great against all those factions. Really nice counterpicking here by Arrow. So let's see how this goes. Bubba's Big Blast, thank you for the 5. Or any interest in Stellaris or 4x times 4 foundations? Yeah, I might be willing to try some. I might be willing to try it. Yeah. We will see. Yeah, but wait for the Psychic Awakening and then go to a website. It's called Goonhammer, and read their review on it, and then just like build around that. Yeah. That would be my 2 cents. Goonhammer like has the best write-ups. Psychic Awakening is a current expansion series that Games Workshop is doing. So every single faction is getting big buffs. There's only a couple left that haven't gotten them. Death Guard, Necrons, a few other ones. So just wait until that goes in before you buy any models. Would be my 2 choice. And you only have to wait like 2 months tops probably. So just hang tight. But if you want to play Necrons and you really like the faction, don't hesitate to buy some of the leadership characters that are just like in every build. But in general, yeah. In general, yes. So we have Aerocrastic, Ice Power, Total War, Grombrindle, Random Nix, and Hadries up on the list. And we're doing pretty good on time. 2.5 hours, yeah, we're pushing strong. A-Move Hacker is in a tough pickle here. I mean, Lizardmen, probably Lizardmen have the better matchup here, I think. I think Greenskins have a lot of trouble with the constructs for sure. So we'll see. We'll see what schemes are afoot. The current leader, A-Move Hacker, if he wins this, he'll be tied for first place. So most of the time, though, I only do games on the channel that, you know, would do relatively well in terms of traffic and everything. Yeah, Tavina, it was a great attempt. It's a hard one. It's a really difficult matchup. I was running a build that ran 4 Trebuchets. Then I would run Royal Hippogriff Knights with King Lewin, a bunch of peasants scattered all over the battlefield, a couple Questing Knights. It's like, so the Trebs are in like 4 corners of the deployment zone, so your opponent can only advance towards one of them, while the Trebs damage the troops as they advance. So Aristodemo says, I think Greenskins are definitely easier than Tomb Kings. Greenskins are definitely better, you're saying, against Tomb Kings and Lizardmen? I don't know. I feel like it's tricky. DJ Kotep with the Bonewood Staff is really obnoxious here. Like, being able to shut down the wall is really strong. All right. So, Brain Move Hacker says he's going Lizardmen. All right, so it's going to be Lizardmen versus Tomb Kings. Yeah, this should be fine. We'll see. I'm sure Arrow's got some schemes. He had I think a 4-hour stream yesterday himself where he was trying out new builds and stuff like that. Yeah, Bow Shopty are really disgusting in this build, though, in this matchup. They're really strong. Yeah, we'll probably see an Arrow Titan. There could be a wild Arrow Titan, knowing it's him. Well, his 2 signatures are Sigvald and the Arrow Titan as well. Yeah, Dawi versus Tomb Kings is 100% dwarf favored, in my opinion. But again, it's my opinion. I could be wrong. Well, not wrong per se, but it's anecdotal. It's just based on my experiences. I do think dwarves have a good matchup versus Tomb Kings. Yeah. Grandpa Kotep does not mess about. He does not. It's not going to be orcs, though. Unfortunately, it's going to be lizards. So he's going to play lizards here. The Wa needs to calm down a little bit because it's not here yet. So the players are picking Aerocrastic and Brain Move Hacker, aka A-Move Hacker. I wonder if I should just start calling him Brain Move Hacker. Who knows? We'll have to see what he wants to go by. We'll see. Yeah, Greenskins can beat Tomb Kings. I've won that matchup before, but it's just tricky. It's a tricky one. Biggins. Pizza the Hut versus DJ Kotep. Yeah, we'll see. Pizza the Hut could come. I don't think it's going to be Kotep, though. It'll probably be Arkin or Cetra. Probably Cetra. Yeah, a wild Cetra pick here could be pretty good. Yeah, Kotep, I mean, honestly, though, on the DJ booth, Kotep isn't bad here because he can kill SARS pretty effectively on the Casket of Souls. So, honestly, there could be a Kotep pick. I can see that, and then just bring other things to deal with the big dinos, like Ushabti Grapos and maybe a Sphinx or something. Yeah, we'll see. I'm curious about what A-Move is going to do. I feel like this is a little bit tricky. But heavy is the head that wears the crown. You always are a little bit of a disadvantage as the king of the hill. Not only can opponents watch your playstyle and kind of scheme on you, but also the pick and ban system slightly favors the challenger, in my opinion. But it's supposed to be that way. But it's not even that bad, really. If you have good faction diversity, it's really not that punishing. A wild Gorok pick coming? Maybe. What's going on, Loopy? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, we're pushing on forward. There could be a wild Arrow Titan for sure, but I'm sure Arrow wants to win, so I think he'll only bring it if he thinks it'll contribute to his victory. After this, of course, we have a couple more players. And then we go on to the reserves list. So basically, the last player on the regular list will keep playing until they're defeated by players on the reserve list. I always feel bad, man. I wish we could just get everyone in. The games the games and the setup takes quite some time in Total War Warhammer. So unfortunately, you can only get so many games in. Arrow is ready. Brain Move Hacker is ready as well. Let us load in. The most balanced matchup? Oh man, I'd have to think about that. Yeah, and again, once I do the our ESPN Sports Center series here on the channel, where we talk about different subjects in the community, and it'll be gaming as well and other things. But if there's like questions like that, like what's the most balanced matchup, what are the worst matchups, those will be like topics we'll cover. Hopefully that'll be fun for you guys. Hopefully that'll be fun. I think Spartacus and Sotek were doing like a quote-unquote podcast. How many episodes are there of that? I gotta go check that out. I mean, mine won't be a podcast per se. I'm not going to put it up on like podcast websites. It's just going to be a video series more so. All right. The players are loading in. The castle awaits. Hey, Dob, I thought you were already a member, but thank you, man. Oh, the card expired. Had to renew. Thank you, Dob. Sure. Can we get a live react to my tier list on the next break? Sure, Dov. Thank you so much for the tenor, man. Dov, do you have a graphic you can send me? That would be the easiest way. If you have a graphic of your tier list that you could just send to me on Discord, so then I can pull it up on my stream easier. Yeah, and of course, you know, we'll acknowledge it's yours and everything. But yeah, absolutely, Dov. We'll do that. Thank you so much for the donation, man. Send me that on Discord if you could. And we'll pull it up and do it during the next break. No problem. Oh, man. This is going to be quite a fight. Aerocrastic against A-Move Hacker. A clash of titans. Currently, Bilbo clutching onto his crown with 3 wins. Will Aerocrastic be his savior and keep him as the king? Perhaps so. Perhaps not. A-Move Hacker, of course, a very ferocious opponent. A-Move Hacker is currently going to be playing on Saturday in the ECL Grand Finals. He is facing off against... is he playing there? Can't remember. So we have Imperator, we have Falcon, we have A-Move Hacker. And then, why is my brain just totally locking up right now? Thank you, Joff. Got it. Yeah, that tier list looks pretty damn good.
You want more tea?
I'm good, baby, thank you. Yeah, so Dov has a tier list that he put together. So on the next break, we'll pull it up on the screen and show you guys. And we'll kind of just talk about it and my thoughts. And probably agree with most of it. For sure. But again, you know, the experience is very anecdotal. All right, guys. For the forces of A-Move Hacker, he does indeed have Lord Mazdamandi on the mighty Stegadon coming in with Zlok. It's a big angry toad, that's for sure. He does also have a Saurus Scarvet, so going pretty hard in the monster fight. And as far as his infantry goes, he's got Saurus Warriors with shields, which are always pretty cost-effective against Tomb King's infantry. And up in the sky, A-Move does have the Colossadon Hunters, the anti-large Ripperdactyls, as well as some regular Ripperdactyls, who of course have good enough AP to cut through a lot of armor. Pterodon Riders over here in the forest, and that is it. So a pretty scary Air Force. Actually, 3 Ripperdactyls, including the RORs, and 2 big dinos. Now for the forces of Aero, it's pretty standard stuff here. It looks like we have Tomb Guard in the front line. In the secondary, we got Tomb Guard with Halberds, Ushapti Grapos as well, which of course are very, very powerful against such things. And yeah, we just got to make sure. A little bit of lag. Sometimes that can happen if I accidentally had a wild spectator join that we didn't see, so hopefully that's not the case. We got 2 carrying over here as well. Eyes of the Desert, which are pretty good now. Of course, these anti-large specialists with their missile attacks can pound, but really the MVPs here in this matchup are the Ushapti Grapos. We do also have Setra the Imperishable on a Chariot, which is Aerocrastic's favorite. This thing can tear through the Saurus and honestly does pretty well at dueling monsters as well. Most Chariots don't have weapon strength that high, but Setra's Chariot is rocking 470 with pretty good AP and decent melee attack considering it's a Chariot, so it's a pretty good dual-purpose piece. So yeah, Ushapti Grapos, a bunch of Tomb Guard, and basically just Eyes of the Desert, etc. And carrying up in the sky will be pretty good for annoying the Ripperdactyls at the very least. So we'll see how this goes. Good luck, have fun. The battle's underway. Arrow is going to be opening up with the Ushapti Grapo initially here on the Ripperdactyls. For Arrow, not too many reasons to advance here. He could honestly turn and like caddy himself against this like rock face. Like this little kind of a tree patch here in the middle. And then that would kind of square up to the dinos pretty effectively, I think. With the Grapo shooting, A-Move was able to juke pretty well here, and more Pterodons are emerging from the forest, and Carrion are doing the same thing. We'll see how that goes. Tomb Guard with Halberds are going to be the initial vanguard, and Setra's thinking about going in for a fight. A little bit risky. I think he might be trying to bait the Ripperdactyls in, trying to get A-Move to jump on them so he can counter with his Carrion and the Grapos and some of these other assets, but we'll see how it goes. So Setra being very aggressive here, guys, charging into Saurus and doing good damage on the initial impact, but he's got to be careful. Those Colossadon Hunters are thirsting, but Setra immediately pulling back using the Wrath of Petra. And I think this is what he wanted. He wanted to kind of bait the Ripperdactyls into the halberds here. Very good stuff. Ushabti Great Bows are shooting into Mazda Money in the meantime, and it looks like Settra is going to be going in for a charge against Mazda as well. And here we do have the Eyes of the Desert shooting into the Ripperdactyls, and the Carrion are going to be swarming as well, and 2 Carrion might be able to overwhelm one of those. Settra doing a lot of damage actually with the Blessed Blade of Patra. He was able to really do quite a bit of poke against Mazda Money right there. And the Tomb Guard, of course, are holding pretty well as expected. And the Ripperdactyl's kind of in an awkward spot. Like, do they dive on Settra? Do they go back here and just go for an all-in? In which they're going to be fighting anti-large halberds as well as skeleton spearmen. I mean, it seems like a really stressful situation for the dinos. Tomb Guard with halberds are also screening into the back and could pile into these Ripperdactyls here. But so far, the Sepulchral Stalkers are taking a bit of damage from the Ripperdactyls, especially the Colossodon Hunters. Those guys seem to be pretty powerful here, but Mazda Mundi is really getting worked on. The spokes of Settra's chariot, I'm not sure how it's doing damage against Mazda Mundi, but I guess he's just ordering his skeletal horses to ram the back here of Lord Mazda Mundi. Now comes the counterpunch from A-Move Hacker. He does get this super juiced up Zora Scarvet with the Harmonic and Potion of Strength. 832 weapon strength going in deep on Settra. So Arrow needs to be really careful. That Scarvet could potentially kill Settra here, and that could be just game ending for sure. Ushabti Great Bow have pulled back, and now Settra's curse does go off, but both lords are beat up. Mazda's beat up, Settra's very beat up, but he needs to get away from that Scar Veteran. That thing is just going in deep on Settra, and definitely not a good thing. So a little bit of a scary situation here for the Tomb Kings in Arrow. You can see that the Ripperdactyls have actually gotten past the screen line, and the Great Bows are isolated kind of on their own here. And Settra's really on the run. I mean, he just pretty much has to kite the Scarvet for the rest of the battle here. Tomb Guards with halberds are piling in. Ushabti Great Bow are trying to get their way back behind the halberd lines, but it seems like they're having a really hard time, and the Ushabti Great Bow might actually be out of the picture now. We'll find out. Ruination of Cities going down as well, and Arrow has kind of opted to grab Settra, go over here and run over the Saurus Scar Veterans, or the Saurus Warriors, excuse me, and get value where he can, because yeah, this area is a little bit scary. That Scarvet was able to just put a huge beating on Settra, and currently the bounce power is actually Lizard favored, so Tomb Guard with halberds are going to be moving in. Some of the Ripperdactyls are broken. One unit is broken here. One group of Ushabti Great Bows is stabilized. I think that Arrow needs to, with all of his might, make sure he keeps these Ushabti Great Bow alive. Those things are super, super important at this point in the battle. Now, Mazda Money's very low as well. He's taking a lot of damage from the anti-large halberds here. Of course, Tomb Guard with halberds have good AP values. And the bounce power is, again, slightly favored for the dinos, I think. It's a very, very close fight for sure. Ushabti Great Bow, man, they just got wrecked by the Colossodon Hunters, as well as the Ripperdactyls, able to hunt down those Great Bows. Brutal stuff. And now Mazda Money, the mighty Toad Beast, pushes onto the horde of halberds and spears and things like that. So even if, you know, A-Move Hacker is able to finish off the Great Bows, he still has a ton of these halberds to live with and have to fight against. Such the Imperishable, of course, is still a pretty big threat, but Mazda Mundi has been able to heal up, and the Ripperdactyl Air Force is proving to be a very, very potent tool here in this game. Saurus Warriors here are going. Looks like Ripperdactyls are going to be charging down the hill. Such the Imperishable is going to be taking a relatively decent charge here from the Rippers, but he does have the halberds as well as some of these other supporting elements nearby, so it's not going to be super bad. Yeah, there's still a ton of Tomb King's infantry, and I think that's what Arrow's trying to do, knowing that he's on the ropes, and A-Move has done a really good job getting the Great Bows offline. Arrow's trying to kill the Saurus to force the single entities to have to fight against halberds and anti-large units, which I think is his only saving grace he really has in this game. So here the Saurus Scarvet, of course, taking some anti-large pokes from the halberds, and the Eyes of the Desert still going as well. Settra charging back and forth, getting that nice chariot shock damage, and the Wrath of Patra going down as well. So Settra is still, causing a lot of problems, up to 79 kills on his chariot, which is pretty good considering that it's mostly Saurus. Oh no, he needs to be careful! The Scarvet's coming in once again with Foe Seeker. This T-Rex is pissed off, 93 speed. Settra has 84, Incantation of Protection going down. Is Settra going to be able to get away here? It looks like it. Now, another thing, Arrow appears to be saving his Ushabti Summon. I don't think he's used it yet, and I would imagine he's going to use the Ushabti Summon and go for the kill on Lord Mazda Mundi at some point. And you can see Settra trying to juke that Scarvet right there, is able to juke those attacks, and is probably going to be going for some sort of an all-in on Mazda. Oh, a Banishment coming down from Mazda Mundi here, going to be going into the Temple Guard, or Tomb Guard here, taking a lot of damage. That was a really, really nice one for sure, but the bounce bar is actually surprisingly even, and you can see Settra on the chariot. This is such a micro-intensive moment. Basically, Arrow needs to make sure Settra doesn't die to the Scarvet. That would just be game over, probably. So he jukes once again, able to pull back. Ruination of Cities going down here. Lord Mazda Mundi is at 2.6. This T-Rex is at 3.5. Oh, brutal. Settra takes another attack right in the back. And the Ripperdactyls charging in. Oh no, nice pin here by A-Move Hacker. And you can see he uses the Ripperdactyls to pin in Settra. The Ushabti Summon has to be used as kind of a reaction there to keep some mass on the Scarvets and also maybe peel off the Ripperdactyls. And now Settra is free. So he has the Blade of Patra. He has a couple of buffs online. And is he going to go for the all-in against Mazda? I don't think he wants to eat that charge. Oh man, Arrow's like just Tokyo drifting here with Settra. Just like moving just all over the place. Pretty hilarious for sure. But it's a close fight. Ushapti Summon is active. It looks like he was able to pick off some of the Ripperdactyls. So now it's basically just... Yeah, oh, and he's going in. It looks like Mazda Money's taking some heavy damage here from Cetra. But Cetra is in a 2v1 versus 2 heavily armored dinos here. These beasts are pissed. And Cetra's at 775. Very, very low here. But the Blade of Petra is still active. Mazda Money's very low as well. Is Arrow going to be able to pick off Mazda Money? I think if he is, he might actually end up winning the game because this T-Rex is going to have to basically fight all the Tomb Guard and these other units here. Oh, but the T-Rex comes in and steel chair Cetra. He's at negative 19. The Jaff's Curse Blade is active as well, which gives him a pretty nice buff to his damage here. And Mazda Money's at 900 HP. And down goes the imperishable one. Cetra has fallen, and now it's really up to the elite Tomb King's infantry to try and hold. We have a 38 Tomb Guard right here. We have some Tomb Guard right here as well. Some Tomb Guard with halberds. And the Ushapti Summon's still kind of poking at the big dino here. I don't know if it's going to be enough. The Saurus are still fighting, which is really, really important here for the dinos. Because if all the dinos have are single entities left, that means they cannot cycle charge. Now, thankfully for A-Move, he does have the Saurus Warriors here, which are going to be coming in and counting as an attacking unit. So that'll be very helpful here. But Tomb Guard are very, very tough to break. They take all year to break. And you can see here some of the Saurus Warriors are breaking, and the Saurus Scar Veteran is going to be pulling back here as the halberds do chase. And here come the Saurus Warriors, who of course will be the attacking unit here in the situation. We have some Skinks as well. But Mazda's taking some pokes, guys. He's at 13 leadership. He's very low. Arrow might be able to still win this, believe it or not. I mean, Saurus Scar Vets are anti-large units. They're not very good at crowd clearing. And you can see Shield of the Old Ones is going to be going down. Saurus Warriors are now engaged in combat. Those halberds are now going to start poking into the Scarvet, who's at 2.9k. Halberds, like I said, can do some really good work, but he needs to try and finish off these Saurus Warriors if he can. If he can break those guys, the single entities won't be able to charge, and they basically just have to sit in the halberds. So we'll see here. 15 leadership, 1.4. And now we just have the big single entities left. 1 leadership on Mazda Money, 421. The halberds are really wearing him down, but the Tomb Guard are crumbling as well. Is Arrow going to get hit with army losses? He needs to get something broken here, because the crumbling is going to lead to the doom of these Tomb Guard. Negative 26, you can see the HP kind of tanking down. A nice rear charge from these Tomb Guard might actually break these Saurus Warriors. Mazda Money at 39. Is Mazda going to go down? 7-11. He does, of course, have these troops fighting, and Mazda Money is going to be running here. Tomb Guard are chasing. This is like the closest, and Mazda is down. Okay. That leads to a pretty big stabilization here. The Tomb King's units are rallying, so A-Move now has to stay in combat because his Saurus are gone. So he has to stay in combat versus the halberds. Aerocrastic, of course, knows this. And this is basically just the attack animations from the T-Rex. He's just charging and doing his thing, so... Oh my god, this is so close. Crumbling, negative 30, negative 17. They're all crumbling down, and I think that the T-Rex is just barely going to get it. Without crumbling, the skeleton army would probably win here. Oh my god. Oh no, but it's wavering! The Saurus Scar Veteran is wavering here. Oh my god, if it breaks, that's game over. The Tomb Kings will win it if he breaks. This is so insane. Look at this. Negative 6. Negative 30. 0. Is it going to break? Oh my god, if it breaks, the Tomb Kings actually win. There's nothing left on the battlefield fighting here. Oh my god, and Aerocrastic wins it! The Tomb Kings won it! Oh my god! I cannot believe he won that. Like, 1 more second, and the Lizards would have won that. Like, literally, like, 2 more seconds. Oh my god. Because there was nothing left for the Lizards aside from that. Oh, wow. That was insane. So, Aerocrastic, I don't know, man. I thought he was going to lose 100% when his Great Bows got corralled. That is insane. That was an insane game. GG, well played. Aerocrastic says, more proof crumbling needs a rework. All right, that was nuts. All right, next up on our list. And Dov, we will take a look at your list here. So let me just get the next player. Pings here. We have Ice Power Total War. So Ice Power. So we'll give him a moment here while I prepare Dov's graphic. So what we're going to look at here in a moment is a tier list created by the great Dov Plays. So we'll see what everyone thinks. I cannot believe that game. That was insanity. Can you guys believe that? That was, man. And Hadries is like, and people wonder why Undead are at the top of tier lists. Yeah, that was really powerful. Oh my goodness. I like those guys should have all. That was like a Sora Scar veteran at like half health. Like man, I saw that happen. Hadri sent me a replay of that happening to him in a tournament a couple weeks back, and it's just like it's brutal. All right, for the next map, let's go ahead and get the. We'll do the Altdorf outskirts. We haven't done that one yet. Wait, why did my Discord close? Bad Discord. Okay. So let's see if Ice Power Total War is here. A-Move says his heart is broken. Yeah. So I saw Ice Power has come online on his phone, so we'll give him a minute here to see if he's available. In the meantime. And let's go ahead and add the graphics. So we'll do this. Dov tier list. All right, so this is the tier list that Dov has put together. So Dov plays, of course, if you guys haven't seen his YouTube channel. Perhaps I'll do a tier list sometime in the next couple weeks myself, but it's kind of redundant if I disagree with his. So let's look here. So at the top of the tier list, Dov has Vampire Coast and Tomb Kings, which I agree that they're both top tier. Although Vampire Coast has a couple hard matchups, I think. And, you know, I know, Dov, that you hate Undead, so I can see why Undead are all at the top of your brackets. Okay, one second here. I got to get the send code, please. Friend code. All right, so Ice Power is going to send me his friend code. We'll get them all added up, and we'll be good to go. All right, so back to the tier list. Yeah, I think Vampire Coast, who would be S tier for me? Definitely Tomb Kings only have like a couple bad matchups, and Tomb Kings are just so good. I definitely agree that Tomb Kings would be like top tier. I think Empire belongs in the A tier just because of how difficult they are to play, so I agree with that. I personally think Vampire Counts wouldn't be A tier though. I would put Vampire Counts probably in B tier. I personally feel like Dark Elves are maybe better than Vampire Counts. But again, I mean, there's some pretty nasty Vampire Count players. Yeah, so I really like the Tomb Kings up there. I think Vampire Coast is probably S tier as well in the hands of like specialists. Yeah, so I think your S tier is really accurate. As far as adding any other factions to S tier, I don't know, maybe... I know you got the Dark Elves at B tier, but I might consider them a little bit higher. I put a lot of credence in Dark Elves. Seeing them be played with by really good players with Malekith and Scourge Runners and stuff is really, really strong. So what's your Steam ID? So just getting the next player added here. So what we'll do is we'll, while I get him added, hold on, I'm trying to find Ice Power. Okay, I found him. Okay, send the friend invite. Yeah, so let's see. I like Tomb Kings and I like Vampire Coast as S tier. I think they're top tier factions, like are strong across the board. I think Vampire Counts should be, and this is just my opinion based on my play experience, obviously, you know? Well, Dov, you're also a very good player too. You got to give yourself some credit. Yeah, I feel like Dark Elves might be higher on my list. I think that Chaos would be like lower tier. I think Chaos is like a C tier faction. I think Lizards are where they belong. I think Norska and Skaven I might bump up to an A tier. Beastmen I would probably say... I think Beastmen are way better than Chaos, personally. I think Greenskins are kind of where they belong also. Bretonia definitely, unfortunately, is in the pits. I think Wood Elves... I don't know if Wood Elves and High Elves belong down there. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. But it's definitely a good list, for sure. I mean, obviously, it's based on our playstyles and things like that. So let me get Ice Power Total War. Should have accepted here. All right, so what we'll do is we'll get our next player in. So let's get Grombrindle in while we figure this out. Because he was up. And then we'll get, I'll work with this guy to get him, because he says he's new to this, so I need to make sure he gets added to my friends list and everything. All right, so next on the list was Gromby. So we're going to get Grombrindle in there, the Undertaker. Yeah, it's a good tier list, though. And again, it's based on people's unique experiences and what factions they're good at. But I agree with Vampire Coast and Tomb Kings. I think Vampire Counts should be pushed down. I think Skaven should be pushed up. Dark Elf should be pushed up to A tier. I think they're all A tier factions. I think Chaos should be pushed down. I think Beastmen should definitely be pushed up. Beastmen are like a hard B tier, if not better, faction with how abusive their summoning is. I think High Elves and Wood Elves, like honestly, are like on the same level as Dwarves. Dwarves have a ton of bad matchups. Greenskins, I think, are a solid C tier faction. They can compete with the higher ones, but they have like some really bad ones. I think Bretonnia, it's a really good list, honestly. I like Dov's tier list. I have some differences of opinion based on my unique experiences, but I think it's a solid list. I like everything's in the ballpark. Yeah, good stuff, Dov. Good stuff, man. I think that Chaos is weaker than Beastmen. I think Beastmen, like, man, seeing like players like Flying Taco and so many people do a really good job with a lot of the summons. It's insane, like what Beastmen can do with like dual Cygor summon, dual Manticore summon. I think Wood Elves I don't know if Wood Elves belong in the pits like that, but yeah, Wood Elves do have some really bad matchups and they're very niche, so I understand why they're lower tier. All right, so let me work with our boy here. Ice Power. Okay. Do now, and we'll end. All right, so Ice Power is ready. We're going to do Gromby first. And we'll be good to go. But yeah, Dov. And guys, if you haven't seen Dov's channel, go check him out. He's a great creator, just puts a lot of thought into his videos, and he's a really nice guy to boot. And it also in Dov's video, guys, I just showed you like the summary, but Dov has like a huge spreadsheet with like matchups and everything, and I'm pretty sure there's a link in his video. So if you guys want to see the real in-depth, his real in-depth opinion on that, I would check that out because that'll give you more of a glimpse into things. I think Beastmen are way better than Chaos. Beastmen are just, they have some really powerful units. Morkar's like a powerhouse. Like Chaos, at least in my events, has had pretty low win rates, whereas Beastmen like has just been steamrolling people in the hands of good players. So Aerocastic picks Skaven, Beastmen, and Vampire Counts, and wow. Grombrindle, of course, has to ban Skaven here, and he picks Dwarfs. So now Arrow is just going to go deep and pick Beastmen here. It's got to be Beastmen. But of course, Grombrindle was one of the first people we saw upset a really good Beastmen player on the King of the Hill last time. He was able to beat Anticity's Beastmen, and it was really impressive. I'll put together a tier list of my own, with my own opinions. Yeah, Romulan, I think you raise a great point. I think Chaos units like Chaos Warriors and pound for pound, many of the Chaos units are better than their Beastmen equivalents. However, a big however, Beastmen summons are insanely oppressive. You get 2 spawn, you get 2 Cygors, you get 2 Manticores. That's like 4,000 or 5,000 gold worth of value that has some pretty good staying power and can just instantly run over opponents if it's used correctly. So we got Dwarves versus Beastmen on the Altorf outskirts. Perfect. And Dov, thank you again for the donation, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I think Beastmen belong in like a B or an A tier even with all the summons. Yeah, Gromby's a really, really good dwarf player. Yeah. Yeah, Vampire Coast is... I'd have to think about Coast, because Coast has some really bad matchups too. Like Dwarves is horrible for them. Many of the bow-centric factions, like Empire, is really bad for them. Yeah, I'd have to really think about it. We'll see. We'll do it to it. The summons are so essential to Beastmen, though. Oh, so they do have win rates for ladder. Creative Assembly does have those. When we were at Everchosen's before, they had the win rates for different factions, but they're all ladder based, which is super inaccurate. Like it's not a true depiction of like how it is played at the higher levels, right? Because on ladder they have like loose restrictions. People like draw kite. There's all kinds of stuff. So Grombrindle's ready. So we know what Gromby likes to bring here. He goes with double bolt throwers. He goes with like 5 Longbeards with great weapons, and then like. Although last time when Gromby did beat the Beastmen, he was using Clan Angren, so he had the Ghostly Lord. And on the last stream, Grombrindle did lose to a Beastmen player. I can't remember who it was, but he did lose to Beastmen last time he played with Dwarf. So we'll see how this goes. You should do a roundup video after ECL where you review how different factions performed. We could. Spawn got buffed a while back. Yeah, Coast definitely deserves top tier. I think top 3 factions, I think Tomb Kings are for sure a top tier faction. They're just so powerful. Like, even the bad matchups for Tomb Kings are winnable, you know? It's like, they still have ways to win it, like, that are decent. They have nothing that's, like, super horrible, in my opinion, the Tomb Kings. Their lords are insanely good. Like, their units are really cost-effective. Yeah, Tomb Kings can kind of do it all. Coast, though, has bad matchups. Coast has a couple really bad matchups. I'm trying to think what matchups are bad for the Dark Elves. Tomb Kings is a bad matchup for Dark Elves in my experience. But yeah, I think Dark Elves don't have that many bad matchups. I think Dark Elves definitely are up there. I think I don't give as much value to Vampire Counts. I think Vampire Counts are a mid-tier faction. They're the weakest of the undead factions, like 100%. But they're not bad by any stretch of the imagination. One sec, guys. I have a glaring light coming in here. I had to shut my screen. Now I'm truly in the quarantine dungeon. We have a donation coming in from Sofa Muncher for $7.50 Canadian buckaroos. Grombrindle's the hero we repressed Dawi people need. You know, dwarves have been doing pretty well on the channel lately, though, to be fair. They've been pretty well represented, so we'll see how it goes. All right, guys, we have Grombrindle against Aerocrastic. What will the ever-chosen champion bring against the mighty dwarf lord? So for Arrow in the front line, Bestigor Herds. He also has a wild giant pick. What is this? This is off meta. Got a big old slow giant. You're going to be waddling in there and clubbing some dwarves, potentially. Got a Bray Shaman of Manticore summoning with Amber Spear to kill Ironbreakers. In the front line, it's going to be Ungors with some Raiders and Harpies to kill Gyrocopters. So, yeah, pretty good stuff for sure. Very, very nice. No pigs, though. No Razor Cores, which is something we usually see here. Harpies, of course, very, very good against the Gyrocopters and a couple Raiders as well to kind of harass. Now, for the forces of Gromby in the front line. Oh, okay, Grombrindle's changed his build a bit, too. He's got regular Longbeards in the front. In the second, he's got Longbeards with great weapons, 1 group of Thunderers, 3 Slayers. Just going deep on the Slayer game here. He does also have Thunderers and 2 artillery pieces, both of which are going to be cannons. So Grombrindle has really changed up his build. Seems like he's constantly evolving. And of course, no legendary Dwarf Lord could be troubled to come deal with the Beastmen, so they sent out a mighty Dwarf Lord himself, who such a cool model. No items, just bare bones, and yeah, you know, he does his thing. He's cheap. That's pretty much it. He just kind of tanks. So in total, 2 cannons, 2 Thunders, a bunch of Slayers, a bunch of Longbeards. That is the entire army. And we'll see if the Ever-Chosen, Aerocrastic, I believe Arrow did win the Ever-Chosen, though, with the Vampire Coast, which, of all the Ever-Chosens, that one was my favorite. The Vampire Coast DLC, there was just really a magical hype about it. Like, the trailer was so good, the music was so good, the faction was just so out there and unique. I feel like the Vampire Coast DLC was probably my favorite. And the campaign was so fun. Like, the whole Pieces of 8 thing is really fun. Pirate Coves are fun. Vampire Coast campaign, I think, is just amazing. All right, guys, battle's underway here. The cannons are shooting in. I would imagine they'll shoot at Bestigors and or the Chariot characters. Or honestly, you know, maybe shoot the Giant. The Giant can't juke. You can see Arrow's trying to juke with the Giant. I think he was for a second. Is he? I don't think so. So yeah, the cannons probably want to shoot the Giant. Probably want to shoot the Bray Shaman if you can. Because the Giant isn't going to be able to juke you. And you can probably knock it over, stagger it, get it down to like 40% before it gets to you if you put all your cannon fire into it. Granted, the deployment here for the Dwarves, a little bit of obstruction. Cannon fire actually opting to go downtown. And oh, we got Kazrak One Eye. I didn't see him. So old One Eye's coming out with his whip. I love just dumping on Kazrak. But Kazrak does have a charge bonus of 113. So when he charges in, he's wrecking shop for sure. Oh, look at that stop and go micro, if that was intentional. Nonetheless, though, cannons haven't really done anything initially, and that's a really bad sign here for Grombrindle. Well, now they're shooting into the Bray Shaman here. It looks like Gromby is switching targets every chance he gets, but none of the cannons are really connecting terribly well. Harpies coming in as well. They're certainly going to be tar pitting, taking some light casualties here. But the Bray Herd advances on, and the front line will be here in a moment. Bestigors will have the advantageous fight here against the Longbeards. That is for sure. Kazrak did end up taking a cannon shot to the face. Not too bad. He lost about 400 or 500 HP. Dwarven Gunline just continuing to poke Harpies. Now the frontline fighting is underway as the Bestigors and the Ungors are going to be pulling back. So nice little bait and switch there by Arrow. He engages with the chaff, pulls it back, and then kind of butters up the Longbeards for the charge against those units there. There's a bit of an opening here as well, which is a little bit scary for the Dawi. Now here it looks like the Harpies are being given attack orders. I think now is the time. And the fact that his Giant is approached so unscathed is a little bit concerning. I would for sure maybe focus on that giant, although there are a ton of Slayers which are very, very good here. Raiders from Arrow are being used to shoot Slayers, and the Harpies have engaged now and are going to be tar pitting the gun line. And you can see he did this all in timing with the advance of the giant. So the giant's not going to take any fire on the approach, which is very strong. Manticore Summon being used, the Dwarf Lord pushing in, Longbeards of course losing against Bestigors. They're basically countered. AP against a non-AP unit, 2 armored units fighting. Of course the AP one will generally win if they're of equal quality, more or less. In the back, Kazrak has gotten back here, and now I think it's time for Grombrindle to pull in the reserves from the Longbeards. They need to start moving towards the front line because the Longbeard lines aren't going to hold that much longer. You can see here, Grombrindle has gotten his Longbeards up here, and they are going to be holding the advance of these Ungors here. Kazrak charging in once again. Kazrak really beat up, though. It looks like he was taking some cannon fire here and there. The Manticore Summon, going to be tar pitted by Slayers, but the Harpies doing a really good job. They're still fighting. They're still pretty healthy. They've shut down this gunline unit over here, and the cannons are just not shooting. Now the Dwarves in the front line are breaking. The Bestigors are able to bum rush through because they took out enough of the Dwarven models. And now, the Longbeards with Great Weapons are actually occupied. You can see they're fighting on the flanks instead of in the front line. They need to be jumping on the Bestigors if they can. And the Slayers are getting really worn down. I mean, how many are left? I mean, we have Slayers here, 27 right here. It looks like over here, the Dwarves are doing good on this side of the battlefield. If they can secure this gun line here, secure this cannon, and really get those Slayers mobilized against some of the bigger threats, they might be able to stabilize this game. It's so far a very pitched fight. The Dwarf Lord fighting here as well might be able to help beat these Bestigors. With him in combat, the Bestigors may lose that, but probably not. Longbeards are down to 20 models there, so it's looking a little bit grim bones. Apart from here, the Longbeards should be able to come in and clean up where the shielded Longbeards were able to hold. The Great Weapons will then come in and probably put a pretty good dent on these guys. Now, Balance of Power is, of course, is it a little bit favored for the Dwarves, actually? Is it? What planet is this? I don't know. It seems like a pretty close game, though, nonetheless. Here you can see the Thunderers are shooting in into the Bestigors. I guess the Dwarves that are fighting are short enough that the other Dwarves can see over them and shoot into the faces here of the Bestigor herds. So they will be breaking there. As far as what the Beastmen have, Kazrak is in relatively good shape. He is able to shut down the Great Cannon, but there's 47 Slayers here, there's 4 Slayers here, and then 44 Slayers here. Now, Slayers don't want to be fighting chaff units, but that's a lot of angry Slayers you're going to have to deal with. And also, you can see that the Bray Shaman in the back has been getting shot by the cannon and is down to a very low amount of health. And now the Bounce Power is pulling back towards the middle as a Manticore is summoned, which is going to give a temporary buffer here, but somehow, some way, the Dwarves are actually holding here. And the Longbeards with Great Weapons sally forth. The Great Weapons are going to definitely be able to crump some of these Ungors, and the Bestigor herds in the front line are actually getting buckled down. You can see some of these Bestigors here pushed back by the secondary charge here of the Longbeards. A bunch of angry Slayers are chasing Kazrak, and he's probably going to be taking some gun blasts to the face, but the Manticore summoning Kazrak charging in there. And of course, in the last game, it looked like Arrow was in trouble, and, I certainly thought he was going to lose. And right now, it's looking pretty good for the Dawi for sure. They have a ton of Slayers left. The Giant's a little bit beat up. The Caster here is going down. And the Dwarves have actually secured their cannon line. So both cannons are actually now shooting again. One great cannon here blasts the Chariot. So that Razor Gore Chariot Caster just gets nuked by the cannon. Then the Slayers are able to cut him to shreds as he falls on the ground here. And the Giant is in trouble as well. Now both cannons, I would imagine, are going to shoot at the Giant. And the Slayers are going to intercept these archers. Old Kazrak One Eye still trying to charge here. It looks like there's some wild Dwarven miners who've been eating their rations and have forgot to fight here, so they're just going to be kind of hanging out in the tree line, but I guess you don't need them. Slayer's able to finish off the Manticore. Both cannons are now shooting into the Giant point blank, and yeah, that Giant is in some trouble as the Bestigors are being led to their doom here by the mighty Dwarf Lord, clubbing these guys, and should be able to finish them off with a little bit of Longbeard support. And guys, I think that's going to be a mighty Dwarven victory as the Great Cannons sing into the Giant. The Giant does pick up one Dwarf and kills him, but these cannons are going to avenge their fallen brethren as the Dwarves and Grombrindle are able to claim the King of the Hill against the Beastmen. Well played. Very well played indeed. I feel like the Giant was a bit of a issue for sure. Not that it died, but just I feel like having mobile pigs would have been better just for disrupting the cannons and chasing things off. But well played to both players. That was a great game. Now Grombrindle is going to be the King of the Hill. Kazuk! Alright, let's do this. This is the dwarf trailer, says Romulan Dog. Yeah, well played. So next up, we have Ice Power Total War. So I will invite him to the lobby. Well played by those two fine players there. Let's do it directly through Steam, actually. Invite to lobby. All right, so Ice Power, you're up. Theme password is 1234. Kazrak definitely got nukes pretty good. Yeah, the mighty Dwarf Lord. It was some good dwarf play for sure. I really was surprised the cannon stabilized there at the end. I thought Arrow did a pretty good job shutting him down, but he's able to stabilize those cannons, and that was really powerful. All right, so let's see if he got in the lobby here. He is here. Hey. So Ice Power says he's new to this, or new to King of the Hill in my Discord at least. So we'll see what he brings here for the next map. Let's go ahead and do the Battle of the Eternal Tides. We'll do Castle Drakenhof, Central Chaos Wastes. This map sucks. We'll do Eschen. Eschen's fine. No, let's do Glacial Lake. Yeah. So, Gromby picks 3. Then Ice bans 1 and picks E2C. Alright, so let's see what Ice Power Total War brings. Grombrindle, the current King of the Hill. Well played. Arrow had some glorious games. And now we move on. There's still one dwarf in this King of the Hill that draws breath, says Cyber Pansy. Dude, I love it. There's still one dwarf who draws breath in this King of the Hill. Yeah, a wild Kazrak pick. All right. So let's see here. On the list after this, we have Random Nix is up next. Random Nix was the winner of the last King of the Hill. And we have Hadries. And yeah. See how this goes. So Grombrindle picks Clan Angren, Skaven, and Vampires. All right. Let's see. Let's see what Gromby picks. Ice Power Total War preparing. It's a pretty epic name, Ice Power. We're on the Glacial Lake. The dwarves certainly like this map. Pretty open. Although it's pretty close quarters, so artillery isn't as effective. Grombrindle's going to erase the grudge in the book. He did. He erased one grudge against Kazrak, apparently. I just finished my dwarf campaign, and it was like the most dwarf experience ever. Just like chasing one unit across the map just to satisfy a grudge. And then when you finally get there, Karl Franz just like confederates with him and erases it. It's like, oh my god. So he's banning Skaven and picking Dark Elves. All right, Dark Elves are, I think, have some good tools against Dowie, so we'll see what he brings. Oh, and he's going with Clan Angren. Summon the clan. Clan Angren's coming. All right, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So is the Clan Angren going to actually bait the Dark Elves into bringing some magic damage? Glacial Lake is a small map. Will the Ancestral Throng be summoned this day? Perhaps it will. Bubba's Big Blast dropping the vanilla, some sweet vanilla ice. We have a donation coming in from Man Alive. I don't see a message with your donation, but you donated $10, so thank you so much, man. And if you have any questions, please just identify yourself in chat and let me know, man, and we'll be here for you. Soul Stealer's potentially pretty good. Yeah. All right, they're both ready. Those players not wasting any time to scrap. Grombrindle coming in. The Dwarf Lord. This is going to be good. So we got the Glacial Lake here. Close quarters map, more or less, but there's a nice little ravine there that dwarves can kind of caddy against to deny the Dark Elves a pressure angle, which you know them dwarves love. So we'll see what Ice Power Total War brings to the battlefield against the Dwarf Lord. Oh yeah, reload again. Gonna minimize real quick, guys. Hang out with you in chat. He can play Dawi every single game if he wants to, unless his opponent bans it. And his opponent didn't ban it, so. He's probably confident in his Druchii against the Mighty Dwarfs. So we'll see how that goes. It used to be a really hard one, but it seems like Dwarves have gotten a lot better with the advent of some of the characters they've gotten, like Gotrek and Felix, and, well, more so Gotrek. He's helped out in a lot of matchups. But, you know, Dwarves are one of those factions that specialist players, like, who just kind of main them and don't play much else. I mean, but the thing is, Grombrindle actually is quite good at a couple factions, but they can do really well for themselves. I really want to play in my own King of the Hills. I've been getting the itch. Sofa Muncher says, fun fact, the Warhammer 1 opening cinematic takes place in that shrine in the lake. Are you referring to this map? Is there something I'm missing? Huh. Oh, or down here you're saying. Oh, okay. Yeah, like that little shrine right there. Yeah. All right, guys, let's take a look at the Dwarven build of Clan Angrind. We have the true King of Carrick Apex Belegar coming in with the Revenge Incarnate. For the front line, it's going to be Miners. Secondary line is going to be Ironbreakers. 3 groups of Rangers, 2 Thunders, Trollhammer Torpedoes, and a Flame Cannon. Pretty diverse army for sure. The Flame Cannon is going to be a very interesting pick here. Very excited to see that. Now for the forces of the Druchii, who shall be led by the Ice Power fighting in the Glacial Lake. Perhaps he shall channel the energy of this map to bend it to his will. Malekith with Soul Stealer, of course, and Gaze of Malice. A bunch of Harpies to shut down Gyrocopter play, which I feel like Grombrindle used to play a ton of Gyrocopters, and now when people start to react to it, he just doesn't play them anymore. But he's got the Harpies here. He's got Harganeth Executioners, Bleak Swords, some Shades, and more Harganeth Executioners. Yeah, mainly elite troops. He does have a pretty huge vanguard of Dark Riders in the back, so you can see all these Dark Riders with shields, and Slaanesha's Harvesters are back here as well. But there's no ghostly ancestors. Belegar has come alone. Looks like his ancestors are out doing character missions and perhaps trying to scavenge supplies. Well, I don't know how they would really carry supplies home, but let's not ask questions. It's Warhammer. It's Warhammer Fantasy. I mean, how do they even hit things, right? Yeah, it's just don't ask questions. So Malekith up in the sky could be quite a threat. Granted, Trollhammer Torpedoes plus the Thunders could put some serious hurt on him. Belegar with Revenge Incarnate can certainly pound some Dark Elves as well. Shades here, you know, good AP values, but they're going to get outvalued instantly. These Rangers plus the Thunders here are going to be taking a very punishing volley on the face of these Shades. I think the Shades should be more vanguarded in the corner over here, like on the edge. Ice Power says, good to finally play you again. A good sport he is. Happy to have the Ice Power here. So the Shades, yeah, they probably need to vanguard somewhere else. It's very ballsy there. Because maybe he's expecting the Dwarfs to kind of take up the refuge here in the corner. But if he keeps those Shades there, they are going to get just destroyed. Absolutely destroyed by the Rangers and the Thunders. Volleys coming in, these Shades are like, oh my god, how did we not see this massive Dwarven army in front of us? And they don't lose any models. I mean, if he can get them back before they take too many casualties, that's not going to be a big deal. Now, Flame Cannon going in, going to be obviously targeting the very elite Harganeth Executioners, which are the biggest threat to his army, in conjunction with Malekith. Not super accurate so far. Here comes a shot. Ooh, center mass right there. Oh, brutal. Brutal. 6, 7 models taken out, maybe more. And that's only the beginning. The Flame Cannon has a pretty fast fire rate. Now in the back, here comes the response here from Ice Power. Going to be charging in with his Dark Riders, and it looks like the Flame Cannon is being defended here by Rangers. Some of the Slayers a little bit out of position, and Ice Power gets a really nice charge. Those Dark Riders do charge in and get on the Flame Cannon, which has pretty much already killed the Harganeth Executioners. The blasting charge is eviscerating the front line here of the Dark Elves. Pretty good backline harass as well, but you know, this is a problem. The Slayers are going to be able to do really good work here, but a Malekith Soul Stealer is also a really good play. So Malekith does jump on top of the Iron Drakes. But yeah, the Iron Drakes, man, wow, Malekith really did a ton of damage there. That was really good. Now the Flame Cannon's still going. Slayers are still here, so the Slayers probably will pull back and try and peel off Malekith. But the front line for the Druchii is going very, very badly. You can see the Harganeth Executioner is pretty much put in the can, and the very circuitous route here of the Harganeth Executioners is delaying their inevitable engagement. But now there's kind of a second wave coming in from the Dark Elves as the Harpies will be descending on the Dwarven ranks. Perhaps putting one of the Slayers, one of the Trollhammer Torpedoes would be really, really good. Harvesters pulling in, Soul Stealers definitely did some damage, and actually it's a pretty close game. There's some crazy dog barking in the back here. Sorry about that, guys. And the Harpies jumping in, going after the Flame Cannon, and it looks like he is able to break the Flame Cannon. Nice catch right there. And the Thunderer. So suddenly the Dark Elves here getting a lot of pressure here on the back line, and the Dwarves are certainly taking some heavy casualties. Now, it looks like Belegar is going after Malekith, which is going to be a tough one to catch there. And the Dark Elves are having a bit of a resurgence here. You can see the Shades are now getting some good value here. Harganeth Executioners have gotten a good engagement as well. And Slayers can't really be everywhere at once. The Flame Cannon, of course, did do some really good damage initially, but now the Dark Elves are really just kind of flying all over the battlefield. But if Gromby can secure the Iron Drakes here and the Thunderers here, he could potentially be in a situation that he can salvage. But if the Harpies and the Crows of Cain and Malekith are able to just pretty much go deep on these units, like without the Trollhammer torpedoes and the Thunderers, I don't think anything in this army is going to be terribly efficient at dealing with Malekith. Blasting charge is going down. It seems like the Hargoneth Executioners are the only units in the Dark Elf army that are having a really, really bad time. You can see the Norgrimling's Ironbreakers have intercepted them. They're pretty much taken out. And another Soul Stealer is actually coming down here. Going to be slapping both these Ironbreakers and also hitting the Rangers. Good job actually chasing off this whole Dwarven pocket. Malekith is also going to be a real pain in the butt. And some of the Hargoneth Executioners are coming back in. Guys, it looks like the Dark Elves might be able to win this one. The Ice Power. Harvesting the power of this glacial lake into Malekith's magic. Soul Charge is going into the Shades here, but the Shades should be able to win that trade. The remnants of those miners will be running for the hills. Now we have 46 Slayers, we have Miners here, we have Belegar, we have the Ironbreakers. So I think the Dwarves are going to have to try and re-secure their position, just get everything together. It seems like they're very disconjointed right now and are having a really hard time, protecting their missile elements. And yeah, pretty much all the Thunderer pieces are getting chased off. These ones are gone, these Thunderers in the back are gone, these Miners with blasting charges are in trouble. And Belegar with the mighty Oathstone, and Revenge Incarnate being popped to help him finish off these foul Hargoneth Executioners is certainly nice. A couple Trollhammer torpedoes are lending their remaining torpedoes to him, but there's only 2 of them, so they're probably going to get pushed off. Ironbreakers are still healthy, though. We have 61 here. We have another 76 right there. Easily going to be able to chase off those Hargoneth Executioners. It's still a winnable game for the Dwarves. The Malekith cycle charging is going to be very nasty, for sure. But, Ironbreakers and Slayers with Belegar. Ooh, this is a good opportunity for Malekith. All the buffs of Belegar have just been popped. Okay. And Grombrindle reacts pretty quick. He pulls the Slayers back here to mitigate the charge bonus of the Black Dragon and can, tank. Looks like a good breath attack is going to be coming in from Ice Power. Is it doing it? He's thinking about it. You can see that Gromby sees it coming and reacts immediately. Malekith just kind of sitting up here teasing the issue. And some of the Dwarven Rangers have come back in, which is going to be very helpful for the Dwarves. Nice Gaze of Malice angle right there. Good cast. Able to really clean up the back line, or the back kind of portion of those Slayers right there. And now both players are basically just getting their business together. Here you can see the Shades are going to be shooting, so they're advancing. Some of these Miners with blasting charges over here are being chased off. And now the Shades cometh. There are no Dwarven cannon crews, so the Flame Cannon cannot be re-equipped. The Bleak Swords here are put offline, and now the Shades might as well use all of their ammo, probably on the Slayers, to be honest. I feel like Malekith can eventually grind down the Ironbreakers, but the Slayers are something that does threaten Malekith. Some of the Dwarf Rangers are back, heroes of the Dwarven Empire, shooting into the Shades while they can and picking off a couple models. But now it's only a matter of time before the Harpies and the other units are able to go over there and clean those guys out. So here they come. Grombrindle's Ironbreakers trying to chase the Bleak Swords, but Ice Power with some really good control. I'm surprised. He said he was new to this. It doesn't seem like it, for sure. Blasting charges coming in. Going after the Bleak Swords here. Perhaps he's played a lot of ladder, or maybe in some other players' tournaments, just not in mine, but yeah, really good stuff. Bleak Swords here getting pushed off, and now the Slaanesha's Harvesters thinking about charging in, but basically the Dark Elves can take their time. Just methodically pick off whatever's loose, whatever's not with the main Dwarven force. And my concern for the Dawi here is that I think Ice Power is probably saving up a big Soul Stealer, which will be really nasty against this blob. Though they do have 20% or 25% magic resist, it's not like a cure-all. It's still going to be pretty nasty. So you can see here the Dark Elf force given an attack order to go into the Slayer blob here. And this is going to be it. It's going to be the last stand of the Dwarves. They're preparing. The Norgrimling's Ironbreakers are bracing against the charge this way. Malekith with a pretty good breath attack there, able to take out a substantial portion there of those Ironbreakers. And now the Harvesters are going to be coming in. And the Harpies are going to be jumping in. Actually, yeah, the Harpies go in and then the Cap pull back from the Slayers. And Malekith is probably going to want to jump in here. If he lets these units fight too long without his support, the Dwarves could start to get an edge back in this game. So Malekith jumps in. Stand Your Ground being activated. Harpies fighting as well. Slayers are going strong. Mighty Oathstone is really good here. Giving the Slayers 56 melee defense makes them quite durable for a bunch of shirtless dudes. Norgrimling's Ironbreakers up to 106 melee defense. Talk about tough to kill. But the balance of power is kind of creeping more and more in the favor here of the Dark Elves, as of course Malekith is doing a lot of damage, and the Crows of Cain regenerate. Those guys are quite tough, and a couple Hargoneth Executioners were able to sneak back in there, which is actually a bit of a problem. And we'll see how it goes. So Soul Stealer coming down, perhaps. Oh, that's nasty. That Soul Stealer hits just that big center mass of Dwarves. Slayers are down to 10 models. Word of Pain used on them to mitigate their melee attack. And Norgrimling's Ironbreakers are pretty much the last bastion of hope. And Belegar, of course, is a pretty decent combatant with the Revenge Incarnate and all that stuff, but Malekith the Witch King is very scary and costs like twice as much. So he should be able to defeat Belegar for the most part with those AP values and riding a Black Dragon. And the Dwarves are breaking. And the Druchii and Ice Power on his natural habitat in the Glacial Lake, able to defeat the Dwarven army. Well played. GG, well played. Apparently they had played before. He said, oh, it's good to play you again. So I think they must have played in a tournament before. So Ice Power is going to take over as the King of the Hill. You know, Bilbo Baggins might actually win this stream at this rate, with like nobody being able to stay on their throne. There's a couple Slayers left, and the Dark Elves are going to claim victory on the Glacial Lake. Man, what a scrap. That was a great game. The backline harass was so powerful for the Drushi. All right, so Ice Power is our current King of the Hill. Ice Power. And Bilbo is still our leader. All right, so next up, who do we got? We got Random Nix. You're up. So Random Nix shall join. And for the next map, we'll do a Stallion Tomb. Stay here now. All right, so he said he's new to this. Random Nix is ready. And we'll do our picks and bans. So Ice picks 3. Go, go. Stallion Tomb is the map. We'll hang out now. We'll do it. Yeah, there was a lot to protect there for that army, for sure. GG. All right, one sec, guys. There was a ton of harass units. Yeah, Shetland, a great point. Shetland Apache says 7 melee units trying to defend 7 ranged against like 6 cav. Yeah, it was tough. It was very tough. Both players played really well, especially considering how much he had to defend. Gromby played a great game. Also, get the book, yes. Get the Book of Grudges. So Ice Power picks Dark Elves, Coast, and Counts. And let's see what Random Nix picks. All right. Good, really, really good Dark Elf play in that last game. And it looks like Random Nix is going to go for... He bans 1 and picks, so he's probably going to ban... I don't know, Random Nix really likes his Bretonia. I wonder if we'll see a wild Bretonia pick here. I'd be very excited. For sure. Which one, Misifu X, you're talking about? I don't know if 4 is against the rules. I'd have to check the Dark Elf rules. He only brought 3, though, but... I mean, if he had gone with 4 Executioners, he would have lost that game. The Flame Cannon would have been very value. Yeah. So Random Nix is going with the Empire, and he's banning Dark Elf. So it's going to be Empire versus either Coast or Counts, and Empire has decent matchups in both of those. So, yeah. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. Oh, yeah. You guys want Tretch? Well, so as far as our reserve list goes... we have Random Nix here, and then we have Hadries as our last player on the actual list. And then on the reserve list, we have Guac, you're actually up, and then Dov if he wants to play, Chosen One, Tokoli, Hydra, Chill Out, and then Pug Nabone if we get that far. So basically, Hadries is the last player, whoever the last player is can play till they lose to have an attempt to beat the current King of the Hill. So we got Vampire Counts versus Empire. I actually really like watching this matchup. It's a fun one. It's very technical. You can see Blood Knights battling things. It's very, very cool. And obviously, I saw more people sign up for reserves, but there's no way we're going to get past that point. We're currently at the 3.5 hour mark. This is going to end up being a 4.5 hour stream. There's no avoiding it at this point. We've committed. The die is cast. The die is cast. I'm going to use my massager real quick on my hand here. I have one of those like massage guns. Might be a little bit of a weird sound, so my apologies, but that feels good on the old gimp wrist. Yeah, the massage guns are pretty cool. I got one for Anna a while back, and we use it on her neck and my wrist and shoulders and things like that. And it's always quite nice. So Random Nix is defending his crown here, guys. Random Nix actually won the last King of the Hill stream. He was able to win it. A very, very solid run he had. So now we'll see. We'll see if he's able to take his crown back and then carry on. He's gonna have to play Hadries after this. A very tough opponent, and then of course the players on the reserve list are all very good as well. So we'll see how this goes. Well, this is awkward. Oh, that's funny. It's a massage gun. I could show you guys. Hold on. Hang on, let me actually pull it up. I could do a face cam for a moment. You guys want to? Although, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, it's my massage gun. It feels like I'm listening to something kinky. I thought I'd never hear these. I know, those noises alone are going to get me demonetized. That's funny. Oh, man. It's become that kind of stream. Wouldn't it be really funny if the bots just arrived? Random Nix is ready. Ice Power Total War still doing it. Here. You guys have never seen one of these before? Hold up. Just fiddling about here while the players do their business. It's actually really nice though. All jokes aside. I just like have my Haggard backwards hat going. I am getting very, very hungry, I must admit. Alrighty. So, players are still getting their business together. We're not out of batteries, don't worry. Yeah, on Raksha, everything's going good. Yeah, with the Clan Pestilence stuff going on. Keeps it in the top drawer. Oh, that's my favorite. Bjorn, I want to do more 40k bat reps, but it's been pretty tough. Yeah, because it's been tough to get people over. So let's see. So we'll add a video capture device. All right, here we go. So yeah, this is what it looks like. It's like it's an actual like karate gun, right? So you turn this bad boy on, press the little button, and it has like different speeds, and it's like really nice for like like, you know, you can get in there and get like the traps massaged, and it's actually really strong. Like if you press hard, it's like, you know, it's actually like a pretty hard massage, which I like. I hate limp noodle massages. It's like my biggest. Just no. All right, there you go, guys. There's your preview. We did it. We showed you the glory. And yeah, that's that. Estalian Tomb, Empire versus the Vampire Counts. We'll see how this goes. It's literally like a nail gun, sort of. But yeah, it's really nice for sure. Oh man, these old man muscles, nice and beat up. So, you know, we've seen this matchup in the past quite a bit, but not recently. I haven't seen this one in quite some time. That monster, high power magic wand. Yeah. The Haggard pre-mullet hair. I know. You guys like it. You guys, well, I had a face cam on the Magic stream last night. So, yeah, but like on Total War, it kind of like, I don't know. It blocks us. In campaign, it's one thing, but I don't think like, I think a face cam kind of takes away from the game we're trying to focus on. That's just how I've kind of come to feel. But for, yeah, like more casual streams. Also, when Mountain Blade comes out in a couple weeks, we're gonna, I know, my beard's growing out. I'm just getting like full quarantine look. All right, guys. For the forces of the Vampire Counts, we have a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord on foot in Double Banshee. I wonder if there's a Witch Hunter to hunt these Banshees. Perhaps so. So there's going to be Double Banshee. We have Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, Claw Nagash, Stearnsman, Königstein Stalkers, and basically a bunch of skeletons, Fellbats for Disruption, and dogs. So it's very much like a grindy foot build. Not looking to play the cav fight at all, really. Just looking to get in there with infantry, with the Double Banshee, and just grind it out, which is pretty cool. I actually am a huge fan of this build. I really like it quite a bit. We'll see if there's any magic damage here from the Empire, though. So we got Great Swords in the front line. We also have Sigmar's Sons, Great Swords in the secondary line. So a very elite army, actually, bringing a ton of Great Swords. Sigmar's Sons, Halberds, Demogryph Knights with Halberds as well. Oh, those Banshees better pray, baby. Volkmar the Grimm's coming. He's coming with my massage gun for those Banshees. And yeah, magic damage, anti-infantry. He's like the hardest of counter to Banshees. Very, very good stuff. Jade Wizard as well. I feel like this Empire army is very well suited to counter this Vampire force. But again, that's just because of Volkmar mainly. Like, what can kill Volkmar here, though? I don't know. We'll see. Good luck, have fun. Good sportsmanship on both sides. We'll see how this goes. See how the Banshees do. Yeah, but basically I'm growing my hair out for a mullet. It's so long right now. So for anyone who's new to the channel or a little bit has missed out on it, I've mentioned it quite a bit, but basically at the last Ever Chosen, I threw down a gauntlet to Italian Spartacus. I said, I'm going to grow a mullet, and whenever there's another Ever Chosen, I will have the dirtiest, like, redneck mullet ever. And he, in turn, was challenged to come in with a Friar Tuck haircut. So basically to let the non-bald parts of his head grow on the side and come in with the Friar Tuck haircut. Like Friar Tuck. So I'm working on the mullet. And that's the whole history here. Now, for me to truly have a mullet, I have to cut it short. So basically, the front will be short and the back will stay long. And it's just going to look so freaking terrible. But you know what? It's going to be funny. I'll keep it for like a week. I'll do a couple mullet streams. And of course, whenever there's an Ever Chosen, I'll do it. All right, so the Empire sallying forth, a very elite army for the Empire. Great swords. I mean, it really is quite strong. Now, one thing that the vampires have that's a huge advantage here is that the Mortis engine is going to be a very good counter against the great swords. Like, I'm almost thinking that Volkmar is going to have to just ride. Like, he has a lot of things he has to deal with. That Mortis engine, there's nothing to really pressure it. And I think that's why Ice Power Total War went very, very heavily in Fellbats and Dogs to make sure that he could kill Outriders and Pistoliers and keep all the ranged pressure off that Mortis engine. So actually, you know what? In retrospect, now that I really look at the armies, I think it's pretty even here. Because the great swords are really heavily valued or outvalued by the Clav Nagash. The Clav Nagash will drain them hard. And Volkmar can't be everywhere at once. As long as Ice Power doesn't make the mistake of sending the Clav Nagash into, you know, the Demogryph Knights or something like that, I think he should be in good shape. And of course, if you can terror out anything, he has Fellbats and Dogs basically just lurking everywhere. So here comes the main fighting. Volkmar the Grim going to be going for a Banshee initially, I would imagine. Magic damage, bonus for his infantry. And the Banshees immediately run. They're like, oh god, it's Volkmar! And the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord going to be going after Volkmar the Grim as well. And now we have the frontline fighting. We have great swords against zombies. It's going to be a great matchup. Fellbats used in the back to tar pit the Demogryph Knights is also a very good play. And Volkmar needs to get his great swords in there and start fighting back against these Banshees. Warrior Priest is going to be charging in as well. And the Grand Soulfire Bombardment is going to hurt pretty bad. A Banishment going down back here. Oh man, the Soulfire Bombardment doing a bunch of the chaff units. And Banishment as well hitting the Graveguard. Rob Zombie is being played from the speakers of Volkmar's cart, that is for sure. Helm of Discord kind of counterplayed a little bit by the Hammer of Sigmar. And some of the Banshees are taking a little bit of magic damage, but for the most part, the back line is being swept up. Fellbats and Scurvy Dogs are being pushed back. But the Empire front line is holding, but not for too much longer. The great swords are being drained down by the Mortis engine. Banshees, of course, have great AP values, but Volkmar needs to start picking off these Banshees. And there's another good attack right there. You can see the HP from the Banshees. Oh man, this Banshee is getting run over by Volkmar. He is just beating this witch down. Invocation going down. Negative 40 leadership on this thing. Oh my goodness. Demogryph Knights in the meantime going to be going after the Direwolves in the flank perhaps. Volkmar the Grim doing a really good job against Banshees. Greatswords fighting. I really like that some of the Greatswords are being kept in reserve, as are the Sigmar Sons. Because when this Empire frontline does break to the Mortis engine, he'll then have some reserves he can pull in, which is definitely a good idea. So one Banshee, 100% KO'd. Volkmar the Grim did take out that Banshee there. And unfortunately for the Vampires, the Greatswords are still pretty healthy. The various buffs have kept them going quite long here. We have some spears over here holding back this Vampiric Tide. Fellbats and Skirmish units definitely don't have much of a home here in this matchup. They're having a lot of problems really doing anything. And here the Clav Nagash is doing its job, but Volkmar the Grim is basically just rolling dirty and just finishing off these Banshees. And we have a huge Imperial charge in the back as the Demogryph Knights just pound into that formation, running over and triggering crumbling, I would imagine, on some of these units. Very, very powerful rear charge to really sandwich in this Vampire Count force. So the Banshee does get Invocation, which is going to keep it going. Balance of Power is pretty even. A little bit Empire favored for sure, as the Demis are able to charge into the back and really, really just do a ton of damage. And also on top of that, you know, Random Nyx is doing a really good job keeping his Greatswords and his Sigmar Sons kind of screening out the Scurvy Dogs, preventing the rear charge in his formation. So Demi's going to be pulling back, countercharging into the Direwolves, who are trying to countercharge them. So just layers on layers. We got what's his name? Pimp My Ride up in here. Things inside things. A Warrior Priest dropping right here. The Soulfire Bombardment. Volkmar the Grim going after the Banshees once again. And oh, actually the Banshee earlier didn't die. Okay. I was wrong. She just got away. She was the one that got away. But nonetheless, it looks like one Banshee here probably will be going down, but not before they actually shank the Warrior Priest. So the Warrior Priest is taken out. All right, those Banshees doing a really good job. I actually thought, for a matter of fact, it had been run over by Volkmar, but it would appear the foul wench had escaped and is causing problems elsewhere. So if we look here, you can see this Banshee is pretty healthy. The other one is crumbling down, I think. It's very, very low. Negative 20, 108. So it probably will go down soon. Oh, that's going to be a huge banishment. Volkmar the Grim up to 168 kills. Those guys just being banished. to the void from whence they came. Sons of Sigmar definitely going hard here. Balance power is even still. Still Empire favored, as the Demogryph Knights are super healthy. And the Empire has a ton of troops in reserve. Oh, but a big mistake back here. He lets the Jade Wizard get caught by the Hounds. And the Hounds, release the Hounds. Hounds are able to get back here and chase. Gotta be careful. Volkmar's actually getting 3v1'd here, but the Mortis Engine, the secondary wave of troopers are being sent in now to try and help out. But if Volkmar goes down here, that could lose him the game for sure. I wonder if at this point maybe Volkmar should just, he needs to get some demis over here, something with mass to help him, because he's kind of being bullied here a little bit. The Blood Dragon Lord and the Banshee, and he's also slowed because the Claw of Nagash has a Frostbite aura. Guys, is the Empire going to throw this with Volkmar the Grim being taken out? He needs to get some troops over here. Otherwise, Volkmar is just going to go down. The Volkswagen needs to roll through here. If he can roll through these troops here, he's like, Anakin, help me. I'm so weak. I can't hold it. Here by ice power. So now we have the Royal Altar of Griffites coming back, which can be a pretty big difference maker. Volkmar is going to heal up to about 1,000 HP. But the Banshee's going to be a tough one to kill for sure. Demogryph Knights getting there, but that damage Volkmar took was really brutal. And also losing the Jade Wizard there, a couple 1-2 punches for the Vampire. Halberd support as well. And honestly, I think the Vampires are in a pretty good position now. With Volkmar taking that much damage and the Blood Dragon Lord being that healthy, that's going to be really tough. Volkmar only can heal so much too. You can't really get back up to his full fighting strength. Zombie Summon being used. A lot of the Vampiric units here are crumbling. Volkmar probably going to go for a rear charge to try and break them. Sigmar Sun's confident, of course. They are unbreakable. Their fanaticism for their liege Sigmar keeps them going strong. He is a thing. They could come in and finish off the Claw of Nagash most likely, depending on the zombie summon situation here. And I believe Random Nyx is holding some greatswords in deep reserve to make sure that he has something in the late game to deal with the Blood Dragon Lord. Ice Power Total War says, for Sylvania, for the Blood Keep, and then Random Nyx says, Nagash was a weeb. Oh my god, that's so funny. Demogryph Knights with Halberds charging in. A very aggressive play here. Just basically trying to break the back here of the Vampire Count core. Do what he can. Sigmar Sons, of course, still fighting, and some Dire Wolves are waddling their way back in the battlefield. Helm of Discord activated, so really good bait there by Random Nyx. He's able to bait that out and, get that going. So we'll find out, was Nagash a weeb, or was he not? I guess that's what they're fighting over right now. So now the Vampires are surging forward. A couple Sigmar Sons still clinging on for life over here. 17 of those bad boys. Demogryph Knight's going to be charging the overextended Graveguard here, I would imagine. And the zombie summons are almost gone. Some Graveguard are crumbling. Honestly, Random Nyx wants to delay this for as long as he can. Oh no, Volkmar's going to get attacked by some scurvy dogs. That's actually going to... Every point of damage he takes is super important here. So Volkmar will, of course, defeat those dogs, but he's going to take a lot of damage in the process. And the Bounce Fire is getting Vampire favored. Zombie summon here. It really also depends on the Winds of Magic situation here for the Vampires. So yeah, Sigmar Sons are still attacking. Dire Wolves are in combat here. Random Nyx is now going to be moving in with his demis and his greatswords. He still has a lot left, but that Banshee is going to be a pain in the butt. Volkmar needs to kill the Banshee. I think that's his biggest threat. I think the Blood Dragon Lord could eventually be worn down by demis and other elements like that. Birds and other units are moving in here. Of course, the Mortis Engine draining them down. Some scurvy dogs as well. Volkmar the Grim attacking a couple of these zombies here on the edge of things, and the greatswords are moving in as well. So he did bait out the zombie summon, which was good. The greatswords, of course, have an attack order to move in here. And yeah, they're just moving in. He's basically just timing his big surround here. The Mortis Engine's quite good, and also the Mortis Engine is healing too, so the longer he waits, the better it is for the Counts. Greatswords are charging into combat. Here they come, and might get some damage on some of the Sternsmen and some of those troops that are still kind of clinging on for life. There's 19 Sternsmen left. I would imagine Demis and Volkmar are going to be preparing a rear charge of the gods. The Greatsword's basically being sacrificed to obey the attacking rule. And Volkmar is going for a duel with the Banshee. This is big. He needs to kill this Banshee. If he doesn't, I think the Empire is probably going to lose, because the Banshee is going to be tough to kill. So Volkmar gets a decent blow right there, but the Banshee is getting its shanks in for sure. Grand Shield of Faith being activated, and some Greatswords coming in as well. Demogryph Knights coming in to keep the Vampires at bay and keep them away from the duel with Volkmar. Volkmar definitely needs to do some cycle charging here. Banshees are really quick though. They have 60 speed. They're actually faster than Volkmar. So yeah, surrounded with Greatswords, tank its leadership. Oh, but it gets through! And is it going to shank Volkmar again? Volkmar is trying his best to juke here. The Greatswords and Demis here are completely forced back. These Demogryph Knights are down for the count. Now Zombie Summons, Demogryph Knights with the Grand Shield of Faith are coming in. Both players pretty much have to just go all in here. A little bit early on the Soulfire Bombardment. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to hit too much. Should have gotten a little bit further forward. The Royal Altar of Griffites, of course, need to be saved for the late game to actually finish off the Claw of Nagash. And you can see a couple of those guys are being dragged down as some of the other Greatswords of Random Nyx are being sent in here. Yeah, those Royal Altar of Griffites losing models here. The Banshees are faster than them and probably instantly break. Other Demogryph Knights get broken as well, so Random Nick's attacking with whatever he has that's really beat up to buy more time for Volkmar and his other forces. So the Banshee charge again. Hey, darling. Not sure. 30 minutes. Love you. So the Royal Turf Griffites trying to pick off the Mortis engine. Now he does have the mobility advantage, of course. A zombie summon used, but not able to really get where it wants to go. The Royal Turf Griffites here, 199 kills, but guys, the balance is getting even more and more scary for the vampire counts as, you know, these demis are kind of being picked off by the Banshee. Another one shanked left in the forest here as the Greatswords and Volkmar the Grim charge in. The final fight, Volkmar has 800. These zombies, of course, have quite some time. The Mortis engine will take a quick moment to deal with the Greatswords, but that Banshee needs to be killed, like, ASAP. Maybe then the Greatswords could win and the Demogryph Knights could, like, deal with the Claude Nagash, but the zombies being there, it's going to be tough. I think this is it. Both players have to commit. Volkmar the Grim at 741. The Mortis engine draining, actually a bit of a thing here. Oh, but a huge shank on Volkmar the Grim. An ice power. Total War is going to be taking victory in this game as the only thing that's left is Volkmar. GG, well played. Wow, what a game. What a scrap. Man, that one time when Vampire was ahead for a lot of the game, but when Volkmar took that beating earlier, that was big. Wow, what a game. So Ice Power climbing for the throne here. Oh no, a little bit of lag. I see it. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, I think the lag might be like based on the day. Yeah, sorry about the lag, guys. Nothing we can do about that. It's I think it's the time of day, honestly, like right in the afternoon when people are like flocking home and watching their Netflix shows. Hopefully it'll stabilize here for the next game. I know. It has something to do with like all this crap that's going on. Yeah, sorry about the lag, guys. I painted you a word picture, yes. Was it really that bad? It was that laggy, huh? Man, okay. So next up we have Hadris. It sucks because that was probably one of the best games of the stream too. For the next one we'll do Galbaraz. Yeah, the Mortis engine was a really nice choice. Yeah, I was stuttering. Yeah. I think I can see it kind of bouncing back and forth here a little bit. It seems like it's calmed down, but okay. So maybe I just have to start my streams earlier, at like 9 or 8 in the morning, even, because I think once it gets to the afternoon, I found that the lag is always around this time, like 2:30. So it must have something to do with what's going on. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Well, hopefully it'll be better now. It seems like it's fine, so we'll play it by ear. So yeah, I just got to start my streams earlier in the day, which I think will hopefully remedy the problem. Yeah, the stream will be uploaded later. Ice Power. I'll see if they can send me that last replay and I'll cast it separately so you guys can enjoy it at some point. Ice Power says, really great game so far. The dreaded Hadris. Well played. Well played indeed. Yeah. So Ice Power says, good snipe on the Banshee. Saw it on Turin's channel taking down a Dread Saurian. So that's why he likes the Banshees. That's probably from the Faction War when Tank used it against Falcon. Yeah. Well, right now it's about 3 o'clock in California, but a lot of people are off early and or just home, and I think this is like a peak time. The stream was shaking harder than the massage tool. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Hey, Richard Simpson. Well, glad you finally got some time for the live streams. So, you pick 3. Always king. So yeah, Ice Power Total War will pick here. If Ice Power Total War wins, he ties for first place, and then basically if he wins one more after that, the stream will end. Okay, the bitrate seems to be holding firm. Yeah, there was a lot of dropped frames I see during that last game, though. So Same 3 Dark Elves and both Vampires. Okay. So he picks Dark Elves, Coast, and Counts. And now Hadri's here. I wonder what Hadri's will do. I wonder if he'll... Because Hadri's is a Dark Elf main. He's really good at Dark Elves. So I wonder if he'll go Dark Elves and he'll ban his opponent's Dark Elves, or if he'll just ban one of the Vampires he doesn't want to face and then go Dark Elves anyways and maybe play into a mirror match. Yeah, the hands are doing okay. Thank you for asking. Especially considering it's a 4-hour stream. I think that was the only battle we've had today that's been really laggy, so that's good at least. That's a start. Thank you, Aristodemus. I will. So Hadri says, I'll pick Dark Elves and ban Vampire Coast. Yeah. I know Hadri doesn't like that matchup. We played a lot. And now Ice Power is going to pick probably... What is he going to play? Counts? Probably Counts, yeah. Counts versus Dark Elves is actually a really fun matchup. I can't wait to move somewhere where we have like better internet. God, it's going to be so nice. Yeah, everything up until now is very smooth. Yeah, for sure. It was just a quick burst, probably. To be honest, I don't know what caused it, but it's just always that time around like 2:30, 3 o'clock. I have issues. Yeah. So thankfully the faction war will not faction war, but the ECL will be at 11. Probably be over by like 2, I would guess. Hey, Richard Simpson. That's cool, man. Your wife says hi. Well, hello to you and your wife. Hope you guys are staying safe and things are going well for you. We'll be streaming a lot. I'm probably going to do a campaign stream as well soon. I'm going to talk to Sotek, see if he wants to do our head-to-head campaign on the beta or the live version. He can take Dark Elves as well. I think he's going Counts, though. It seems like he's been sitting on Vampire Counts for a minute, so... yeah, we're on Galbraiths as well. We're a pretty flat map, so... He can. Her name is Anna as well. Team Anna. Team Anna Wives. Yes. The Giggling Warlock says, Turin, hi. I've never played this game, but I've seen you cast 6 or 7 times now, and you made me make an account. You rock. Dude, welcome to the fun, man. It's only going to go uphill from here, too. We obviously will probably have more Game 2 DLCs, and then also Game 3 is like not that far off, really, like maybe a year. And that's going to be balls deep. That is going to be like the pinnacle of Total War Warhammer, I hope. Really enjoyed the Dwarf games earlier, but can someone play Isengard and Mordor, please? The Orcs and Goblins. The Orc high, I mean, just bring Black Orcs, I guess, and give them like pole arms or lances, or not lances, pole arms, halberds of some sort. So it looks like it's going to be Vampires versus Dark Elves in this matchup on Galbraiths. And we'll see how this goes. Really enjoyed the Dwarf games. Yeah, they were fun. They were really fun. Good times indeed. So about 4.5 hours. Going to be the length of this stream. I always try and limit it to like 10 or 12 people. Then I feel bad and bump it up. And then it goes like 5 hours. Yes, I'm going to play Mountain Blade Bannerlord for sure. Oh, yeah, I'm excited for that. I'll be doing a campaign and then I'll also do PvP. I will hit it hard. Cybev says it's 11 p.m. here in Poland. Yeah, sounds about right. Hope all is Dobja there, my friend. Scott H says, Turin, how do you like the new patch updates? I haven't tried them yet. I really just mainly play multiplayer, so I will be trying them soon, though. Well, you know, guys, Bilbo is still our victor here. If Hadri's defeats Ice Power, and then Hadri's loses to one of the reserve players, that means Bilbo will be our winner. Which would be pretty wild, for sure. That felt like it was like a lifetime ago. Hadri's is ready, he says. See the players start when they're ready. Hey, Turin, how would you feel if the next Lord for the Dwarves is like Malachi from... Oh, dude, I would love that. Oh my god, I would love that. Like a giant blimp. All is Dobja, Turin, except for the Nurgle Plague. I know. It's one time I'm not pleased with Nurgle here. Although I feel like Nurgle would like... His plague... This current Nurgle plague that is afflicting everyone, basically, is preventing his tabletop armies from being played. So perhaps it's a different deity of some sort. Like his Death Guard are on the shelves right now, you know? God, I can't wait for Death Guard to get some buffs. They're so terrible right now. It's just like, oh man. Oh. I am literally going to play a 40k game against myself this weekend. You guys want me to film that? And put it up, me playing 40k against myself? That'd be so dumb. Oh my goodness. Alright, well, I feel like that's a little bit silly. Yeah, because all the schemes would be kind of moot. Because I would know what I was thinking. Alright, we're loading into the map here. I might, Misha. I'll see if she wants to. I don't think she's terribly interested. Death Guard have not gotten a buff in a long time, Chaotic Blizzard. They're honestly, Death Guard are probably the worst mono codex faction in the entire game. Yeah. Yeah, Bannerlord comes out in a couple weeks, so I'll be covering Bannerlord a lot in the channel. And if people like it and it does relatively well compared to my Total War content, I will continue to. But if people don't really watch it and it only gets like, a fifth of the views that in traffic, I got it with my hand. I really have to focus on things that, are my bread and butter. But if people like it, I'll continue to cover it. So for the forces of Hadri's, let's take a look here. He's going for the dreaded Druchii box. Blades of the Blood Queen, Black Guard, 2 Blackheart Corsairs, Rampage, a Charybdis, 2 Khanate Assassins with Marathi, I would imagine. Yep, so basically, oh no, Khanate Assassin, Deathcaster, and Marathi, so just stacking all the AoE debuffs. And wow, this is something. This is something. There's no Mortis engine to really punish the box. Doesn't look like. The Haggard Druchii box calls. And now, guys, for the forces of the undead, zombies and Graveguard into the sunset with skeleton spears in the back. And it looks like up in the sky we do have a Von Karstein Vampire Lord and some Blood Knights. I feel like the box is going to be super hard to crack for this force. There's no Graveguard with great weapons. There's nothing that can really chew through the halberds terribly quickly. Granted, 1 or 2 really good breath attacks from the Von Karstein Lord could be extremely punishing. For sure. And of course, he can goon things. So it is winnable for the counts, but it's going to be very tough. So just going to minimize here real quick for a quick moment. So it's going to freeze the game. Just checking my bitrate. Seems like everything is fine. The box for Kane, indeed. Let's see how this goes. Hadri says he's all set. And the battle is underway. Here we go. So the Charybdis, the Mighty Beast, even though the leadership isn't terribly important against vampire counts, it still does lead them to crumbling a little bit quicker. So, lowering the leadership of undead isn't necessarily useless. It's just not, as good as it is against armies that you can actually break and make them run and chase them and things like that. But yeah, the dreaded Druchii box, basically what you do is you have the Web of Shadows here with this guy. It's AoE damage. You have Marathi with Soul Stealers to punish the blob. She lowers the melee attack, basically a total of 18 all nearby troops. And the Supreme Sorceress has something. I always forget what this item does. The Darkstar Cloak, yeah, that gives a power recharge rate. And the Charybdis also lowers leadership in a AoE, so there's a couple powerful AoE debuffs here. Start when ready. All right. I don't know if they're waiting on me. Let's do it. Turin hungers for dinner. Let's get these battles going. All right. Hadri's on the way. I'm going to do some hand stretches here. You know what? I can actually kind of sit up and behind his army a little bit and do some hand stretches. This is good. Yep. Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. If I put my hand really close to the mic, you would actually hear the joints popping and oh man, it's I'll spare you. That was my shoulder if you guys heard that one. My old bones ache. Here comes the undead. Von Karstein Vampire Lord swooping overhead. Very menacing indeed. This game for the vampire counts is really going to come down to breath attacks. If the breath attacks and the cycle charging is inefficient, I think that the Dork Elves will win this. The Hounds are obviously in the back. I mean, if anything gets terror routed, they're instantly going to be feasted on. So, if you can get terror routes on the elite troops or anything really, it's going to be very strong. Up in the sky, Spirit Leech going down, and the Khanate Assassin also shooting at the Von Karstein Lord. You can see he's juking. He's trying his best to kind of dodge these shots. And now for the main fighting here, we have the Sisters of Singing Doom, Blades of the Blood Queen getting in position. The box is basically reforming ranks as the undead do advance in the position. But I really like the Khanate Assassin pick. I feel like that's really nice for kind of keeping it honest here. Some Scurvy Dogs trying to find their way in. Might be attacking the Hellebronai. Yeah, he's trying to get on top of the Blackheart Corsairs. Hadri's really needs to make sure he keeps his box, though. If things get disconjointed or picked off, and look at that. Man, look at the micro from Ice Power. Able to really get those Hounds into the box there And yeah, they're going to get taken out, but like this is distracting the Cryptus. It's doing damage to the bow units, which then frees up the Von Karstein Lord. Oh man, there's an opportunity right here. The Von Karstein Lord could turn around and kill the Sorceress. And that would be a huge power play. Yep, and you can see the Von Karstein Lord is going after the Sorceress here, pushing her out of the box. Oh, that's so good. He needs to keep it up though. Assassin's Trophy activated, Sword of Anti-Hero, so all the buffs going down for both players. And the Sorcerer is able to dodge a couple blows so far, so not the best fortune there for the Vampire Counts, but if he's able to goon out this caster, that could be a game-winning play for sure, because from there he can isolate the Candidate Assassin, just kind of work his way through. But you can see Hadrius is responding. He pulls the Sisters of Singing Doom as well as the Cryptus. And that's sometimes the benefit of having a Foot Lord. Like, these foot characters are pretty tough to snipe sometimes. Good breath attack coming in, able to hit the Blackguard as well as some of the Witch Elves here. And the Doggos are charging into the Blackheart Corsair Handbows and into the Witch Elves, I would imagine. And oh no, Marathi's in the danger zone. Marathi needs to get back to her box. Because the Blood Dragon Lord, not Blood Dragon, Von Karstein Lord, not as scary, could potentially punish her. And if Marathi goes, that would be probably 100% a victory for the Counts. So Soul Stealer is going to be going down in response. Marathi has to respond quickly. The Cryptus, a little bit roadblocked back here, having problems getting into its liege here to Marathi. And Marathi is able to heal with a really nice Soul Stealer. And the Dark Elves, for the most part, are doing well in many respects. Web of Shadows going down as well. The Cryptus is now here, so yeah, Marathi can win this fight now. The Cryptus, the mighty fish beast thing, able to force back the Von Karstein Vampire Lord. And the Wand of Crydon coming in and really nuking the Von Karstein Vampire Lord as well. And so far, the Dark Elves had a couple close calls. With the caster being pushed off and with Marathi being almost gooned there, that could have been a way for the Vampire Counts to get in this. But currently, it seems like the Dark Elf blob is holding rather firm. The Blades of the Blood Queen are making mincemeat here of Graveguard. They're up to 219 kills on the Blades of the Blood Queen. That is insanity. And now at this point, I mean, yeah, if the Assassin or the Sorceress goes, it's good, but I think as long as Marathi and the Cryptus stay alive, it should be okay. Nice attempt here. Oh, and there it goes. The Von Karstein Vampire Lord able to goon out the Sorceress. She's now terrified, and if she gets broken away from the main box, I would imagine that he has stuff that can chase it. Just get the Blood Knights to chase it down. Rinse and repeat. Keep sniping characters. Oh, and the Sorceress she's been halved. And now the Cryptus going in for vengeance. Oh, and does it pull down the Von Karstein Lord? I've never seen that before. The Von Karstein Lord needs to get out of here. The Cryptus giving it the dirty, but the Cryptus may overextend here. The Von Karstein Vampire Lord opting to stay in combat because he wants to get the Blood Knights in, using a zombie summon to block the charge of the Sisters of Singing Doom right here. Man, that was such a good play. So now he needs to get back though with the Von Karstein Lord, and he's able to get back up in the sky. That was pretty awkward right there. And the Blood Knights are putting a ton of damage here on the Cryptus. Oh man, and the Cryptus does the wrong attack animation. It pushes even deeper into the Blood Knights, and now the Vampire Counts are coming in to goon out this Cryptus. But even with all of those victories that the Vampire Counts are accruing here, I think Hadrius is able to grind out the battle so much more efficiently here against the infantry. Like, so many Graveguard are just fighting horribly inefficient fights simply because, you know, it's all armor. Like, they're having problems with it. So the Cryptus is broken off here. The reserves for the Counts are coming in. Some of the handbows from the Corsairs, of course, are getting some good focus fire here into the Von Karstein Lord. Unfortunately, his Storm of the Night not terribly useful here. And I would imagine he's going to go after the Candidate Assassin, perhaps. Cryptus is pretty broken. Blood Knights, though, oh no, the Blood Knights are rampaged, and Marathi's coming for blood! The Assassin's Trophy activated. Von Karstein Lord has 700 HP, dropping a zombie summon on top of the Blackheart Corsairs is certainly a good play, but the Wand of Crydon coming in from Marathi, going to be opening up a portal in the sky, I believe. Did it go off? Where's the wand? There it is, okay. Here comes the wand, and right in the face! Oh, nuked! Down goes the Von Karstein Vampire Lord. Great play there by Hadrius. And looks like ultimate victory here is going to be going to Hadrius in this battle. His box holds firm. If the Vampire Counts had a couple of Graveguard with great weapons, maybe, they could have chewed through a little bit better, but the standard Graveguard were just very inefficient against this build, unfortunately. That is going to be GG. Very well played. And we will continue on and see how this goes. So Hadrius is now the king of the hill. And he shall have a chance to do his thing. Hopefully the stream doesn't become 6 hours. It might. And he only needs to get to 3, basically, or 4. So we will see. Guacamole, prepare yourself. You're up next. The Cryptus coming in. And the last of the zombies are disintegrating due to army losses, but taking an unusual amount of time. Is this a bug or something? Look at this. They're disintegrating. They should be instantly evaporating. Why are they not going down? Just breakable OP zombies. There you go. That was a really weird bug. They like didn't break for a second. Yeah, they're still not gone. Very, very strange indeed. Yeah, the box was quite good for forcing the Soul Stealers. Really good play by both players, honestly. It was some solid play indeed. Hadri's will take over. Guacamole, get ready. You're up. Hadri's, of course, a very, very good Dark Elf player. And so the first person on the reserve list is Guac. A 24 marathon King of the Hill stream. You know, if my hands weren't bad, I would do that. I would do that. I would do it for sure. Okay, so next we have the Guacamole. We'll do a Stallion Tomb. Hadri's is now the current King of the Hill. The Hadri's. And there you go. All right. That was something. Yeah, when they rampage, they don't disintegrate. Yeah, Loopy, that's an interesting bug. Let's go for 8 hours. No, please, I'm too weak. I can't go any longer. So Guac. Let's see if Guacamole can see it. He can. Good luck, have fun. So the Guacamole is here. And let's see how this goes. Thanks, guys, for hanging out today. It's been a lot of fun. We need to have a team do a 24-hour trade-off streamers. Yeah, Job, that's actually a good idea. Yeah, the Executioners went deep for sure. So Urstadamos, it depends on the conditions of the 100k subs. But yeah, if I hit 100k subs really quickly, maybe. But like, that's just sacrificing my health. Like, that could actually like screw up my hands for a while. You see, that's the thing. Okay, so my 3 picks are Dark Elves, Tomb Kings, Vampire Coast. Guacamole has the counter pick here. You know what wouldn't be bad here is if Guacamole... what I would do if I were Guac is I would ban Tomb Kings, and I would pick Tomb Kings. Because Tomb Kings are good against Dark Elves and against Coast. Or at least even with Coast. So, Dov, if you're still here, you're up after this, and then we have Chosen One. So yeah, getting there. So basically how it'll work is Hadri's plays until he loses. It gives him the opportunity to be the King of the Hill, but he has to surpass Bilbo. So he'd have to win 4, technically. Is it the 2-day stream? No. No, please. Please, Anakin. One sec, guys. Gonna grab some water. Who won the most recent Ever Chosen? Falcon. Oh my god, did we just end up with a Bretonnia versus Vampire Coast? It's winnable, for sure. But, yeah, definitely Coast favored. The Fallen God turn, if you ever played... I don't know what that game is. No, I've never tried it. Sounds like an advertisement. Alright. Yeah, Falcon's definitely a beast. A very, very good player. And I'm sure he'll be back. I think he said he was having some computer problems, but hopefully he's got them resolved. He's playing in the ECL this weekend. He's playing Imperator. That's going to be a crazy best of 3. Those guys are both so good. So Guac says he is cursed to play Bretonnia versus Vampire Coast. Well, could have picked Tomb Kings, man, but yeah, Bretonnia here, what do you have? You have, like, you got to bring Gotrek to kill crabs and Leviathans. You got to bring, like, I think Fey Enchantress is the way to go, too. Although going Lewin plus Gotrek is pretty good. Then you can bring, like, a Heaven's Caster to nuke artillery pieces with the Thunderbolt. There's a bunch of cool ways you can play this. Gotrek is, I think, a staple, though. Some delicious H2O. Gotta stay hydrated as we eclipse the 5-hour mark of this stream. Truly a King of the Quarantine stream. Is there any matchups that Bretonnia is favored in? I think Bretonnia has a decent matchup versus Beastmen. I think they... let's see. What Bretonnia historically had a good matchup versus High Elves. I think they were favored in that matchup. I like Bretonnia versus Skaven, actually. My PC's not being too much of a potato today. Start when ready. Hadri's going to bring, like, a bunch of bloats. Pentabloat. Hexabloat. It goes on and on. That's really the challenge. How many bloats can you win with? I play Lizardmen occasionally. They're probably my worst factions. Hadri's... No, Hadri's doesn't get a ban. Hadri's as the King of the Hill, Gorbad. He picks 3 factions and his opponent does the ban. Yeah, Bretonnia has a history of being good against Elves. Yeah. I don't know about Dark Elves as much, but yeah, Wood Elves and High Elves, I think they have good matchups in. Although, honestly, in a lot of my tournaments, like, these Bretonian mains have been losing to, like, Elf players. But again, it's a really high level of competition, so anything can happen. I'm cursed to play Bretonnia versus Vampire Coast, it would seem. Come on, Guacamole. You're fighting for my dinner. For my freedom. So if Guacamole wins, then Bilbo Baggins wins the stream. Yeah, generally all our games are coordinated through Discord. Yeah, that's the jam. Bretonnia versus Workers' Rights is pretty Bretonian favorite. Hey, Carl. Hadri's is doing work for sure. Vampire Coast is one of my main factions, yeah. It is time! Let the battle begin! For the lady! Or for Gotrek. Gotrek, however the hell you're supposed to say it. Gotrek should be here, though. He's such a good counter against so many of the Vampire Coast monsters. Sometimes you see a Colossus as well. They're pretty damn nasty. Queen Bess is actually pretty good in this matchup, too, for just nuking peasant archers into another dimension. Luther Harkin, of course, a powerhouse. Noctil's a powerhouse here. Even Araness is decent in this matchup. So there's a lot of things Vampire Coast has that's great against Bretonnia. But bring the hero Goon Squad. You can bring Green Knight, too. Green Knight's actually a bit of an interesting one. He's pretty sticky. He's really expensive, though. All right, so Hadri's. Let's look at the build here for the coast. We have Colossus, of course, no surprise. Got a couple crabs as well to roadblock the Bretonian cab units. Animated Hulks, Scurvy Dogs to kill peasant archers, bombers, and halberds. Noctilus on foot with a couple mortars to kill archers again. So again, whenever you're playing, whenever you're playing archer builds, you need to have mortars to counter them. Mortars are generally a pretty good rock, paper, scissors counter against the archers. For the forces of Bretonnia, Men-at-Arms, Battle Pilgrims in the front line. Battle Pilgrims probably one of my favorite troop choices here. Very durable, long-lasting. Energizer batteries for sure. We got Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis, Knights Errant, some backline harass tools, Knights of the Lion-Hearted for anti-large. Peasant Archers, only 3 it looks like. No, maybe more. How many do we got? 4? Yeah, 4 of them. Usually you see between 4 or 5 or 6. We got Damsel, we got Gotrek, and we got King Lewin. So Damsel of Heavens is going to be the choice. I really like Thunderbolt, but yeah, the Windblast is okay here. I really think getting the Thunderbolt's really good at killing artillery pieces, but yeah, Windblast can do well, and of course Harmonic is always very powerful. So he does also have a Grail piece here to keep his troops fighting longer, and Lewin up in the sky. So he has plenty of tools for sure. Honestly, this Bretonnian army is pretty good. I think it has most of the assets it needs. Lewin and Gotrek can deal with the crabs. Obviously, and really, what could be really scary for the Vampire Coast here is if the Necrofex Colossus gets bullied by King Lewin. Lewin could potentially chase that thing down and really put it on the ropes. Wow, quad mortars. That's a lot. That is a lot of mortar investment here. Now, that pretty much means the Peasant Archers are going to get Shadow Realms. I'm looking around to see. Scurvy Dogs, of course, will be very important, and Noctilus is always good. He's anti-large, he's armor-piercing, and he can do some work for sure. Good luck, have fun. Will Hadri's climb and become the King of the Hill? Currently on 1 win here. He needs to get past Bilbo Bagosh. Let's do some hand stretches here. Keep everything fluid. Lady Turin making some delicious food out there. She says she isn't a good chef, but she is. Polish food is so good. Oh my god. Yeah, Battle Pilgrims are my favorite battle line choice here. I think they're insanely good. They're durable, they're high leadership, they're shielded against missile play. And yeah, they can stay and fight amongst monsters and buffer for your other things. All right, the battle's underway. Peasant Archers are going to get annihilated by the mortars for sure. I would imagine Hadri's will just put 2 mortars on an archer and methodically go through and just take them all out. Yeah, so we'll see. I've almost thought, actually, of not bringing Peasant Archers in this matchup anymore. Just cut all the Peasant Archers, go Battle Pilgrims, and go, single entity stuff. Just imagine if there was, some Royal Hippogriff Knights or something here. Just going in on some of these crabs. So the mortar's raining fire. Oh, God, this is going to be painful. Oh, the humanity. Bretonnia needs to get a move on. Now, if controlled well and if microed well, Guac should be able to stop all the Scurvy Dogs. He has the cav advantage. Lewin was deployed in the corner of the map. I'm not sure why. What is Lewin doing over here? He needs to get over here. His army's going to be fighting without him, and that's going to be a disaster. Lewin! What are you doing? Is he trying to hide from the missiles of Noctilus? I can't really tell. But anyways, Lewin's a pretty important piece, so I would imagine at some point he's going to realize Lewin's in the corner of the map. Gotrek definitely does not want to be taking this damage. He's lightly armored, and he can heal himself, but it's a low percentage proc. And Lewin is just in the Shadow Realm. What is he doing over there? Yeah, he's moving now. He now realizes Lewin's over there, but I guess it's not. He'll be here by the time the main fighting starts. Now over here we do have the Bretonnian Knights chasing down the Scurvy Dogs. Should be able to get them, probably. It depends on how rapidly Hadri's is microing those guys. And a really good disruption, summoning zombies with Roth's Moondial and using the summon zombie gunnery mobs here to do some work. Some of the Peasant Archers are actually still online, shooting the bombers, which is the right choice. The Grail's moving in. Over here we have the Scurvy Dogs being taken out by Knights Errant, which is also very cost-effective for the Bretonnians. And the Knights of the Lionhearted are going to want to hide in the trees here and basically just wait. And they're honestly, wow, this back line's very open. If some of the Bretonnian Knights can get back there, that would be huge. Now Lewin's coming in, Peasant Archers continuing to get shreked by the mortars. Looks like there's 1 left, I think, or maybe 1 on the other side as well. Here we have Men-at-Arms fighting Battle Pilgrims who are finally going to make it to the front line, and where are the Knights of the Lionhearted going to go? If Guac is able to get back here, the world is his oyster. Look at how just buttered up these mortars are. Now, there are some animated Hulks back here which can defend. Lewin's coming in, we have Cav coming in on the other side as well, so this Cav pressure from Bretonnia is really important here. This is a clutch moment here in the game. Now, Knights of the Lionhearted, going after the Colossus, this is a really good choice. There's not too much support nearby, and now that's going to pull the crabs over here, at which point the other Cav, the defenders of Fleur-de-Lis, can jump in there and do some really nasty damage. So Lewin getting in there pretty deep. Animated Hulks and crabs are coming in, so just fight until the Colossus goes down and these other units go down. And man, this is, if Guac is on point here and gets these defenders of Fleur-de-Lis into the mortar lines, that could just be a devastating play that I don't think the Vampire Coast could come back from. Sword of Crone is activated. Knights of the Lionhearted stand your ground. Debuffs going down in the Colossus, which does get hit with the Necrofex buffs. I would imagine Harmonic Convergence is coming. And now the defenders need to just get these mortars. That's free real estate. Oh, it pains me. If he doesn't make this charge, I'm just going to weep. I'm going to weep in Bretonnian. Clearly, he gave it an attack order to set them up here, but he needs to go quick. Windblast going down into a couple halberds. Not terribly devastating, but here comes the Bretonnian charge into the mortars. Should be able to methodically kill 3 groups of mortars here. Colossus is in a bit of trouble as well. I think pulling back the Bretonnian Knights here isn't a bad idea as the halberds do get closer, and then just cycle charging with Lewin to finish it off. I think that would be a pretty appropriate decision there. Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis able to finish off the mortar here. That one is done, so now Guac needs to just go to the next mortar and work his way down the line. There's nothing here to protect these, nothing. A Nocturnal Summon is a really good play by Hadri's for sure. Oh, and he gets it right on top of them. Nice play by Hadri's there, despite not having too much to defend. Able to get some pretty good value in. Now, Lewin is still cycle charging. Knights of the Lionhearted are in combat. Definitely going to want to pull back at this point. But the defenders should be able to get back here. Granted, the Colossus is chasing them. And as far as the main fighting goes, bombers are offline. The Bretonnians are putting some pressure, but the 3 mortars are still shooting. With a little bit of a quicker push there with the defenders, he probably could have killed 2 or 3 mortars instead of just that one. Lewin also needs to get back as well. If he can get back up in the sky, pull around, start pressuring some of the more important tools here like the Necrofex Colossus. Also, Guac does have the Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis here, and he could probably get those guys around and start chasing on the mortars. No, but unfortunately it looks like a bit of a route there for those guys. Now, Hadri's doing a good job stabilizing. He still has a lot to deal with. There's Battle Pilgrims, there's Gotrek. Some of the peasant mobs have actually made it all the way back here, and these peasants are now battling in mortal combat. And honestly, it's a battle they might win. 10 and 6 against 18 and 10. But the peasants are just routing for no good reason, which is pretty hilarious. Loon's back up in the sky. We're going to see where Loon's going. He might be coming over here. Bounce of Power is pretty actually good for Bretonnia right now. Not Bretonnia. I think that's actually Vampire Coast. I always get the banners confused when they don't have like a really bright red hue. Peasant mobs pushing in once again. Going to be able to shut down these mortars, which have pretty good ammo. And Hadri's has been doing a really great job all game with his mortars. There's another summon coming in. The Heavens Caster here lurks, and Lewin is in the sky. And it looks like Noctilus is actually fighting Gotrek. And oh man, Noctilus might get gooned early. Noctilus gets rear charged by Lewin, takes a ton of damage. And the Slayer here, Gotrek as well, is beating on him, and Noctilus might be going down for the count. He is taking a righteous whooping. And it depends on his Winds of Magic situation. Sword of Corone activated as well. Noctilus has to run. And Gotrek as well as Lewin are just hot on his tail here. So this mortar team's offline. The peasants have shut down this mortar. There are some Bretonnian knights in the back coming back, and Noctilus is able to get away. That's really big. Now, I wonder if Lewin will continue to try and goon him here. Might as well, honestly. Sword of Corone's still active. Gotrek is still fighting hard here. Lewin should be able to kill Noctilus in combat, no problem. So the peasant mob's still fighting on the mortar teams, trying to break those guys off. Lewin pulls back up in the sky. I would imagine he'll pull back in on a cycle charge on Noctilus here. The Damsel's engaged as well, and some of the Knights are finally going to get on this mortar, so the Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis come back in. The Lance is couched, able to jump on the mortar teams here. The Bretonnians seem to be rallying here in the fourth quarter, as Lewin is now going after this Necrofex Colossus. Although I think pulling back with Lewin and just cycle charging on, I don't know, yeah. Trying to kill Noctilus is always a tough proposition for sure. But honestly, I mean, Gotrek, if Gotrek just lives here, he's probably going to be able to carry potentially. What do the Bretonnians have for infantry, though, is really the question. We have the Holy Wardens, which are back here. The summons are about to disappear here in a couple seconds. Lewin, thinking about charging in here. There's a lot of animated Hulks and beastie monsters. He does opt to charge into the Necrofex Colossus to try and take that thing down. But Noctilus is nearby with his anti-large. I think Lewin might need to take a bit of a break from fighting and just pull back and heal a little bit. Damsel's online. All the mortars are pretty much offline. Bretonnians do have some troops rallying in the distance, but yeah, this is really going to have to be carried by Lewin. And it's certainly possible. Gotrek is still here as well, but Gotrek's getting really low. If Gotrek gets his healing proc, that could also be something. And yeah, I mean, Vampire Coast is super beat up as well. All the mortars are pretty much done. Lewin needs to come in and strike now, I think. He's had time to heal. Nice little Wind Blast going down there, which does hit the Zombie Pirate Deckhand mobs. And now the Peasant mobs are coming in. Peasant mobs will actually be super useful here, but he needs to make sure Lewin doesn't take any shots from the Colossus. Hadri's, of course, I'm sure he's eyeing that. You know, the Colossus actually shooting at Gotrek. And Gotrek does get the heal? No, he doesn't. Oh, and he gets stomped. That is really not good for the Bretonnians. Gotrek needed to last a little bit longer. It looks like his healing proc went off, but I think it's actually bugged. I think there's some problem with it where it just like doesn't go off sometimes, but he's still really good even without that. So charging into the back of the Hulks, trying to wear down the weaker units on the Vampire Coast roster to play that attrition game, the Grail piece, fighting to the bitter end. And what do the Bretonnians have? Mostly peasants, just everywhere. We do have the Damsel, of course, who's a decent combatant, but the animated Hulks here are crumbling down. Lewin's going to pull back up in the sky. I wonder if he's going to go try and finish off Noctilus. That wouldn't be a bad idea here because Noctilus is kind of disconjointed from the main force. So going over here with King Lewin to finish off the Hard Knock Life wouldn't be bad. Zamsel charges in, but she's going to need to pull back. There's Lamprey's Revenge. There's a bunch of scary units here, and it looks like a Wraithstorm is being used, maybe? Now, Harmonic Convergence being popped on Lewin, so his melee attack and all of his stats are just insane right now. Looks like he's charging into the back of the Colossus. Has about 3,000 HP. That thing is certainly going to take some time to kill. Sword of Corone activated as well, which is going to help the peasants and other units fighting here to do a little bit more damage. And Lewin still has some room before his healing cap is met. He's able to take almost 1,000 HP off the Colossus here. That's really big. Granted, there are Halberd zombies coming in. Those guys will be a bit of a menace here for the king. And Noctilus is coming in as well. The Halberd from Noctilus as well as these chaff here. Going to be quite impactful, but yeah, good cycle charging. Needs to pull back. Damsel's going to be going down here, I would imagine. This was a really close game. Bretonnia could have won this for sure. But I think Coast will pull it out in the end. With Lamprey's Revenge being so healthy, I don't know how he's going to do it. If we look around, some of the Vampire Coast units are crumbling. The animated Hulks, which is to be expected. Lewin's back up in the sky. I think he's going to go for one last strike here and try and get the Necrofex Colossus. Maybe. He can't, like... fly around here forever because the firepower from the shotguns crabs plus the Colossus, I mean, yeah, it's going to be pretty good for him. So he opts to go after some of the Lamprey's Revenge. He does take out one of the crabs, actually, in the initial engagement. Men-at-Arms are charging into the halberds here. But yeah, he actually picks off a couple of crabs and then pulls back once again. If he can get away from Noctilus here without taking any damage, that's going to be a super cost-effective engagement. Could also get the Damsel to rear charge into the halberds here, maybe. Gets back up in the sky. Men-at-Arms charging in, Peasants charging in as well, but Bretonnia really seems like they're on their last leg. As Lulin charges in, Army losses procs. Yeah, there's too much left. Well played to both players, man. Guac with a true scrap. And, man, just little micro plays here and there. Like, really just make the difference there. But that was a great game. All right. Well played, Hadries. The Peasants, yes. They were quite alpha that game. Push mighty Peasants. Yeah, the Peasants were great. All right. So next, guys, we have Dov. You're up. Dov plays. If you want to play, man. We'll put you on... Not the Emberglades. Not the Essence of Chaos. We've done that. We're really getting through all of our maps with these long streams. We'll do the Ogham Shard. The Great Dov is here! That was such a good game, that last one, man. I really thought Bretonnia was going to pull it out there towards the end. You know what? Screw this map. It's super dimly lit. Let's just do Tower of Oath. Map set. Good luck, have fun. So Dov is here. Will Dov be the usurper? Usurper. Why is my brain just not working? It's been too long. 4.5 hours. I suppose it's not too bad. Guac, you played an amazing game, dude. No shame. No shame. Remember the dogs, Dov. That was a really well played game. It's a hard matchup for Bretonnia too, and you did really well. You almost won it. So Hadries picks 3. You ban 1 and pick. Then he picks. So let's sit back and enjoy. King of the Quarantine is the best name I know. Yeah, we're doing it. Guac, I'm proud of you, man. That was a solid game. Yeah, Lord of Heavens is really good. You know what I think would have been helpful too, Guac, would be getting Uranin's Thunderbolt to snipe the mortars. Maybe. But yeah, I mean, you did a really good job. Yeah. Son Gold. Make them fight on Son Gold. So Hadries picks Beastmen, Chimkings, and Dark Elves. Now Dov bans 1 and picks. So Dov will probably ban Dark Elves, and then he'll pick Empire, is my guess. That would be my wager, knowing Dov. He wants to play his Empire. That's his best faction, I would imagine. So Hadries really making this stream go quite deep. It's Italian Spartacus here at the twilight of the stream. It is him, the Spartacus. We were actually talking about the mullet and Friar Tuck, Ryan, earlier in the stream. People were asking why my hair is so long when I showed it, when I explained the story. Look, right when Spartacus comes, all the bots come too. He brought his minions. Yeah, thanks for sticking around, guys. Man, it's like super late in Europe, and there's like 900 plus people here. That's crazy. Okay, so yep, I knew it. He goes Empire, he bans Dark Elves. So he bans Hadri's best faction, and then he goes Empire. And Empire has a good matchup versus Tomb Kings and against Beastmen. It's pretty even, I would say. So Hadri's will probably go Tomb Kings here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Prophetic, I say. Prophetic. It's an Italian scallion. It's the Italian stallion. Rocky Balboa. Ryan, you brought them. How dare you, bro? How dare you? Slay them all! No mercy. Yeah, the bots are relentless. They wait and they strike. Then they come back, regather their strength after their initial ban wave, and then they come back again. All right. So Tomb Kings versus Empire here. I would imagine Dov will have his Pistoliers, probably some Outriders as well to kill Constructs. We're going to probably see big old Franz Man. Granted, you can get away with other picks. Volkmar can be okay here, but not as good as Franz. And then also you can see a wild Marcus Wolfhard every now and then, which is pretty fun. A lot of choices. A lot of choices indeed. Nurgle's Rod is outside. Glorious Turn streams indoors. Yeah, we're trying, dude. We're trying. The bots are just trying to live their best lives, says Shetland. Oh my god, dude. You can't hate them for that. Those wretched beasts. It is like playing whack-a-mole. Dude, that's like one of the best analogies I've heard pertaining to the bots. Yeah, man. Definitely feel bad. Italy's been getting it pretty rough with the all the virus stuff. It's pretty unfortunate. Hope all you guys over in Italy are doing well. Staying indoors, all that good stuff. Got plenty of supplies stocked. Yeah, I think how the quarantine's being done in many places is they basically just let you go out for like groceries and stuff, and that's pretty much it. Oh, let's do some shoulder rolls. Loosen up a little bit. Spartacus, are you still here? Ryan, do you still lurk? Or did you just come to bring the bots? So basically, Jordan, there's kind of a list of maps that people know that they just use for tournaments because they're like balanced. But there's many maps that are from campaign which have like a narrative angle which aren't balanced. So yeah. Oh. Yeah, Chaotic Blizzard. I think follower mode would be really useful. Or subscriber mode. Not like paid subscriber, but just someone who's subscribed to the channel. I really wish YouTube would add that. That would really help with the bots. But then they would just subscribe to your channel. They would figure it out. Oh, Ryan, have you been painting your 40K stuff while you're in your isolation there? If you have, let me know. Also, I think some people are demanding a head-to-head campaign. It's time. All right, they're ready. Let's get this show on the road. Empire versus Tomb Kings. The delirious point. Oh, man. Plus, I'm on a... honestly, though, my legs don't even hurt from the standing desk anymore. It's like my shoulders and traps that start to bother me now on these long streams. When Anna is at her PC, she actually sits on like a kind of one of those gym balls. It's like not a medicine ball, but it's like I don't know what you would call it. It's still going on. Yes. Oh, you're saying for 40K, yeah. So we got Pistoliers for Dov, of course, no surprise. I feel like no matter what matchup, he's going to have some. Very cool unit. Oh, and we got a Huntsman General. Huntsman General, he's a Huntsman General. He can make things weak to fire by throwing an oil flask on them. On top of that, we do have a great cannon, another great cannon as well. Huntsman General, Spearman. Looks like a couple Empire Knights as well. Oh, and a Templehof Luminarch. Oh, Dov is going for the ultimate gooning. He's going to try and make it vulnerable to fire with the oil flask and then blast it with the Luminarch. Oh, and he's got a Bright Wizard as well. Oh, Dov, this build is so cool. I love it. Now for the build of Padres, more standard. It's going to be skeletons in the front line. Ushapti in the secondary. He does also have an Necrotect. And in the tree line, what does he have hidden? He has a Cetra. He's got a Sphinx. He's got Nehekar Horsemen. On the high ground, he has a couple of Skeleton Horsemen Archers to counter the Pistoliers. And that is pretty much it. Very exciting stuff. So I'm just going to minimize real quick here, guys. I have no idea, Ryan. I have no idea, my friend. We'll figure it out. Now's the time for sure for such streams. Man, I think I'm gonna watch some Lord of the Rings today. Anna, Lady Turin, and I have been binging a show called 90 Day Fiancé, which is like, it's so addictive. Like, I never thought I would enjoy such a show, But 90 Day Fiancé, we went through that experience because she came over here on a fiancé visa. So to us, it's especially, kind of funny to see the disasters that take place. But oh my God, in 90 Day Fiancé, there's some serious cringe. If you guys haven't seen that show and you're looking for something to like binge through this apocalypse, Just go watch it. It is just insane. So Dov, the great Dov plays is here with the Tempelhof Luminarch meme. And honestly, if Settra does take a blast to the face, a couple of those, I mean, it could be game-winning for the Empire. Hadri's, of course, very smart, deploying in the tree line with his valuable assets, but eventually he will have to come out. The Empire probably should have deployed a little bit more over here. But again, everything's easy to say in hindsight. Hail of Fire is going down, which does imbue fire damage to the cannons and also gives them a reload skill, which is super gangster. So both cannons are shooting. It looks like a fireball is going to be going down. Some Ushapti here are taking some heavy damage. And the cockfighting is underway. Pistoliers are battling against the skeleton horseman archers. Dov's classic Empire core, chasing, shaking, and baking, as they say. You're either first or you're last. So the cannons are shooting in, going after the Ushapti here. I believe that is where the focus fire is still aimed. Yeah, killing the Ushapti is nice. Takes a little bit of pressure off the front line. Pistoliers are being poked a little bit now by the skeleton horseman archers. They probably want to pull back. But in the meantime, Hadri's lurking in the tree line, knowing that the Temple Meme Luminarch is here. Honestly, I think just shooting the Temple Meme at whatever you can hit at this point probably isn't a bad idea. Oh, the Necrotech could get blasted. Is that what he's going after? Here it comes. And it's into the Ushapti, which does kill an Ushapti model. Yeah, it's not terrible. So Dov getting some really good damage initially, but the Tempelhof Luminarch is going to have to be careful. I think the Empire might want to pull this cannon like back over here, even though that's a little bit clunky, because they're about to get collapsed on from the forest pretty hard. So Dov's Pistoliers here, still rough riding. Nehekar Horsemen pushing in to try and help. And the Tempelhof Luminarch appears to be going forward here, but I think he's going to want to pull that thing back right now. Now, the Huntsman General can shoot as well. He is firing, so I would imagine he's going to put some peppering fire into the Ushapti, some of these other tools. And Hadri's might just use his skeletons in the front line, but the thing is, if he just fights with the skeletons and doesn't bring the rest of his army, the Empire Knights should be able to come out and break them down. So we'll see. So right now, Dov knows that there is going to be pressure coming from the forest, and he's going to be reorganizing his formation. But so far, really, really good damage here on the forces of the Tomb Kings. You can see the bounce of power is, as a matter of fact, a little bit Empire favored, pretty close. Fireball coming in once again does tear into those Nehekar Horsemen, doing a little bit of damage, but I think at this point, Dov is probably going to start saving his Winds of Magic a little bit. So some Ushapti have come out of the tree line. Hail of Fire once again activated, giving fire damage. And now you can see the Ushapti are going to be focused down by cannons once again. Empire Knights tearing into the front line, charging into the Skeleton Warriors, which of course do not have charge defense. It's going to be pretty good. And Pistoliers are doing an outstanding job keeping the Nehekar Horsemen and other tools at bay. But now, even though the battle looks great for the Empire, all it takes is a really solid Tomb King's push, a couple cannons being compromised to really change the dynamics of this battle. So again, we'll see how that goes. So skeletons in the front are breaking down to the charge of the Empire Knights. Some of these Empire Knights from Dov are going to be screaming into this formation here. So the Empire Knights have been doing a really good job so far, and it looks like the Pistoliers here might try and just swarm the Nehekar Horsemen. But now comes the moment of truth. The Tempelhof Luminarch is going to use its net. It's going to net down these units. The combo is coming right now if Dov is ready. And here it comes. So there's a Warrior Priest here, a Fireball going down, Kindle Flame is triggered, and Tempelhof Luminarch is going to have to drop a net here. It has to. Oh, look at the damage! It just one-shot that Necrosphinx almost. Now, where are the nets on the Tempelhof Luminarch? It has to do it here, or else this Tempelhof is pretty much going to be doomed. Yeah, he needs to get the nets off. It does, of course, have that net ability. I think what Dov will do is pull some Empire Knights from the front line and maybe use their mass to buffer here. And the Huntsman General shooting as well, but now the Huntsman General is going to be attacked. Oh, man. And now the Tempelhof Luminarch needs to turn around and just blast this Sphinx right in the face. In the meantime, Pistoliers holding back Nehekar Horsemen. Huntsman General being punted. Here it comes! Oh, the KO shot! Oh, man. Crumbling. Negative 117. Down goes the Sphinx. The Temple Meme Luminarch has officially paid for itself. So even if the Tempelhof Luminarch goes down now, I would say it's already done its job. In the front line, the state troops are doing pretty well, supported by the Empire Knights. Granted, the Ushapti pressure in the middle is doing very well. Warrior Priest here, able to help break off some of these Nehekar Horsemen. And the cannons are still both firing, which is very, very powerful here. And you can see Hadri's pretty much doing everything he can to try and shut down the Skeleton Horseman archers. Nero's Incantation of Protection is going down to keep them a little bit more fighty or durable here against the Empire Knights. But a Fireball going down. And that Tempelhof Luminarch, man, that thing just nuked that Sphinx. And now it's still in relatively healthy shape. I don't know. He needs to peel off Settra somehow. Probably pulling these Empire Knights back and charging and then pulling the wagon through would be very, very strong. Settra does get the Cursed Blades, which makes him a little bit stronger. Pistoliers now lending their fire support, and also the Huntsman General is shooting. The cannon is buffed up with fire damage from Hail of Fire. And yes, just like that, Dov plays does pull back the Empire Knights, screens out the Settra. And yeah, he needs to just rip this shot here. Oh, 4.7 Settra. He's going to take it. Here it comes. Oh, man, down to 3.7. It looks like it was more of a glancing blow, but still, Any damage you can get on Cetra is very, very valuable here. So the Temple Meme Luminarch is still going despite all the pressure. Ushabti Summon going to get dropped over here. It looks like Pistoliers kiting back some Ushabti as well. And the Huntsman General still appears to be shooting pretty happily. So let's see if Dov can get the wagon away. I know it has Nets of Damage Hawk. I don't know the exact cooldown of the version on the Templehof Luminarch, if it's the same as the regular Templehof Luminarch, or the regular Nets of Damage Hawk. But, I mean, at the very least, it's pulling Cetra away here. Oh, Incantation. Giving him the physical resist. But is the cart going to get away? It looks like Dov pulling in some Empire Knights once again. This wagon has the moves. And is there a Great Cannon online? It looks like the Great Cannon was temporarily pushed off by some Ushabti. Pistoliers going after Cetra. Oh, and he's netted down. Now, if Dov puts the Templehof in guard mode and rips some huge shots into Cetra, it could still shoot. He needs to make sure that the Templehof Luminarch is in guard mode. Cetra is being lined up here. Here comes the shot. Oh, man. Down to 2.2. It is a direct hit. Goes right through him. And Temple Meme Luminarch still going strong. So now the Huntsman General probably wants to keep shooting at Cetra as well with his anti-large shots. He does rip a shot in Cetra right there, which does about 300 damage. State troops are still pulling in. The Temple Meme Luminarch is very beat up, but man, Dov has been doing such a good job this game, pulling this thing back and forth. In the meantime, Warrior Priest here, going to be using Soulfire Bombardment, extremely cost-effective against skeletons. And the Brave Sons of Sigmar in the back are able to kill the Ushabti, therefore freeing up the cannon crew to come back online. Plus, Dov still has this Great Cannon online, which is huge. Huntsman General, Hail of Fire, going to give himself fire damage, which does extra against Cetra. And the Templehof Luminarch is probably going to be able to rip another shot again. It looks like it might. Ushabti Summon wearing out. Dov's Pistoliers in really good shape here. I love this build. This is so epic. In the meantime, Cetra the Imperishable Curse Blades is activated. The Templehof Luminarch's on the run. Look at this cart. I feel like this is like so meme-worthy, some like Haggard cart. Using the Pistoliers as a buffer is really good. It's going to kind of block up Cetra. You can see Hadri's with some good micro trying to push past it. But, Dov can basically just run circles right now around to this, while the Pistoliers not only attack him in melee, but also shoot with the pistols. And, yeah, it looks like the Sons of Sigmar are able to hold their own pretty much all over the battlefield. Hadri's coming in for an attack here, using the Necrotech to finish off the Bright Wizard, which might happen. Fireball's going in, though. Cetra does take the Fireball. He's down to 800 HP. The Temple Meme Luminarch still going strong. I can't believe the damage it did to that Sphinx, though. That was so much. And now it's going to turn around for the killing blow. Oh, yeah. Is it? Nope, looks like Cetra got away. 700, Ushabti are chasing as well. Dov is probably having to click so fast to keep this. He uses the net on the Ushabti summon. Cetra's going down to the crumbling. Here, the Hunts Marshal General able to lead this situation, and Dov does have the Great Cannon crew back. So he can pull them in, get the Great Cannon shooting here. And we'll see how this goes. Oh, is it going to rip the shot? Where's it going? It's going into the Necrotech. Oh, KO shot right there. Negative 27. Cetra is going to be going down to Pistolier and State Troop Fire. And Dov plays is going to be the Usurper. He shall end the King of the Hill reign, therefore declaring... I have to double check, though. I don't remember. I think that Bilbo still had more wins. Man, what a game. What a game. Dov plays. Subscribe to that man if you haven't already. Coming in with the Hunts Marshal General Luminarch combo. And in blasting some constructs in the face. Oh my god. What a stream. Alright, that was... Talk about a note to end the stream on. Yeah, that was amazing. So, Dov, if you're watching the stream, please give a link to your channel so all these fine folks can make their way on over and see more memes and whatnot. Cetra was trying to catch that cart. Oh my god. So the winner is going to be Bilbo. Bilbo ends up winning the stream. Because Hadri's was stopped at 2 by the reserve challenger, Dov. So Bilbo Bagosh, I believe is how your name was said. It's going to be the winner. Hadri's well played, brother. But that Luminarch, dude, it lived indeed. So Dov, if you're watching, please drop a link to your channel so folks can see that. And, well, Dov, that'll be uploaded on Dov's channel. Yeah, you guys will have to go to his channel to check that out. That's his gem right there. It's already been on mine. Thank you, Aristodemos. Aristodemos dropped a link, so make sure to check that out if you haven't. And I'll get some links as well. Hold on. Hold on. All right, perfect. Just gonna make sure it's the right link. So if you guys want to see more of that Empire goodness, You guys can go over there and check out his channel. He'll also drop a link there. Amazing games. That is it. I'm sure he's happy with that because he only has to play one game and he really steals the thunder for sure. The winner is going to be Bilbo Bagush, who won 3. Nobody was able to win more than that. So Bilbo wins the stream. And yeah, that was crazy. That was really fun. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining. I'm going to go hang out with my lovely smoking hot wife. Eat some glorious dinner. She says that's right. And thank you so much to the mods and the players. Mods, thank you for slaying the Foul Slanesh bots, all that good stuff. It was a really fun stream. And yeah, man, brain's just out of it. It was a long one. Special thanks to some donations as well from Man Alive for the 10er, Sofa Muncher for the 750, Dob Plays for the 10 as well, Bubba's Big Blast for the 5, Anti-Mage for the 20 CHF, God of Gobos for 59 SEK, Pickled Buddha, Gallahan, Garrett Rashford, Tiamat 64, Samuel Christensen, Joey Letters, Mr. Pacific Storm, and Ozkirk. Thank you guys so much for the very generous donations. That was quite a bit of fun. Simon Ross says, watching the great stream while in quarantine in Italy. Keep it up. We will. Yeah, I can't believe that Sphinx almost got one shot. The oil flask targeted the Necro with the Kindle combo. Yeah. That was crazy. All right, guys. I'm out for now. Thanks for joining. Congratulations to all the players for playing. The grand winner for today is going to be Bilbo Bagush. And also to Dob Plays for usurping the last game and doing a great job. All right, guys. Thank you for watching. There may or may not be another stream tomorrow. Depends on how my hand feels after this 5-hour stream. But aside from that, thank you guys for watching. It's going to take a long time for this to get uploaded now because it's so long, but I'll do my best. All right, guys. Thank you so much. You rock. We'll see you on the other side, and take care.